is within the project budget, and that's the reason why we have a board item to ask the board's approval to use those fundings for the storage cabinets.
Great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Fogenholly? Is he on the line? Okay. Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ 20, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ 20 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 0011?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? I have Mr. Fogenholly, Dr. Holness, Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. We've asked for when we get items such as software and things of that nature to give us in the backup the data for the usage and feedback from the teachers. And I don't see this on here, but it does indicate we've been using it since 2021. So can we ask staff to send us that backup? And just moving forward, it should be in the items to make this a little easier. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we can provide that follow-up. On the actual first page of the executive summary, it does provide some data about, we're talking about Zubeen, correct?
Yes.
Does provide some usage data for the past 3 years, but we can follow up with additional data too.
Yeah, no, what we've asked for is like which schools used it, what was the feedback from the teachers, maybe even from the students, because we keep asking for that data and these particular items, especially, you know, it's $74,000. So we were getting it better before, and now it's kind of slacked off. So I'd just like to remind staff that that's what we're looking for in these items.
Noted. We'll
you.
provide that.
Any other board member comment? Ms. Pham?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. On 0011, I'm just wondering if, I know that we have to cut back on spending, period. We have to find ways to do that. No one's going to be happy that we are cutting back in certain areas, but I think that this may be one of them. This is for tracking of independent book reading, and I'm thinking perhaps that we could have a spreadsheet, the teachers prepare a spreadsheet, and they do it that way where they know exactly where students are reading and a list of reading items, or we can do it on paper where the children sign up, they have something on the wall, or they sign up when they've read a book. But I think for $75,000, we can do this ourselves. We did it before 2021. This hasn't been implemented very long at all. And sometimes it's better to take a step back. And that's why I will not be voting for this today. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, do you know if we put this on a postponement until our May 21st meeting, will that impact our ability to use this software for next year, or is this I think this starts again on July 1st. I agree with my colleagues on fiscal scrutiny. I also noticed that the minutes used on this have dropped precipitously from 22 million to 12 million to 8 million in the third year. I'd love to do anything to promote children to read. But I'd really like to learn more about the data, to Ms. Hickson's point. You know, what value is this driving toward our strategic goal of becoming an A district? If it is and it's worth the 75 grand, then great. But I don't see that information in this item. I'm just curious, though, if we do postpone on this one until May 21st to make sure we get the data before we vote, will that impact the ability to implement this on July 1st?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wilson.
Good morning, through the chair. For a point of clarity, the data is up through January, so it's not for the full year. Additionally, state statute, although this is an electronic reading log so that we can track students and their reading habits, statute requires that any teachers that have a classroom library must have an electronic searchable platform that is on school websites so that parents can see what is curated in the classroom. So we are in the process of implementing this before the state gives a hard deadline for completion. And at this time, we have over 200,000 books that have been registered from our teachers into this platform, because the platform from its genesis was only a tracking log electronically, like a reading log, as I mentioned. But Zubeen as a company saw what statute was requiring, so the tool was expanded so that we would be in compliance statewide with state statute for the classroom libraries. So that's why there is an increase in a request for additional spend authority.
Mr. Fogelnoy?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think, and good morning, everyone. But I think my concerns echo everybody else's. Of when it came to this, I see the time and the reading time just decreasing. So I understand the reasoning, but yeah, I'm in the same place as everybody else, I feel like. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So my question, Dr. Hepburn, is if we vote this down, but it sounds like there's a state statute saying that we need this type of software, how are we then going to be in compliance?
Yeah, so it'll be very difficult to be in compliance in an efficient way utilizing Excel or proprietary trackers and the level of variance that could happen from teacher to teacher in a building. Also, keep in mind that Dr. Wilson mentioned that the data for 8/1 to 23 to 1/30/24, that last chunk of data is only for half the year, so there's a potential that that may actually double by the end of the year to catch us back up to some of the trends around that COVID era time. So I think it does provide some difficulty in us adhering to state statute to make sure that we're in compliance, to have a repository and something that we can post online to let our parents know what type of books are in our classrooms.
So, but to Dr. Zeman's point, though, if we delay this to May to get some more of that data, up-to-date data, then my colleagues might feel more comfortable with voting this up.
I'm going to ask Dr. Wilson, if we postpone this to May, does this have any implications on implementation for the beginning of the school year?
Through the chair, yes, it will have implications based on the expiration date of the contract, and we cannot receive services without having a current contract. And we have been encouraged to make sure that we're bringing items forward at least 3 months in advance. That's not to put pressure on other departments that have to go through the process of approval with privacy, legal, and the like. So again, it is the actual statute is 1006.28, and the preponderance of our elementary schools have classroom libraries. That's where we have the heaviest volume of classroom libraries. So we're literally in the middle of building this process out, although it's a newer statute that's not going to go away, and that will thwart our process if we don't have a system in place before the deadline of the state when they do issue that.
And what is the deadline?
They haven't established it as yet. We were trying to be proactive since this statute came on the books so that we would be in compliance. To date, we really have over 200,000 books that we're actually curating, reviewing, and all of that takes a lot of time to do.
Okay, Ms. Batista, if we don't become in compliance with the statute, then what happens?
Good morning, thank you. So if, it sounds like we have a little bit more time to come in compliance with the statute because there is no time limit set in the statute right now, or it has not been announced by the Department of Education at this point. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. The only caution that I have is that we do have one person that is assigned, although it is a small team, to review over 200,000 books for the district with basically a party of one to ensure that things are appropriate in the appropriate grade band, et cetera, is at least a 2-year task. So to stop the process to then see when the statute may have a hard deadline just puts us in jeopardy of being behind the 8 ball. It's just a point of caution.
Well, and it also sounds like, in addition to this statute, it would have ramification to other laws, right? That we have to have appropriate books for certain classrooms, and those statutes are already in the books right now, and we have to comply with them.
Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to May. This contract runs through June 30th. There's nothing stopping anybody, whether it's a party of 1 or a party of 14,000 teachers, from using this through that time. And we just need to know more. I mean, we should always hold the line on usage data, on value to what we're trying to achieve when we spend this money. I appreciate the need and I appreciate the effort put into this, but I'd like to move forward with a motion to postpone this item to May 21st.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. I think 3 noes. Fewer no. Alston, Aludef. Okay, roll call.
Roll call on the motion to postpone the item to May 21st, 2024. Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson? No. Dr. Holness? I know. Yes. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert? No. Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-4.
May I have a motion second on 0013?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed in reviewing the contract that it's for a 1-year renewal, and there is no penalty if we don't renew it this time. It said, if I understood it correctly, that future renewal would be at the same rate. I'm just wondering if we should delay the renewal at this time until we get the repurposing of schools figured out, and just or table this and make a decision at that time exactly what we're looking at and how much we're going to need. Thank you.
Any other board member comment? Seeing none. All in favor of 0013, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
1 dissenting vote, Mrs. Pham. Item passes. May I have a motion second on 0014? Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment for 0014, Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
I had my questions answered. Thank you.
Ms. Pham.
I'm good, thank you.
Any other board member comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 0015?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
We have 1 registered speaker, but I do not see Ms. Kim Mohorn in the audience. Well, we did have 1.
Dr. Holness.
Again, Dr. Toomer did a great job answering my questions, so I'm good.
Thank you. Any other board member comment?
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Pham?
Yeah, thank you so much. I looked at the statistics on injuries, UCL injuries for AstroTurf, and it's greater for football and football teams or male football teams, and male soccer players have a greater likelihood of low leg injuries as well as ACL tears. AstroTurf is considered more of a luxury item as opposed to a necessity. I would say that not at this time, due to the budget restrictions that we're considering, and the fact that there are specific data set out about injuries being more prevalent with the use of AstroTurf. And just one student, it takes more than 7 months to recover from an ACL injury, which can be the difference of receiving a scholarship and not. So I would err on the conservatism and stay with grass at this time in the maintenance of grass. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
I'm good on that item.
Okay. What schools, Dr. Hepburn, is the AstroTurf being installed in?
Dr. Toomer?
The three schools that were selected were South Broward High School, Dillard High School, and Deerfield Beach High School.
Thank you. Mr. Pogonoli?
Oh, that was your only question? Oh, question, Chair. Yes, so no, I just wanted to address this. Of course, this is an item I'm excited about. Regarding to injuries, to Board Member Pham's point, I think I've made my view very known that I personally have witnessed my kids get hurt on fields that have potholes and different holes all over the field and playing on dirt. So this is an equity issue. I do want to follow up on that question, Board Chair, of the schools that did receive the fields. I guess I'll ask this question for my colleagues because one of my schools did receive the field, which I'm very happy about, right? South Broward gets a field, fantastic. But my question is, how do we address this to MacArthur, Hollywood Hills, Blanchile? What guidelines did we use to choose those schools? Can we share that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Toomer?
Through the chair, it was a collaborative effort from the Office of Athletics and also from the Facilities Department, looking at schools and the uses of their fields, the conditions of the fields, and based on that, determining the order in which we should award these fields.
Thank you. Following up, so with, you say conditions of the fields, of its, because those were in worse shape compared to everybody else? Like, what is it that we were comparing? Was it data with attendance? Were we using lights, stands, where how many people could sit in the stadium? What was the guidelines? I really want to know, like, what we're using.
The primary deciding points was really the conditions of the field, the safety of the fields, those that were easily having to be maintained for potholes, for turf coming up that really could cause serious issues for students. So that, along with safety, was really one of the primary driving factors.
Okay, now for one, as a board member, I have those questions, but of course our community is going to have those questions, right? A lot of people are going to ask, why not us? Why did we not receive that? So I believe this is a big win for our district. This is a great thing that we are doing, but I think it's important for us to let our community know why these schools were selected, why some were being left out, but also being clear that this going great, I believe in the future other schools are going to be getting this. Hopefully in the next 10 years, everybody can have brand new fields. And we talk about equity, everybody having that equal thing. One question I did have, I know a lot goes into it. It's not just going in and laying down carpet, right? We talk about drainage, so much that goes into it, maintenance. So I'd like to know what goes into it. I know that we talked 3 different companies here. So number one, I want to know that the quality is going to be the same of all 3 schools, right? Every single field is going to be the same. How are we going to maintain that in the next couple of years? How are we going to do that? Are we just going to lay it down, leave it, not do anything? But also I want to know what kind of warranty issues we have with that as well. They're going to put down these fields. Some fields you'll see turf fields, they look beautiful for the first couple of years. Then you see the lines start squiggling and things start coming apart. How are we maintaining it? So those questions I have when it comes to these 3 companies, how can they all assure the same type of quality, same type of warranty to make sure that they're going to be maintained in the next 5 to 10 years?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Toomer and Ms. Chipkowski, if you want to support.
So I will defer to Ms. Chikowski or Mr. Dorsett.
Yes, Mr. Dorsett, please. Thank you.
Good morning, through the chair. Mark Dorsett, Executive Director, Physical Plant Operations. What we're doing right now, because none of the companies were selected as yet, we have, I think there are 3 companies on this item the next board meeting, there's going to be an item for the additional 5 vendors. We're going to evaluate all 8 vendors to determine exactly the course of action. And a part of that whole process is for them to provide warranty for the fields over, I can't remember the amount of years that the warranty is included, but they also have a maintenance plan. They gave us specifics on what we're supposed to do to maintain. So within the budget for these fields are equipment that we need to purchase to maintain the fields properly, and that's included in this item as well.
Okay, now, this is not going to be in place in time by next season, correct?
No, not at this time. We were trying to get at least these 3 fields done before the new season, but it doesn't look like it as of yet. But we're as soon as the companies are selected, we'll get a better time frame as to exactly when we can expect the 3 fields to be done.
Understood. And is it fair to say that Dillard, Deerfield Beach, and South Broward will not be having home games this season? For football?
For football, it's hard to say yet, but if we're not done, absolutely not. They won't be able to have any home games this year.
Also, so you said, so now okay, thank you for being clear about the extra companies. And then design, are all companies going to be on the same playing field of being able to design the fields, having the same design capabilities? How does that go?
Yeah, it's actually a turnkey bid. So whichever company is selected is going to do the entire process to include the drainage and everything. So it's a turnkey operation.
Understood. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'd like to direct the superintendent, once the fields are up, to collect data on injuries. Like, are there more injuries on the turf field than there are on the regular fields? And also the cost of maintenance, because I know that was one of the things that we were sold on this for, was that it would cost less to maintain the turfs. And also maybe survey the schools to see, do they actually want the turf? Some might not. I mean, as we're looking across some of the comments, I know some of the community members were concerned. So I think it would be prudent for us to just make sure that the schools want the turf. I know that we voted it in the DEFP, and all high schools will get it eventually, but I think it would be important to make sure they want it. So if you could collect that data in the process of this, that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Roganoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And to follow up for that question, who are we serving, right? Who are we asking? I would like our athletes to be asked. I'd like our kids to be asked that are playing on it every single day, and when they have to show up to football fields and soccer fields that have holes all over them. So I think that for us, we could ask the community, but it's important to ask the kids that are going to be on there, the bands that are going to be using it. Everybody's going to be using it on a daily basis, so it would be our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman?
Thanks, Chair. If we want to add this, which I agree with Ms. Hickson 100%, and to Mr. Foganholly's point, we might want to be specific. And so what I'd suggest is we ask for these data every 6 months from athletes, coaches, and parents. And the data that I think that you asked about, Ms. Hickson, is the cost of maintenance and things related to the safety of the athletes on the field. I would add to that, though, the additional value that you get out of one of these fields as compared to Mr. Foganholly's description of a lot of our fields, unfortunately, potholed, very, very difficult to maintain perfectly, and the like. So if we could get that every 6 months, I think that that's consistent with what we're asking for. Is that fair, Ms. Hickson? Thank you.
So my question is, how many high schools do we currently have turf field on them? Dr. Hepburn?
Currently 0.
Okay, 0. And do we have a plan to move forward? So yes, these 3 schools are coming before us today. However, do we have a plan to put turf fields in all of our high schools? Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, that's the future plan.
Is it written somewhere, the plan?
Dr. Toomer?
Yes, in the press release that went out, we were doing 3 this year and then 6 for the next 4 years. 6 schools per year for the next 4 years.
Okay.
Also, Ms. Marte, you want to add?
Thank you, Superintendent. Chair Aladef, it's also in the DEFP, so the instructions to the staff during the development of the DEFP was to include 2 this year. When you go over the DEFP, there'll be funding in the out years for the board's consideration as well. But the discussion at the adoption of the DEFP was to begin with 2 and then roll it out over the future years.
3.
I'm sorry, 3.
And how many high schools do we have?
28.
28.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. So, Ms. Marte or Dr. Hepburn, is that 84 million?
Ms. Marte? For the total high schools, of all high schools?
I'm sorry, sir, repeat the question.
What would be the amount over time to put artificial turf down, an estimate for all 28 high schools?
30 million. I'm sorry, 28? I did 20, I'm sorry. $42 million.
Okay. 42 million. Okay, so I'm just trying to get the board to think about, like, yes, we're approving 3.6 million today, but we have to look at long-term, the cost. And then my next question is, how does this compare to just doing grass fields? What does that cost?
Dr. Toomer or Ms. Martin, if you guys have that information. If not, we can probably provide a follow-up.
So, if it's okay, Dr. Hepburn, I think it's better for us to provide a follow-up because Mr. Dorsett may have some data on what PPO does. There was like a cycle. Every year we would replace like 5 or 6 tracks depending on, and I think it's a cycle that PPO has because they do a lot of the field maintenance. Right. So it would be better if the board would allow Dr. Hepburn for us to provide a comprehensive follow-up to the question, unless you would want to pause and give staff time to really go deep and get those answers.
Yeah, for me, I can't vote on that without that answer today, so I would have to vote no right now, but if we can move forward, we can postpone this, we can start a workshop until the staff comes back with this information. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. We did approve this already. This is just the execution of the contract. We approved it in our DEFP last year to do 3 fields this next year. So that's already in our budget. This is the item just to execute the contracts to allow us to do it. So that's one thing. 2, I'd like to also ask, as part of the follow-up that Chief of Staff talked about, to learn about how other districts have funded these things. I don't know if others have seen this, but the city of Fort Lauderdale just paid for one in Miss Leonardi's district. There's going to be a middle school that gets one of these fields. That's going to be spectacular, and it's going to fundamentally change the ability of that school to use that amazing property that they have in Fort Lauderdale. I would love other cities to think about funding. And again, the cooperative use agreements are pretty cool because the kids get to use it when they need it. And guess what? Even sometimes during the school day with the fences locked, the neighborhood gets to use it. So they're out there playing Frisbee football, and they're out there doing Frisbee golf, and they're using this beautiful facility sometimes during school, most time after school and on weekends, and they're willing to spend. A lot of cities, like Fort Lauderdale, are park poor. You know, they have entire neighborhoods where they have to walk more than 2.5, 3 miles just to get to the nearest park, but there's a school. And so they love these cooperative agreements, and we ought to look into it. I would also suggest that as part of that report, we learn from other districts about corporate sponsorships. That's right. And decide whether or not we're willing to do that in Broward County. But if Nations Bank wants to sponsor a field at a high school that is anywhere near something, you don't like Nations Bank?
Who's that?
Who's Nations Bank?
Nations Bank.
Home Depot, anybody, right? But there are local companies and national companies that like to have their names on things, and I think it's something we should consider whether or not the board would like to do that or not. But to me, the report that the Chief of Staff is talking about is a clear summary report of the difference between grass, which is awful, and synthetic turf, which is amazing. And so we should get the costs and the benefits and all that. But the whole world is moving to synthetic turf fields because of the unbelievable benefits, the year-round use, the lower maintenance. And as Mr. Fogelholy points out, they're just easier to play on. I mean, there's nothing like playing soccer on a synthetic turf field compared to grass. It's night and day. But I'd love to see that report, and I'd love to open up our thinking a little bit and go to the city of X and say, look, we're going to do this over the next X years, but at this pace, your school may not be till 6-8 years from now. If you can help us with some of the financing and we can come up with a cooperative use agreement like we have with many cities already, maybe they could kick in 50%, we can kick in, or maybe we find corporate sponsors that are willing to put their logo in the middle of one of our high school fields, right under our high school logo, so that they can invest back in our traditional public schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fogelholy?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to hear from Dr. Hepburn about Palm Beach's fields, for example. How many of their schools have natural grass fields compared to turf fields?
I would say in Palm Beach, Joan, quote me on a number, let's say about 25 high schools. Probably 4 of their high schools have artificial turf fields. I know for sure one is a cooperative agreement between the city and the school, where the students and staff use the fields during school time and for athletic events, and the community gets to use the field, in those off hours where the schools are not using them. And a brand new field was just added to one of their newest high schools, which I know you visited. And additional fields are also being added on in their district. As a former high school principal, I can tell you the maintenance of a grass field, over time, it costs a lot, especially in South Florida, where the soils are sandy, they don't hold a lot of water, which causes more maintenance, which causes the sand under the grass to get very hard and concrete-like, which causes a lot of injuries and creates potholes during heavy rains during the fall, so et cetera, et cetera. Over time, the turf fields require less maintenance, and what you would find in Palm Beach County, you have a lot of other programs where schools are making money from renting their turf fields, which actually brings additional revenue to the school and also the district too. So there's a lot of pluses to bring revenue in when you actually have a turf field.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dr. Hepburn. And I know Dr. Joaquin Garcia High School, if anybody wants to Google that school and see the field that's there, me and Dr. Licata had the opportunity to go to a game there, and it was phenomenal. And I want to go back to the point, Dr. Zeman, I appreciate those comments. Technically, Broward does have one turf field for one of our high schools, and that's Coral Glades. Partnership with City of Coral Springs. Like I said, I'm the biggest fan of that, how they do that, because it's a community event. When we have a football field there, you have playgrounds, basketball courts, baseball fields, and it's just families everywhere. And we would love to see that more often. And I think as a board, going to the partnerships, it's important for us to make that comment time and time again. I had an opportunity to visit with MacArthur High School this past week, and they had an opportunity to have Nike approach them and say, hey, we want to pay for everything. We want to do this for you. We want to give you a brand new turf field, build a Nike compound for these kids. I think it was Vice President of Sales, was a MacArthur grad, right? Had this opportunity, and this board voted it down. That's what happens. Hurts the staff. Hurts the people that work hard to make this beautiful project come forward and then get slammed down. So, had that conversation. I'm hoping to bring that back to this board so we can have that conversation again and redeem ourselves to do something great for our community. But I believe more people will step up to the plate when they see something like that happen. More partnerships to be able to make it easier for us and not come out of budget to spend millions of dollars on a field when they can do it and they can be, a partner in that. So thank you very much for those comments.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I also just wanted to say there are a lot of municipalities that have turf fields, so maybe we could also reach out to them for some of this data that we're looking for in terms of injuries or how they compare the maintenance on it, because as Dr. Zeman mentioned and Mr. Fogelholy, there are a lot of municipalities, Parkland has it in their field, they have it in Fort Lauderdale, they have it in Coral Springs, so maybe we could ask staff to reach out to them and collect some of that data so we don't have to wait as long to get it, but still collect ours as we're going along. So thank you.
Okay, I have one more question. Do we know the companies that were possibly using, if they're going to have the PFA compound in the turf, which is found to be toxic?
Mr. Dorsett?
I am not 100% sure. I can verify that. I know whichever company we select, we're going to go through them thoroughly to make sure that everything that we want would be included in there. So.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want this. It's a carcinogen.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Well, what we did was when we did do some research, just basic research, we found out that after we contacted a turf company, and they said that there were no documented issues with regard to carcinogens in the product that they're using, specifically crumb rubber. They said that there were no documented concerns with that. So we'll make sure that what we do, the company that we select, it's in line with what we're doing. And we will definitely reach out to risk management to confirm that everything that we're using it's above board.
Okay. So the May 21st meeting, we're going to have another item like this with other turf companies. So I'm going to make a motion to just combine this item with that other item at the May 21st meeting. Moved by Aldef, second by Alston. Public comment?
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm in favor of delaying this item and combining it. There are ed specs for a lot of things, but artificial turf is not in the district's ed specs. Having 8 lanes to your athletic tracks is part of the ed specs, and that was a project before the recession that fell by the wayside. So I appreciate looking elsewhere for funding, because if you're funding things, it should be the things that bring schools up to the district standards, not things that gild the lily that other people might be willing to pay for. You're also looking at playgrounds, and if you're trying to get students into schools, you get them at the beginning. When kindergarten, soon-to-be kindergarten parents go looking at a school, if the playground looks like crap, they're less likely to go there. They're not thinking about whether you have artificial turf at the high school they may never go to. So I'm definitely in favor of this. The price tag to do all of these is astonishing. I forget what the playgrounds were to bring, to put the rubberized surface, which is part of ed specs. If you were to build a new school, you're required to have rubberized surface on the playgrounds, not the whole thing, but part of it. I want to say that price tag was similar to doing all the artificial turfs. And that's before we get to the equipment on the playgrounds. So this is why that long-range facility master plan steering committee is important, because things have to be looked at comprehensively. We still don't have a date for that. And nobody comes to the facilities task force before they do something, which is why I typically show up after I hear that they've done it. So we would not have been in favor of spending this money for this without contemplating tracks and playgrounds, because those are 2 things we've been looking at this entire year. So in favor of looking elsewhere to get funding with partners, because this is not part of the district standards. This is just a nice thing to have, and if you were to go to all of your high schools, there are other places in addition to tracks that need to be brought up to standards before we start gilding the lily with artificial turf. And my kids have both done soccer most of their lives, and they would beg to differ that artificial turf is always better. Thank you.
Other public comment?
Desiree Grooms, Pompano Beach, Florida, Vice President, Pompano Strong. I am in favor for the turf. However, I'm a little bit confused as to how these fields were considered worse than the others. My son tore his ACL on a grass field at Blanche Ely because the field was not maintained. When we decided to when we got our field renovated, we had a community that wanted the turf. And I believe it was staff that struck it down. And we were not even asking the school board for any funding. We have several pro athletes that come out of Blanche Ely, and they were working with us to secure funding from the NFL, and you struck it down. So I'm trying to understand how Blanche Ely was overlooked in this process. Because if you go out there to that field, it's really bad. So if you're talking grass fields, then I'm assuming that you guys are willing to put the money behind it to make sure that they are maintained properly. Because that field has holes in it, dips, it's not leveled, and that is what caused the injuries of these kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speaker?
Good morning. I am in favor of postponing it to May 21st. I think that we definitely need to, Kimberly Mohorn, Margate, Florida, I definitely think that we need to do more research, which goes back to what we talked about is about selection. What was the selection process? Because again, as Desiree stated, that we did have the NFL wanting to do our field, and the Broward County schools, said absolutely not. So it's always an equity issue for us, because when it comes to our schools, when we are the first to do anything, it always gets struck down. But as soon as, it's okay for out west to get theirs done, then it sets the standards for everywhere else. So we definitely have a problem with that. Our children are important to us. And as Natalie stated, the playgrounds are important. So if you're willing to pay all of this money for turf, then we need to also make sure that it's in the budget for the playgrounds also, that they're safe too. So a cohesive review of all of this, the steering committee, to sit down and talk about everything. And again, if you're talking about bringing children back into Broward schools, it would start with the younger ones. And then, you definitely want to take care of the football fields. However, you need to look at those playgrounds. They are awful. You need to take a look at it. It looks like as if we are, slumlords, as they would call it. You look at them, they're off color. They, the sand, they have all types of creatures growing in the sands. So, just think about where the priority lies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Narnique Pierre, Grant, Parkland, Florida. I wasn't going to say anything because I already have a presentation later and I was going to hit y'all about the playgrounds. But I appreciate the chair with your forethought by postponing it. But I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that you're doing this now when at the time you were doing the, what is it, ADFP or FP, whatever that is. Why wasn't all those questions then? And if there were questions then, why didn't we put a pause on that? The district tends to keep going back and forth. You guys are like, 1 minute you're there, 1 minute you're not. There needs to be a level of consistency, and staff needs to do a better job. And I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. I'm just saying a better job to give clear information. That way the board can do their job correctly. Now the chair is having to make a motion to postpone, which rightly so, because she's now seeing, as well as the rest of the board, how this could be something that is problematic further down. But I do appreciate your motion, and I'm all for it 100%. And as the speakers before me mentioned, there's an equity lens that I hope that you all are looking through. Member Fogan-Holy mentioned that. So as you see it in May, I'm hoping that you have some more concrete information and also set the stage on how that's going to look, because you guys already approved it. So you're already in the thick of it, unless you can reverse it. But if not, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Also, Dr. Toomer, if you can follow up with Ms. Mulhern, I definitely want to learn more about that situation, see how we can leverage that. Also, we will provide a detailed follow-up with information about how the schools were chosen, all the additional ask around data, maintenance, and all of those concerns also, so we can be as transparent as possible with the most amount of information for the public.
Okay, thank you. And if we could, the board could have by the end of the day the date for the long-term steering committee meeting, greatly appreciate it. Ms. Rupert?
I wanted to give the superintendent an opportunity to update us on the playground workshop that we asked to have before the end of the school year.
Dr. Hepburn?
I'll follow up by the end of the day with that.
Thank you.
I don't have it in front of me now.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. Could you give a little bit more information about the other item coming up? Is it another one that approves vendors for buying synthetic turf field?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes. So similar to this item, it's an additional list of vendors.
Terrific. And not directly related to this motion, but on this topic, I want to make it clear that these three high schools are amongst the high schools that have the greatest number of racial and ethnic minorities in our school system. Is that correct, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I appreciate the focus on equity. It's a huge deal to me. But I don't want equity being thrown out when a decision has been made that already has been included equity in the criteria for the decision. And I appreciate Dr. Toomer and the effort that went in to do it. I can't wait to do this. Last point, it turns out if the Miami Dolphins and every other team outside of the AFC East, because they're not allowed to do this, sponsor one of our high schools, we'll have 28 NFL teams that sponsor our thing. So that's just an idea for you, Mr. Superintendent. Miami Dolphins and the other 26 teams outside of the AFC East, because we don't want the Jets and all those other losing teams. Buffalo Bills, no. Everyone else, yes. Let's see if we can get them to sponsor one of our football fields. $1.5 million, I think, Ms. Marte. I think that's a drop in the bucket for most NFL teams.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't here when they had decisions to deny Nike the opportunity to rebuild the field, or the NFL to come in and rebuild the field as well, the football field and soccer field. But I'd like to understand the reasons behind those denials, and I know we have some people that have been on the board for long periods of time. If you can just explain to us the rationale behind that and why that was not considered a good option.
So as long as I've been a board member, that never came before us. Ms. Rupert?
I actually, it hasn't come up before, and if we could find it in the past meeting or past minutes that it was discussed, then we should definitely take a look at it. So, not in the last 14, maybe, years.
Mr. Fognoli?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And going back to those points of partnerships, right? Nobody's going to know more than our high schools. So I would ask Superintendent if we can reach out to our high schools, reach out to people that, hey, I know, have you had partnership opportunities that have been shut down, right? That this board has said no to. Another one is Hard Rock. Hard Rock even offered it. They've offered to say that, and then they didn't want our, Hard Rock logos on our field. Nope, not having it. So again, what opportunities do we have? And I think as a board collective, we can have that conversation when it comes up. So if we could reach out to our high schools and just know what partnerships we had opportunities for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been advised that I cannot combine it, so I'm going to revise my motion to postpone 0015 to the May 21st meeting.
Second.
It's moved by Aldef, second by Alston. Public comment? Board member comment? No. Wait, we got a public comment.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I believe someone else brought this up, but just to reiterate, because the comment was made about making sure that carcinogens were not present in whoever was selected. This is why procurement is an important function, because you write that into the specifications of what's required. So no, not above a certain level, not present at all. That you get at the front gate. not at the back gate, when you're deciding which of the three, because now you said all three were equally qualified, except that they're not. You do it at the front end. So if there's something that needs to be fixed in terms of the solicitation itself, now would also be the time to fix that. Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with Dr. Zeman dissenting and Mr. Fogenholly. We have a motion and second on CC1.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh and Ms. Narnique Pierre Grant.
I'm going to give my 3 minutes to Dr. Lynch Walsh.
6 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning again. Let me make sure I have the right sheets of paper. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. So there were policies that were on the agenda for the last meeting, and some of these motions pertain to that, but they're not coming forward today. So they're a little disjointed. You also should have gotten a handout for some motions that aren't coming to you today, but should be. And I'll explain that in a second. So the ones that I'm going to speak to on page 1, there's a DAC motion from March 21st, or at least the ID says March 21st. It says, we as the District Advisory Council support the feedback as shared at this evening's meeting regarding the policies discussed this evening and captured by Dr. Wanza. What policies were they? How do you give direction on something if you don't know what policies? So I'll tell you what policies. The policies that were discussed were 1080 and 1020, which is the school board meetings and rules of order, and the ethics code. When those items were attached to the agenda, they did have the feedback, but unless they get pulled forward today, now it's being taken out of context. So as far as 1020 goes, there was feedback from DAC and the audit committee, and that was on page 2 of the executive summary from the 16th. Some of the things on there, district advisory, they were talking about taking out a whole section, but it all centered around the time limits for either the public and also for committee chairs. Those of us who come down here when we definitely have other things to do, but are subject to the same time restrictions as random members of the public who happen to trip their way into KCW on a board meeting date and sign up to speak. And we often have information that staff isn't sharing with you, or information from our meetings that you need to know, and that's why we're here to share that with you. So that was on 1020. Like I said, it pertained to things, the major thing, removing the time restriction. There was, from the audit committee, an additional wrinkle about adding clear language on how the board intends to set decorum expectations for itself during meetings. So hopefully, as you discuss that motion, you have staff provide you with the policies that related to it. So the ethics code is 1080. There was also feedback from DAC and the audit committee on that. And this gets pretty detailed even for 6 minutes. So that's one. You had a handout where there was audit committee motions that went to the workshop. And I was told when I asked why it wasn't here today that that's because those motions were passed before the process changed. I said, okay. Except that on the other side of the sheet are ESE advisory motions that were passed and went to the workshop along with the audit committee motions. So it begs the question, why are those ESE motions on today on the 16th agenda? The only thing you're missing are the audit committee meeting motions. Two are not time sensitive. Well, one was time sensitive till you task assigned a chief auditor. But one has to do with caps and gowns, which we had just done the audit, and the motion was to put a process, SOP, and policy in place for all schools who are ordering caps and gowns and other graduation regalia, and work with procurement to ensure policies and procedures are enforced, and a follow-up to this report is done by January 2025. That speaks to internal controls, which this district is in sad need of. The response, and this is to our motion, the Teaching and Learning Division will work with procurement to develop a standard operating procedure for ordering caps and gowns and other graduation regalia. Notice they don't mention policy, because that day staff did not want a policy, because policies are more restrictive than procedures. And this is the one not coming to you today. There is a standard practice bulletin for caps and gowns, which clearly nobody was following, and we only found out about when we pressed the Business Support Center to cough up all those standard practice bulletins through a public records request. And that's a to be continued there. The other one is from the Diversity Committee from 119, also before the process changed, but this one made it, and it's an important one. It says, we move that the superintendent or his designee meet with the diversity committee and any other advisory board that have a material stake, be it by their policies or motions, during the process of district repurposing of schools. That's not just diversity. It also pertains to FTF. There isn't anything governing the long-range facility master plan steering committee, but there is a policy regarding the superintendent school site review committee, which staff will not address when that committee will be formed. And their issue is that you have a superintendent who is leaving, who has never been to a facilities task force meeting and never will. Might be the only superintendent that never came to an FTF meeting. So it's important that the committees that are related in the diversity committee policy, it specifically mentions boundaries and repurposing. FTF provides input into the DEFP. Both committees sit on the Superintendent School Site Review Committee, and yet no response yet to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wanza?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair and the superintendent, a couple of things. So as it relates to the policies that were on the agenda last week, all of the different committee feedback are included in the executive summary for each one of the policies. So you know, when we went to District Advisory Council, when we had the conversation with the Diversity Committee, when we had the conversation with the Audit Committee, in each one of the executive summaries for the individual policies is the specific committee feedback as it relates to the respective policy. The reason why those policies are not on today's agenda is because they were publicly advertised for rulemaking for April 16th. Out of an abundance of caution, when the meeting got, when the chair actually recessed the meeting until today to ensure that we were in compliance with the law, out of an abundance of caution, we advised the board that we were going to advertise, and those policies are coming to May 21st. A couple of board members have asked that we sit down and meet with them so that they have more one-on-one time to understand the different motions, some feedback that they have, and Mr. Hill and I are scheduling those conversations. But that is why the policies are not here today, because we wanted to make certain that we were in compliance with the advertising rules for rulemaking. The last thing I will say as it relates to the committee motions, it is true, when you look at the dates of when motions were received, in January, the district was operating under a different process as it relates to responding to motions. However, those motions were presented to the board when the board had its joint conversation with all of the advisory chairs in March. And we actually started a new process, which you saw on this agenda, well, last week's agenda that you're now seeing today in this item, that all committee motions, as of the motions that we started collecting, I believe it was in February, maybe March, they actually come to the board for the board to contemplate and provide action as they deem necessary for their respective direct reports. I hope I answered any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza.
You're welcome.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank all the committees for providing us with these recommendations. I would like to make a few motions on the items that are here. would this be an appropriate time to do that?
Sure.
Okay, so for the diversity committee, which is on page 2, I would like to motion that the superintendent or his designee meet with the diversity committee and any other advisory board that have a material stake, be it by their policies or motions during the process of district repurposing of schools.
Is there a second? Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion?
So thank you so much for doing that, Dr. Holness. I appreciate it. We've asked the previous superintendent to come to our meetings, and I know when you see my reports I've done for the last, for this school year, I repeatedly said I would like for the superintendent to come to one of our meetings. And there's a reason for that. I think that it's important that we have a good relationship with our superintendent. Especially a committee that was created by the board in reference to a settlement. It's been a very difficult time for our members when we go and do site visits, and we wanted to be able to have that connection in between site visits so we know that the superintendent is aware and can reinforce what the chair reports every month. So that is one of the reasons why we would like the superintendent. Now that Dr. Hepburn has taken the helm, I'm confident that he'll be to one of our meetings, if not this school year, but next school year. But I want all board members to know that our work that we do is by passion and importance for our schools and for all students. I look at an equity lens, yes, but I also look at all children, and all kids deserve the best education possible. And I believe that Broward County has that ability to do that. We're just here to help facilitate that. So I appreciate the motion, Dr. Holness, and I thank the board if you all will accept that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, and Chair of the Facilities Task Force. I also appreciate the motion and Ms. Grant for making it at diversity. Even though it does not explicitly state FTF clearly, there's a relationship there, and given where we are and the relationship between facilities and school repurposing, and the fact that we have theoretically an incoming strategy and innovation officer and an outgoing facilities chief, I think I'm up to my 6th one, not counting task assignments, now would be the time. And I also think it's important that every time we get a new superintendent that they understand what the facilities task force is and isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment on the motion? Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent motion, Dr. Holness, and interesting. I appreciate all of the advisories because I also recall about 20 years ago, I think I was a member on many of these advisories. And the superintendent actually, Mr. Superintendent, then attended these advisory committees. So when I saw this, I actually thought, and I didn't know that the comment will be made, I'm sure part of your normal course of action, I'm pretty sure that you will make sure that you get to each of these advisory committees, right, once, at least each of them out of the year. So I do recall that when I was on the other side serving on the advisory committee. So I don't know if there needs to be a motion, or if you, on your own, will, because you have the microphone, right, as the superintendent, will commit to visiting each of the advisory committees because they want to hear from you, right? You're our leader, and they want to hear your vision as it relates to these different advisories. So I'm sure you can do that on your own. I don't think the board needs to direct you to do that because I'm assuming that that's the type of superintendent that you will be. So I'll give you that opportunity, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Definitely looking forward to the collaboration. Those who know me and work with me know I am hands-on. I like to engage with stakeholders to make sure we're focused, we have the same priorities, and I know we all have the same priorities as committee leaders. So you'll see me around coming in and engaging with you guys real soon.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just wanted to take the opportunity to say happy National Volunteer Appreciation Week. We thank you so much for what you do. It's actually the whole month, but this week is the designated week in the month. So thank you for your time and dedication.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am very confident that Dr. Hepburn will be meeting with the committees, but I believe this is important for the committee to have this sort of formally done to cement that commitment, and I think that's what they're asking. So I am asking that the board support this item so we can have the confidence of the diversity committee and other committees that this will be a commitment that will be carried through.
All in favor of Dr. Holness's motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
One dissenting vote, Dr. Zeman. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple more items. I'd like to make a motion that all students with disabilities in a school that has a midterm exemption waiver will be afforded the same right as they have in state statute to receive a waiver for their EOC exams, to also include their midterm exams in those EOC courses as it pertains to the course grading. This is item number from the ESC Advisory Committee 03062401.
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment, Ms. Sixon? Oh, public comment.
Okay. So it's a comment, Kimberly Burke-Mulhorn. But my question is, do they still have to take the EOC? Do they still have to take the EOC? So if they are exempt from the midterm, that kind of gauges how they're doing. Will they be exempt from the actual EOC?
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. That was actually my question. I mean, in my 32 years of teaching, I know that you can exempt midterms and exams, but EOC are state tests. And if Dr. Hepburn could please address the idea of exempting an EOC, because I don't think that's available.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I agree with Ms. Hickson. In my years, I haven't seen students being able to be exempt out of state exams. I know they receive accommodations based on IEPs, but Ms. Hollingsworth is doing deep diving just to ensure that is the case, so we give you accurate information. But in my time, I've never seen a student be exempt from EOCs or any other state exams. It's usually adhering to their accommodations that's needed for the test.
Any other questions? Ms. Pham?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't skip ahead. Are we on the appointed Special Olympics liaison? No, okay, coming up. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I guess I'm confused about the motion then, because it said, like in what ESC advisory recommended, it said will be afforded the same right as they have in state statute. So maybe there is a misunderstanding happening. Can someone?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingworth, can you give the specifics around any possible exemptions or accommodations for EOC or any state assessments?
Good afternoon, or good morning, sorry. Through the chair, Ms. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. Dr. Hepburn's response was accurate. We do not, through our policy, allow those exemptions for those midterm exams for those specific exams. So I will definitely double check. I'm doing that right now, but that is part of our policy, that we don't exempt them from that. And as Dr. Hepburn mentioned, they have the ability to have accommodations and other things per their IEP, but we do not exempt them from that opportunity.
So, sorry, I guess I understand from the policy piece. Is our policy in conflict with state statute at all?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm double checking, but that has not been any of the practice that we've ever implemented in the past.
Okay. I mean, I understand what we've implemented in the past. The ESC advisory is clearly asking us to do something different. So I just want to know if what they're recommending is allowed by state statute, or if, I just want to make sure that, because the people on ESC advisory are very knowledgeable about these issues. So I just want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I concur with Board Member Leonardi because according to what's stated here, there seems to be misunderstanding between what the state statute says and what the policy says. So I think if we can postpone this item to the end so they can do their research, because I think that's pertinent to our voting on this particular item.
We are at the end. Mrs.
Well,
Rupert?
I have a couple more.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple more
Do you
that-
want to speak on this?
Yeah, it's really quickly. I was going to ask the superintendent to see if Guy Bermoja could be here because he actually knows all about this, and I think he'd be able to bring some clarity.
Okay, and
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, if we cannot have an answer today, then I recommend we add this item to our next school board meeting to discuss.
Is there a second?
Yes, second. Excuse me, third.
Moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion to defer.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Holness. I appreciate that you deferred. I think that the ESC chair should be here to kind of explain as to why they made that motion and have the opportunity. But as you know, we're all volunteers and we all have other things to do. But thank you. I appreciate the motion, Dr. Holness.
On the motion, Ms. Hickson?
I'm on the motion.
On the motion, Mr. Alston?
So what are we deferring? Just this motion or this whole item?
Dr. Holness?
Just this motion.
Just this motion, okay. Could I also just make a recommendation, Ms. Superintendent, that, yes, I'm sure the ESC Advisory Chair and members will be present, but we also want the appropriate staff person. So if it's the Chief Academic Officer, because I'm looking for the subject matter expert from your team, right? I don't need us interpreting what statute is. So if someone can just, tell us what that is, that's kind of my first point. The second point is I appreciate kind of this new process that we're doing, but what I also would recommend is using this as an example. Clearly, staff would have a recommendation, right? So I'm assuming staff would have gone through many of these recommendations from the advisories, right? So if there's a staff recommendation, and then we can, at that point, respond to it, right? We'll say, yes, we agree with staff recommendation, or we don't. But this is one example where we're talking statute and law. I mean, that's where both the attorney and the subject matter expert on the academic side should be telling us, right? We shouldn't be trying to figure it out up here.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. That's a great recommendation, and it could be in that right-hand column. Staff recommendation, yes, no, yes, no.
Okay,
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I have two more and then I'm done.
Okay, well, let's just vote on deferring that motion.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I motion that the school board directs the Office of Communications and Legislative Affairs to establish the continuation of House Bill 149 camera program as a legislative priority in the 2024 session, and that the school board continues the program in line with the regulations set forth in House Bill 149 beginning in the school year 2024-2025.
Second, is there a second? Moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I would just hope to add to that with the appropriate funding from the state to carry that out. So I don't know if that would be.
Is that a friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment? that we are-
Accepted.
Okay.
Could we get clarification, Dr. Hepburn? Is there funding from the state?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. John Sullivan, Chief Communication and Legislative Affairs Officer. Just as a reminder, HB 149 was a pilot program. Broward Schools was the only one that had to implement that program. There was no funding tied to it. The program has expired, so there is no requirement for us to continue it, but I think that's a greater discussion to have because our ESC parents have come accustomed to have that ability to place cameras in those classrooms. But there is no funding.
No funding. Ms. Roganol?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to hear, because I see Ms. Marte back there doing all types of motions, I'd like to hear from her, please.
Ms. Marte? Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Fogenholy. The estimate to implement it in all self-contained classrooms is in the millions, and it's my understanding, because we had a fairly robust discussion about this at Cabinet yesterday, that there are conditions in the teachers' union contract where the teachers have to agree, and maybe Mr. Azzarito can expand on that. So it's a little more complex than the face of the request.
Okay, Mr. Alston?
This goes back to my point. We are debating, and I appreciate Dr. Holness bringing this, so it's not a you issue, right? We are debating all of them, and we've gone through this, right? We've all seen it last time and today. You're putting us in a posture, so I think the superintendent clearly knows and hears. If we clearly just have, right, staff has gone through this, right, a recommendation from staff, and maybe further board consideration, right, take it a step further from what the advisories have recommended, I think that would help us to direct you or give feedback. That's kind of the first point. Second point is, yes, I'm familiar with the program. I think we all are. But if there is a multi-million-dollar impact, then clearly we're going to have to absorb it, right? So we need to make a decision. I think we have a budget workshop coming up, well, should have started already. Then maybe that's something that we do on our own, right? Because we can on one hand say if we want to direct the state to do something that we don't know if the resources exist. So if this is a priority for this board, then say that, right? So we're going to add millions of dollars, and we may have to cut millions from somewhere else. So if that's what we want to do, then let's just say that during the budget workshop if we want to make that a priority. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. 20 minutes behind. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to maybe offer idea to my colleagues about these recommendations that come from advisory boards. It is very difficult to assess the value of each one of these ideas absent it being baked into an item. And so in some sense, if there's a great idea that comes out of one of our advisory committees, and there are many great ideas, for us to consider it live can be a challenge. Sometimes they're pretty simple things. We want to do something that makes great sense and otherwise. But it seems like we should give staff time to think about the ones that we're going to bring forward. And I don't know how to do that, Chair, yet. I mean, one way is to actually write it up as an item. We've had board members do that countless times this year, where we take the time, put it together. Staff then gets to look at it. We get estimates. We can make, a cogent decision pretty quickly. And sometimes it has to be put into the right agenda for the right meeting. So it may go to a workshop to get more depth, or it may just go directly to a school board, regular or special, for action. But I think it's difficult to do significant changes at any one time without staff having the time. I don't think it's appropriate to challenge the staff to do statutory research in the middle of a meeting. But it is something that if a school board member felt that one of these things could be reflected in an item, that we have some process in our school board to say, hey, I'm going to bring that or something like that and make it either a formal item or give staff time to put together their reaction to it. For us to make a decision specifically in the absence of that, I think would be irresponsible. And so I love what our volunteer advisors do. The impact is often to see things that we don't see. And I just want to make sure that our process reflects kind of good order and discipline on these great ideas so that we get full vetting from the staff and, by the way, full vetting from the public. If anybody from the public wanted to come and talk about this motion, they may not be here because there was no advance notice for this specific motion. And unless there's an urgent need, it would be great to know that. I think that's fair, right? The public wouldn't have known that we were going to do this today.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are recommendations brought to us by the advisory committees that are publicly noticed. The motion that's at hand is not necessarily publicly noticed, but the recommendations from the committees are, and I think that with those recommendations, we are here to consider whether or not we consider those recommendations what we would like to implement. So in regards to the cost factor involved with this particular item, I understand based on Ms. Marte's response that this could cost in the millions. So as a result of that information, I'd like to pull my motion but have this discussed at a workshop further.
Yes.
And I have one more and then I'm done.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment.
Are you putting it on the next workshop? I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So are we still on this topic?
Do I need to make a motion to have it on the next workshop, or is this?
Or you can, discretion of the superintendent.
Okay, so at the discretion of the superintendent, we'll bring this back.
Yes. Thank you. Anything else?
Just one more. Okay, so and as I said before, I appreciate the recommendations of the committees. I have one more that I think is important, and so I would just like to ask a question before I make this motion. In terms of a Special Olympics liaison, can staff or through the superintendent provide any input on the possibility of cost and what that may look like? Should we have a motion on this particular
Dr.
item?
Hepburn.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Hollingsworth just to clarify. I think we have a person that's a liaison. It may not be called Special Olympics liaison already at the school that supports some of these initiatives for inclusion. If you can clarify, Ms. Hollingsworth, just to make sure.
Yes, good morning again. We do have inclusion champions at each school. So that has been identified, I believe, starting last year. They do take on some of these additional roles of liaisons with Special Olympics or other with their peer mentoring programs that they have at their schools. And some of them that is an optional supplement that schools can provide to those individuals that are selected.
Okay, so based on that response then, because what this recommendation from the ESC committee is suggesting is that there's a Special Olympics liaison to work with the Special Olympic organization to support and increase the implementation of Special Olympic programs in Broward County. So based on that, there, it seems on that response that this would be a redundant item because we already have that in place. So I'm concerned, and I wish the ESC chair was here because she could clarify what she means. And as a result of that, I will not make a motion on this item. But I'd like, I hope the ESC Advisory Committee Chair can come back and comment on that later.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I can clarify it a little bit. So they're asking for a liaison at the district level. Special Olympics used to be very large in Broward County, and lots of schools, and the participation has diminished because it's very hard for them to actually be able to figure out who those liaisons in the individual schools are. So the ask was, and I don't know that we need a motion. I was thinking if we just said to the superintendent, we'd like you, direct you to work with ESC department to see, is there someone that could take on this role? It wouldn't necessarily be a huge cost factor. It could be a supplemental position. But they're looking for someone at the district level that has a better idea of the big picture, that would know then who to reach out to through the independent liaisons. So that's what the ask is here.
Okay, so Board Member Hickson, you want to make the motion to direct?
I don't think we need a motion. I think I'd like to direct that's what I was going to say,
Okay.
direct the superintendent to work with the ESC department to see what that would look like, and if it's someone that can absorb through a supplemental position to add this, or I don't know that it necessarily needs to be its own position, although it could be, but I don't know if we're ready for that. But I think there is probably someone in the department that would be able to do that role.
Point of clarification.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, the executive summary indicates that there is no financial impact. I'm questioning whether or not if we do create this position or add this responsibility to someone else, is there going to be a financial impact, and what are we looking at?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so we already have somebody in the ESC department that spearheads this. Since I started, I've been intimately involved with Special Olympics and trying to scale out those initiatives to all of our schools and working with that person in the ESC department. So there's more to come on the Special Olympics initiative that I think the board and the public will be pleased about as we scale that out to ensure that all of our secondary schools especially have Special Olympics programs on their campuses.
So there is a financial impact,
Not at
or there's not?
In the future, no, because we already have somebody dedicated to addressing, or this ESC liaison in the district in our ESC department.
Perfect, thank you for the
Ms. Rupert?
clarification.
If you'll allow me one tiny comment here. It's on the cameras. I know we just went past that already and you were asking for more information, but I remember there was easily $700,000 or maybe $750,000 that we've already spent for the cameras for the classrooms. I think all we might need is a few screws to actually get them up. So I don't really think it's as much as a financial burden right now than we really think it is. So I just, I thought that information needed to be shared.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mrs. Sullivan, you got something to add?
There's more cost than just associated with the cameras, the bigger costs, and I know Mr. Bradford's here if he wants to add to it from IT. There's also cost of hosting the servers for the videos. So it's more than just the cameras. And although we have the cameras for the classrooms that currently had them installed, if there's new cameras, then that's additional funding that you have to spend for new cameras. And I think we also should consider that the language for the pilot program has expired, so there's even a question if we have authority to do so. So I think it's something that we have to discuss further because the language has expired in that legislation.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the Olympics liaison inquiry, I would suggest that the superintendent continue to keep the ESC committee in the loop as you make progress on that.
Okay, we need to really move forward, guys. Ms. Pham?
Thank you. I didn't get the chance to comment on the Crammers before. I would ask that staff explore whether or not the state in the future is going to provide any kind of supplemental funding for continued use of the cameras. Two, I would ask that you focus on any grants that may be available to support this item. And lastly, the ESC, there was extra money last year for ESE, and I'm wondering if they possibly could contribute or can come out of their budget to maintain this program, because I think the parents as well as the ESE committee is strongly in favor of it, because this saves children that can't speak for themselves. It shows exactly what's going on and when and if we need to intervene and help these children. So they're at a disadvantage, and the only thing that we can do is try to supervise and oversee what's happening and keep them safe. So this is a really important program to many people. So I would just ask staff to prioritize this if possible and look where we can find funding outside of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pham. All in favor of CC1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Wanza, can you read the amended motion?
So there is no amended motion. Dr. Holness made a motion that the board voted up as it relates to the diversity committee. He withdrew his motion as it related to the cameras and provided, based on the conversation with the board, and then Mrs. Hickson and Dr. Holness collectively provided some direction to Dr. Hepburn as it relates to the Special Olympics. So basically the motion is to approve item CC1 with the motion made by Dr. Holness. Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All in favor of CC1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. CC1 passes with one dissenting vote, Mr. Alston. At this time, Dr. Hepburn, before we adjourn the meeting, can you please give a brief update on the community meetings for redefining our schools?
Yes, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and also the public at large. Our redefining our schools initiative is moving into a crucial phase, and I'm excited to share the next steps in our commitment to improving education across our district. Starting next week, we're hosting 5 town hall meetings across the county. These meetings are a platform for community to learn about preliminary plans, discuss various options, and provide feedback on how these plans will impact schools in the selected innovation zones. All meetings begin at 6 p.m. and doors open at 5:30 p.m. Our first meeting for the South Broward, Hollywood Hills, and Hollandale zones is this upcoming Monday, April 29th at Hollywood Hills High School. Next meeting for the Dillard and South Plantation zone is Wednesday, May 1st at Dillard High School. Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale zones meeting is Monday, May 6th at Fort Lauderdale High School. Everglades, Flanagan, and West Broward zones meeting is Tuesday, May 7th at Flanagan High School. And last meeting for Monarch and Deerfield Beach zone is Thursday, May 9th. For additional information and updates, you can visit our website at browardschools.com/redefining. These town halls are an opportunity to hear from the community to help shape the future of education in Broward County. And thank you, and let's get to work in redefining our schools. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. This is the time where
we share something, right?
No.
Oh, that's what I
Dr.
wanted to
Zeman?
do.
Thank you so much, Chair. And my question is about repurposing, and there are two significant questions. The first, we have a significant amount of data that we've gathered, publicly available data, but organized by us for all 239 schools. Will that be released by the end of this week so that people who attend the town hall sessions next week can be fully informed?
Yes, we're planning on releasing as much data as possible, and also gathering feedback from board members as we meet with you individually throughout this week.
Thank you very much. Second question is, it sounds to me like the town halls are going off in those segments of Broward County that were color-coded in last week's presentation.
Correct.
I believe that the school board will consider schools in other innovation zones. What about parents and interested parties in the community that are interested in their schools that were not color-coded on the presentation last week? Should they attend one of the other town halls, or how can they get more information about the schools in their innovation zones?
Mr. Sullivan's team will be blasting this information out, so we welcome individuals to come to any of those zones, but the meetings for these innovation zones will be specific to the schools within those combined zones. So most of the zones are 3 or 4 per meeting, so the public is welcome to attend any or all of them.
Terrific. And I just want my colleagues to understand that you're going to have community members, parents, teachers, employees, and the like. They're in one of those zones that were not color-coded, but will be discussed at some point during the repurposing process, almost guaranteed. The process that we're outlining is to go to those that were screened in, the innovation zones that were screened in for consideration. But those are using a specific criteria to identify and have a certain magnitude associated with them. If there are ideas from this board about going beyond the magnitude that we described, remember we said at least 5 repurposings, but at least means there may be a bigger number. We have to think a little bit about how to communicate with everybody in Broward County, not just those that are in that prescribed innovation zones of interest. That was a staff effort. It's important to do those staff efforts, but there's very likely to be other schools outside of those zones that are considering. We have to think about communicating with those people as well. So I'll just leave that for further consideration. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Sorry, to the same point, and I think I appreciate kind of your questions, Dr. Zeman, but I want to also be clear, the 5 prescribed, color-coded, let me make sure I got this right, innovation zones, the board did not prescribe to that. There was a public recommendation at our last meeting where I think many of us had a series of questions, but I think you also just pointed out, in my view, Mr. Superintendent, another hole in the process. So if the intent is, Mr. Superintendent, that we are considering a countywide view of where we're heading on redefining schools, right? So that includes repurposing, that includes adding new programs, but let's get to the big one, right? Closing schools, right? So if the intent is this is a countywide effort, I believe there should be a conversation in every school board member's district, because that now shows a countywide conversation, not just in 5 color-coded, predetermined innovation zones, in my view, and still in my view, because I haven't seen anything to counter it, that the data has not really shown why those are the 5 color-coded areas that the district is proposing. Okay, so I want to be very clear about that. So I still am in the same camp. I think I was probably the 4th board member up here to go on the record saying I'm in favor of closing many schools, right? It makes sense. What I'm not in favor of is what I have seen to date, the process. I don't think I've felt comfortable on the questions, but the team has done a great job. So this is not a question about the team. It's a question about the process. It's a question about what we're proposing. It's a question on ensuring that we're having a countywide conversation. I've been very clear, even with the prior occupant of that seat. So this is me being the same Tory. I don't change. And I know you appreciate that. So the second part, what I do want to also state is I'm hopeful because now the recommendation is only 5 conversations. clearly there is some dialogue somewhere, and I know all board members will hear from you, I think over the next couple of days, around closing. So let me just jump to the big elephant in the room. So if staff has made a predetermined recommendation to you to only have 5 community conversations, I'm also hopeful that these 5 locations, and I'm not hopeful, but if these are the 5 communities where there are closings that are coming, maybe that's another target of the community conversations, right? So I just don't know if we've been strategic and targeted on where these conversations are. Again, I know, but I can speak for myself. I haven't had the conversation just yet. But we should have a conversation in every segment of Broward County because it's going to touch every segment of Broward County. I'm not talking about closings, right? We all support K-6, K-8, K-7, right? We're not talking about that. But the big conversation around closing of schools, and I actually have a different perspective. You know, I know that some believe that it's only in certain communities. I think the data shows it's in all communities. So I will not prescribe to the statement that closing of schools are only targeted to certain parts of Broward County, because I actually don't believe that. I believe that the entire community in this entire county wants to see a difference in our schools, a difference in our academics, a difference in our maintenance and facilities, and I'm hopeful that when we have this county-wide vote that the board, I think, will take, that it will reflect that. But I just want to conclude with the process to this point for this one board member does not pass my test. The data that I have seen presented does not pass my test. And all of the public officials that I've heard from, community leaders, HOAs, have actually told me the exact same thing. So I want to be very clear, both in my district and countywide, because I think 9 of us up here talk to community members all across this county. So I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, I thank you for moving this forward. Finally, I'm feeling like we're off of the diesel truck. I don't know if we're on a Ferrari yet, but we're sure, it seems or appears that we're at least in a car. I would concur with Board Member Zeman and Board Member Alston that we need to ensure that the process appears to be equitable and fair. I am not so much in favor of having specific zones being designated, as Board Member Alston mentioned and Dr. Zeman, because it lends itself to a perception of bias. And so I want to see this happen, which I've stated before, as a district-wide effort. It needs to appear like that. When we start to pick zones and go to and exclude zones, it lends itself to a lot of questions. And so I am cautioning that we stay away from that, that we expedite the process, but also ensure that it is equitable and that the public perceive it as such, and that we are not picking zones without any real rationale for doing so. So that would be my take.
Mr. Fogarty?
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess I wanted to join the party because everybody's going in on this. So no, I want to echo my colleagues as well, right? And those who can count, it's getting there, right? So Dr. Zeman, Dr. Holness, Board Member Alston, I appreciate the thoughts. Yeah, I believe our community is starting to feel that way. Having those conversations is sort of, when we feel our community is being pointed at, and if our community is not feeling it's a whole conversation, they start to feel a certain way. And for me, I can't clearly tell anybody what the plan is because I still haven't heard a clear plan. Like, there hasn't been a concise plan. It's just sort of, again, we're on the diesel truck, right, and we're moving to steps. Oh, we're getting to the school names, we're getting to the districts, but it's almost like a mystery game. I don't know what's going on. So for me, I want to hear a clear plan, and I believe our community wants to hear the same. They want to know that the clear plan is just sort of the whole way. And I also, of course, I understand last minute we're doing these town halls, but I do believe that John Sullivan's trying to get me divorced by scheduling it on my wife's birthday in Hollywood. Thank you, and no thank you for that. But I will be there and look forward to having the conversation. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have just a simple ask. With the communities color-coded, numbered. I think before we go to the meetings in those areas, that it should be very upfront and non-controversial, because it should be data-driven. So, be it we have an increase in births in this section, so it may look like they're under-enrolled, but by the time we get there, it's not going to be, or not projected that way. Because I have some areas, and I know everybody around the table has areas that actually you're not losing people in, which for me is Pompano. And it's a big deal to have people nervous about it. So the Pompano and Margate, they feel they're okay, but then the other cities, like for Monarch and for Deerfield Beach, that there's trepidation, and I keep trying to just allay fears and say this is not just, and I said this last week, if we're not going to repurpose schools in an area, and we're talking about selling land, or we're talking about increasing programs, whatever it may be, I think that has to be clearly brought up, because when people see that chart, everybody, it starts to panic a little bit, and it has like a domino effect. So that would be my ask. I believe you said mine was May 9th. Is that right? I was listening.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, May 9th.
Okay. And I said the same thing to Alan last week, Mr. Strauss, is that you have to be clear, you have to have the same message, and really just work together that way, because it's going to be a bumpy road if people get all crazed out right now. So just that honesty. So if you know there's areas, let that be known. If you know areas or you're going to repurpose or do a K-8, let that be known. If there's going to be closures, let that be known. Because, I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon with everybody else, but somebody has to have knowledge of something. And we should be part of that conversation as well. So, thank you.
Dr. Zeman, do you have something to add?
Just a quick question. I wondered, Chair, if we could ask the superintendent to make sure that we have a town hall in each of the 7 districts to make sure we do a full district-wide coverage. We have 5 set already. If I'm looking at these correctly, I think that's just 2 more. I hope it's only 2 more. I really think it's important that Broward County understand this. Even if you're in an area that's at or very near 100% capacity of the schools, you're a Broward County resident. And you're going to be a beneficiary if there's some efficiencies taken by closing some schools or selling some property. Your kids are going to have more dollars per FTE. And so you have a vested interest, even if your schools are not the ones under active consideration. So I just feel like we have to get out to the whole county and have these town halls, because everyone's going to be affected. I doubt there'll be as many people in places that are, I think there'll be more people where there are dramatically under-enrolled schools. Those are areas where we've been publicly saying that those are schools that we are considering for other uses. And so I think there'll be more people coming to those areas of Broward County. But even in the other areas where there's schools at or above capacity, they're going to be affected. And in some cases, they're going to be pretty significant beneficiaries if we can figure out a way to reallocate money from building maintenance into actual teaching and learning.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, can you let the board know what your takeaway is from this conversation?
Yes, so first I definitely want to say that the feedback is noted and definitely appreciated. The team and I will work together to see if we can add these additional meetings. I can let you know that transparency and honesty through that transparent process will be very apparent with the public as we go out and have some very courageous conversations about next steps for Broward County Public Schools as we aim to be a school district and make sure we're trying to reach 100% proficiency for all of our students, because these courageous conversations are what it's going to take. So transparency will be definitely afforded about all of the things that the board members mentioned. And for the board members that we haven't had those one-on-one conversations yet, that's up and coming, and we're looking forward to that additional feedback before we actually go out to the public. So more to come for the board members that we haven't met with.
Thank you. So before we end this meeting, I need to get some direction from my colleagues As you know, this Friday, I will be negotiating the departure of Dr. Licata and the contract with Dr. Hepburn. So if you could just take out your pad, a piece of paper, and just write these 2 questions down, and then I'm going to need your feedback on them. So there are a few things that are negotiable items. So it's the 60-day notice, transition, and severance. So the first question is, how does the board want to handle the transition time, perhaps extending to 90 days in lieu of severance pay for Dr. Licata?
Point of order, Chair. Could you please read the motion from last week so that we're clear about what we already approved?
Sure.
I apologize for that. It'll help me. I thought it might have been ready. Sorry.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
While you're looking for that, can I ask a question to the General Counsel?
Yes.
Madam Counsel, good morning. Still in meeting, not workshop morning. Still good morning. So I know that the chair is waiting for feedback from the board, and you've been on both sides of this. So clearly my assumption would be both the superintendent, our superintendent sitting in the chair, clearly will be represented, and I know that the past superintendent will be represented. My assumption is they or their representatives are watching this meeting. So are we doing the right thing to openly give the chair strategy, which we've already empowered the chair, I thought, from a motion that I thought was very clear about timing and direction and next steps. Is it your legal advice that we should openly talk strategy today? Because you and the chair will lose some of that strategy on Friday. And clearly, and I recognize there are probably 3 or 4 big points, which there always are, the same 3 to 7 big points, which there always are in a contract negotiation. And thank you, Mr. Superintendent. That was very smart and clever of him to step away while we're having this conversation. Thank you, sir. That speaks to you 1,000,000%. Would you recommend that we do that now? Because my assumption is those individuals, could be watching. So what's your take and your recommendation to the chair, who we've already empowered days ago?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Alston. My advice would never be to negotiate in the public eye. However, unfortunately, we do it all the time. And we do it all the time because there is no ability of this board to meet at the exclusion of the public to give guidance regarding the negotiations. I believe it would be beneficial to the chair and myself going into Friday to have some parameters without necessarily giving us exact amounts or whatnot, but just having a sense of where the board is coming from, as opposed to negotiating something that ultimately will not be accepted by the board. So.
Mrs. Hickson?
Let's do a follow-up. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And the only reason I haven't heard your 2 questions, Madam Chair, but at least I thought I heard the first question forming. That's a very yes/no question, right? So you were asking, here is the question. Sorry, because I can't ask you out loud. So as an example, right? How did the recommendation is to go from 60 days to 90 days in lieu of severance. You're asking several questions, right? So we're being very rigid in this one question, right, from the chair, right? Severance, yes or no, right? And then is it, as I think I heard, or a comment from Ms. Hickson, I saw in the media, is it, a mutual separation as we've done before? Is it, immediate, termination? Because first, let me speak for me. I didn't get a letter from the past superintendent about what was happening. So I think I saw it a day or 2 later. So, for me, having seen the letter after the board action, that put me in a different posture. and knowing the motion that was made and approved by the board. So, I mean, this is like 3 or 4 different things jumbled, as you know, in this one question, right? Is it severance, yes or no? If yes, how much, up to what amount, right? Is it 60 days, 90 days, or is it immediate, right? We made a motion, right? And we all, I think, have the motion in front of us. So I'm just giving that one example. It's going to be very rigid. So I understand. I clearly wanted to ask this, in a public forum because, yes, I know it's a negotiation that's public. But I think this board elects a chair for a reason. And we should empower the chair, which I think we did already based on this very broad motion. And we empowered you as our general counsel. And then guess what? It comes back to the board, right? So there's going to be some subsequent conversation where the board will clearly have to opine on these big issues. So I'm actually in the posture, and I'm not ready to take a poll. I'm not polling. I think I've been clear. So don't count me in the poll on many of these tough issues up front because I think that the chair should be empowered to do that with you because I think you have enough temperature of the board, A. B, you have the temperature of our financial condition. C, you have a temperature of where we have been. And then D, Madam Chair, it's your motion. You brought a motion for a reason, right? You said it was urgent, right? You said we must have taken some quick action. So stand by those principles that, was done publicly, right? And then let's have a board conversation after Friday when it comes back. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions because as the person who did the last negotiations with the superintendent, when I negotiated with what I thought was a good contract, it was ripped apart in the public and it made the superintendent look bad, it made us look bad, and it put us in a weird spot. I think it makes more sense to give some direction to our chair so as she's negotiating with him, we don't do that post the negotiations, that she has some kind of guideline, not actual numbers, but just, as you mentioned, the temperature, what I think, and then what happens later, which is what happened before. I felt like I wasted all my time negotiating with him because nothing that we negotiated was good, and we changed it all. So to me, it makes more sense to do that. Either way, you're going to do it in the public. It makes more sense to do it beforehand so she goes in with the understanding that if we all agree there's no severance pay, she's not going to offer that as a negotiation, and that it's clear heading into that. Or if we just agree it should be 7 weeks or some kind of parameter so that when she's negotiating, she doesn't come back. And Dr. Licata, and I think we should do that in terms of the negotiation for Dr. Hepburn. They don't come back and feel as if everything was changed on them. I think it's a better thing for us to be able to have the conversation on what our threshold is or our parameters, because I really did feel like my negotiations was a waste of time when we came back and everything was changed. So that's my input.
Do you have anything to add?
I can answer your questions. I'm okay with the 90 term in term of severance pay. I don't agree with 20 weeks. It is a mutual agreement, so there's no set number of what the severance pay would be. If it is something that we decide, I think it should be more in line with how long he was here. I want to be fair, but I want to be fair to both the superintendent and to the district, so that's my input.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Just to back up a little bit, we have a superintendent who has come to us and said that for medical reasons, he is going to leave being superintendent. He offered to do that December 31st, and we came back and said we really would like to move forward now. We had an excellent candidate on staff, immediately offered and accepted the position. And so now we have to kind of figure out how to move forward. The public will not accept in two directions, I think. One, they'd like us to act with compassion for someone who's sick and who needs the time to get better. And we all hope and pray that he does. in many, many ways. I mean, he is a gifted leader and has a lot to give, and if he becomes healthy again, he's going to figure out a way to give back to the society. He just is. That's the way he's made. And so we can hope and pray for that, and the community appreciates that. The community at the same time recognizes our fiscal constraints, recognizes that we should abide by our contract, and our contract said specific things. You know, if you terminate without cause, you get severance. If you resign, you don't. I would like to strike a balance on that, Chair. And my view is not 90 days, it's more than that. I'd like him to stay until December 31st. I'd like him to be an advisor to Broward County Schools. I'd like him to help us go through the repurposing of this summer and to have the advice and counsel of him. I just don't know about his willingness or his ability to do that, and that's why it's subject to your negotiations and to his statement of whether or not he'd be interested in something like that. Otherwise, I would stick with the contract and do 60 days and continue to hope and pray for his speedy recovery on the health side. So that's where I am. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
I could take the Dr. Zeman approach in terms of, you know, him retiring effective his retirement date, or the Mrs. Hickson approach. I do not support 20 weeks, so I could do the 90 days in lieu of severance, or 7 weeks. So I think there's multiple conversations to have.
Thank you. I could do the 90 days in lieu of severance pay. If we have to do severance pay, then I would prefer 7 weeks. But I also had an additional question, which was insurance coverage. That's a big part of a question when we're speaking about Dr. Licata. And I don't know what that is per the contract right now. I don't know where that is, but I think that should be on the table. That is a kind,
Big benefit.
yes, a kind, respectable thing to do for Dr. Licata. And sorry, I'm not going to get upset. Okay, insurance coverage, and then I also, I think I already spoke about severance pay and the 90 days in lieu. So that would be it. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Just to answer Mrs. Rupert's thing, Dr. Licata actually forewent insurance because I think he gets it through his wife's or some other way. So we were not covering his insurance. It's in the contract if you look at the contract.
Okay, any other board member want to weigh in? Dr. Holness?
Okay, so I could go with the 90 days, and if we're going to do severance pay, at least 10 weeks.
10 weeks?
Yeah.
Ms. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I did have concerns before I asked my questions on going into this. The motion was made in a situation I know it was unheard of. Of course, I'm against the whole process of how that happened. But I did have a question of Dr. Hepburn being in the seat now, superintendent being negotiations is on Friday. Is he actually the superintendent right now? How does that work, and can you explain that to me? Because I just feel like it's almost a gap period, and normally we had somebody task assigned until negotiations happened with Dr. Smiley. So how does that work? If you could explain that before I chime in.
So as you mentioned, you know, this is an unprecedented time. The way that I understood the vote that took place on Tuesday is that the board appointed Dr. Hepburn as the new superintendent. So that's the role that he is in right now, subject to negotiating his contract. And there is also going to, when we come back with a negotiated contract for Dr. Licata, there will be the time frame is going to have to go backwards, right? It's going to have to cover from the 16th to whatever time is his departure date. But he's no longer in the role or acting in the role of the superintendent, even though that is the contract that he still has with the district at this point.
So,
So in essence, we have an acting superintendent who is Dr. Hepburn.
yeah, but that wasn't part of the motion, right? To appoint him as an acting until the
Well,
negotiations.
it doesn't matter whether we call him acting or we call him, whatever we want to call him. He's the superintendent right now, per the vote of the board.
So does a vote from a board hold any weight when it comes to contracts? My question to you is he signing any documentation during this week? Is he signing off on contracts? Is he signing off on change orders? Can somebody come back and say, wait a second, his negotiation, he signed a contract on this date, but he signed a contract with us on this date. It doesn't hold any weight. Does a vote hold up anything?
Yes, it does.
So it would be okay.
Yes, and like I said, both of the contracts are going to have the time frame that starts on April 16th.
So it's going to go backwards.
Yes.
Okay. So again, not a fan of the process, not a fan of how this is happening. Thank you to my colleagues for their comments. I was the lone no vote. Due to the comments and where this is going, I feel like it's a hell no vote for me still. This whole process is wrong to me. I'm sorry. And I understand where it is of being task assigned. I'm not going to chime in, similar to Board Member Alston. I do not think this is fair. This is wrong, but Chair, this is, if you want to go into negotiations and do that, it's going to be ripped to shreds regardless. We can't tell you how to do that. You're going to have to go into negotiations with General Counsel and do that, because that's the job that it entails. I'm just not a fan of the whole process of how this is happening. Again, I want to be vocal. I feel like we're cutting out the public. We're cutting out everyone. There are, and like I said, this is not on Dr. Hepburn. I've had this conversation with him, get along well, qualified man, but I look in this room, there's many people that are qualified. If we look at it, there are many people that may have an opportunity if they wanted to get the job, if they wanted to apply for the job. People in the public that wanted to ask questions. Like I said, Dr. Licata went through a process. And we are now bypassing that and giving it to someone that did not go through that process. This is not somebody that Broward County selected as their superintendent. And again, this is now somebody going to be sitting in there, and as soon as something goes wrong, and as soon as a board member doesn't get their way, it's going to be the person that was given the job and didn't earn it. I don't want that for him. I believe Dr. Hepburn should even make the decision to say, you know what, I want to go through that process. If I'm the man for the job, I'll win the job. I don't want to be given nothing. But now it feels like it's almost bypassing it, and that's where we're going. So again, me, I would do things differently. I'm not a fan of this process, and I'm not going to chime in on what it should look like. We'll figure it out. Thank you, Chair.
Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just also wanted to give you some guidance, although you didn't ask about the new superintendent. I'll be curious how the offer being made to Dr. Hepburn balances with market salaries for superintendents at large urban districts. And a second thing that I'll be looking for is a significant amount of resources set aside for his professional learning. He is fully qualified, as my colleague said. He, I think, is going to make a tremendous leader for Broward County, and he doesn't have the amount of experience that others might have had we gone through the process. And so I think it's in our best interest to actually set aside a significant amount of money every year for their professional learning so that Dr. Hepburn can take advantage of summer weeks and things like that to go work with other superintendents, go work with other districts, go work at other universities, work with an executive coach, whatever makes the greatest sense so that he can accelerate the time that he has into learning the things that you'd learn with even more experience. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that both Dade County and Palm Beach County did the process that we did for the superintendents that are sitting in their district now. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much
Madam
to
Chair.
my, Mr. Alston?
Thank you. Just want to actually clarify. The district to our south actually did something slightly different. So they actually posted their process, if I recall, for about 7 days. Then that board actually made a decision. So it wasn't the process that Broward schools went through. Palm Beach actually did something slightly different as well. But Miami-Dade schools posted their process for 7 days, and then the board actually selected their ultimate choice. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with my colleagues, Mr. Fulgenholly, Mr. Ellison, and Mr. Zeman. I can understand sometimes people get on their soapbox and they go on about process, but it seems like it's selective reasoning and when process is applied and when not. I agree completely with Mr. Ellison that the public needs to have an opinion. They just need to chime in to know these are their children and this is a huge decision that will impact them. Mr. Zeman, or Dr. Zeman, I agree completely with you that I believe that Dr. Licata worked. He was a steam engine that never stopped. He really cared. He was committed. He was running 24/7, and his commitment was unmatched from what I've ever seen. And I think the fact that he's out on medical leave, not by choice, but by happenstance, and that he offered to continue to participate and help whoever was in that seat for superintendent to transition was just amazing, an amazing gesture. So I'd like to know if severance is a full salary, or is it a partial 80% salary, or exactly what that is, because I'm in favor of his taking his offer up until the end of December and letting him help with this transition, because we have a lot in front of us. We're closing schools, we're repurposing schools, we're dealing with a lawsuit with a charter school. There's a lot here on the table for anyone to just step into those shoes. And if we can have two heads, I think they're better than one. And this might be an instance where we definitely want to tap into both. And maybe it's going to be a little bit more financially, but I think in lieu of the commitment that Dr. Licata had to this district, I think we should have the same level of commitment to him.
Thank you, Mrs. Pham. Ms. Rupert?
Just a tiny observation. Being directly appointed is not a bad thing. It doesn't make you a person that's not capable of doing their job. We all know people who've been appointed and not elected. We have elected superintendents in this state. Some districts do, and some don't. So either it's appointed or it's elected. So I'm of the mind of respecting the person in the seat. And just as I am with colleagues who were appointed to their seats, there is no difference in my mind. It doesn't make them other. It makes them my colleague, and they represent that district that they are in, even though the public didn't have a vote for them at that time. But you support the person who is best for that seat, be it superintendent or board member. And I couldn't be quiet. I had to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Thank you very much to my colleagues, and thank you for all of your input, and I will take that into consideration when I go into negotiations on Friday. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting, while in the boardroom refrain from obstructing the exit doors. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area in the room. Board Member Leonardi will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Leonardi.
It is my pleasure to introduce the students of Northside Elementary School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag and a skit.
Good morning, school board members. Northside Elementary would like to thank you for allowing us to recite the flag.
Hi, I'm here! Wait for me! I'm so sorry I'm late. I had to let my teachers know that I was going to meet the school board members today. Where are the school board members? Oh no, did they leave? Oh no!
Calm down, Maddie. The school board members are right there.
Oh, hi, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn and school board members. I'm so excited to meet you. Welcome to Northside Elementary. My name is Mindful Maddie, and I'm in first grade. Guess what? I want to tell you all about Northside.
Maddie, you can tell them about our school later. We have to say the Pledge of Allegiance for the school board workshop.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. And after, Nevaeh, can we show our school board members one of our mindfulness exercises, please?
Sure, Maddie. Let's start our day together with saying the Pledge of Allegiance and then a mindfulness exercise with Mindful Maddie.
That's me.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may now take your seats.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, Maddie.
Great. Here at Northside, we love to do mindfulness exercises. Today, we're going to do a breathing exercise called balloon breathing. Are you ready?
Yes.
School board members, are you ready? Yes. I can't hear you.
Maddie, they're ready.
So, find a comfortable seated position. Place your feet flat on the floor and close your eyes. Hey guys, are your eyes closed?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine you have a balloon in your belly. Place both hands on your belly and take a slow, deep breath in through your nose. Feel your belly rise like a balloon under your hand. Hold it for a moment and then exhale slowly through your mouth. Feeling your belly fall. Let's do it 2 more times together. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Now you can open your eyes.
That was great, Maddie. Yes, it was. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you for joining us, school board members. We hope you...
Wait! Are they leaving? Because I have to finish telling them about all of the great things that are happening at Northside. Like
Maddie, we have to get to class.
Oh, yeah. Well, is it okay if I draw a picture of all of the fun things and give it to Mrs. Leonardi so she can give it to Dr. Hepburn, our superintendent?
That's a great idea, Maddie. Have a fantastic day, everyone. Bye.
Fabulous job. I would now like to request a moment of silence for Isaac Estrada. Isaac was a 7th grade student at Ramblewood Middle School. He shall be deeply missed by all of his peers and teachers at Ramblewood Middle School. He was a shining light in every class period, and his passion for playing the guitar added joy to his church community. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in his honor at this time. Thank you. Board Member Pham has requested a moment of silence. Ms. Pham.
Thank you. In memory of Lisa C. Nathaniel, I want the district to know she was the cornerstone of the Fox Care Aftercare program at Fox Trail Elementary in Davie, Florida, for 8 remarkable years. With unwavering dedication and a vibrant personality, she consistently brought joy and laughter to both students and to staff. Mrs. Nathaniel's student-centered activities, coupled with her invaluable support and guidance, were greatly cherished by her students. Furthermore, her culinary skills delighted us during numerous staff gatherings where she generously prepared meals showcasing her passion for food. Upon entering the cafeteria for aftercare, Ms. Nathaniel was always met with a smile. She embodied her multifaceted roles not only as an aftercare counselor, but also as a nurturing mother figure, a cherished friend, and a beacon of comfort for the entire Foxcare community. She instilled in us the importance of fostering lasting relationships, teaching us that meaningful connections are invaluable. A sentiment expressed by one of Ms. Nathaniel's aftercare students encapsulates her enduring impact most fittingly. Ms. Lisa was a yellow butterfly, forever fluttering around and guiding us. She will be dearly missed by the Fox Trail community. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert has requested a moment of silence. Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I'm requesting a moment of silence for Mr. Raphael Frim, who passed away during our spring break. Mr. Frim had been a science teacher at Coconut Creek High School since 2016. He will be deeply missed by all who knew and loved him in our Cougar community. Thank you.
Board Member Foganelli has requested a moment of silence.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ronald Graham was the head facilities service person at Sterling Elementary School. Mr. Graham worked for Broward County Public School for 30 years. During this time, he served as facilities service person for Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary and then transferred to Sterling Elementary School. He was the head facilities service person at Sterling Elementary for over 20 years. In addition to maintaining strong relationships with his colleagues on campus, he was highly regarded among district maintenance personnel. He is survived by his father, siblings, and other extended family members. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss,
I'm sorry.
3. I know, sorry. And Miss Deirdre D. Alicia. Miss D. Alicia was, as she was affectionately known, was office manager at Apollo Middle School. Miss Alicia worked for Broward County Public Schools for 24 years. During her tenure, she was employed at Boulevard Heights Elementary, Pines Middle, and at the time of her passing, Apollo Middle School. Miss Alicia was a friend and mentor to many. She will be missed by staff throughout the district. And Miss D is survived by her husband, mother, children, and grandchildren. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. And Ryan Groner, Hollywood Hills High School student. Hollywood Hills is mourning the death of the 10th grade student, Ryan Groner. Ryan succumbed to injuries sustained after he was hit by a car while riding his bike. Family and friends remember Ryan as a bright, smart young man who was full of love, who aspired to become successful so he could care for his family. Ryan will also be remembered for his strong relationship with God, his humor, and his zest for life. So please join me for a moment of silence remembering Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. The following topics are scheduled for board discussion at this workshop. Budget workshop number 4, fiscal year 24-25 and 24 legislative update. Weapons detection program, closed door, 24-25 property and casualty insurance renewal, school board policy renewal project, rule development, annual diversity committee report to the school board. The first item up is budget workshop number 4, fiscal year 24-25, 24 legislative update. I'll now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, public at large. This workshop will present where we are in developing the capital budget for FY25 and share some good news in that area about this year's budget. Also, the finance staff will be presenting the plan to balance the general fund budget for FY25. It was not an easy task, but during declining enrollment, takes out resources the schools and offices count on to service our students. I've had several difficult conversations with the school leaders and departments. They are ready to continue the great services to our students and families in spite of budget reductions. Department discussions are ongoing as we continue to look for more efficiencies to increase the dollars for compensation as directed by the board and complete the org chart recommendation. The general fund budget as presented listens to the board direction. It increases compensation for staff in FY25 and addresses the board mandate to find a path to compensate other non-teaching employees this year. It reduces the number of clerical positions across the district as directed by the board. No staff will be released as a result of this reduction. It lays the groundwork to redefine the district and begins the staff realignment related to that important work. It does not rely on the fund balance to solve revenue reduction and shows sound fiscal planning. We look forward to board input and discussion. And please remember, board members, we have at least 2 more workshops where we will dive deeper into the capital budget, discuss the referendum dollars, and address any questions we don't resolve today.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Sorry, and only because, and I wanted to take some quick notes, and yes, I've gone through this, and I know we're going to hear at least an hour of updates from the team, so which is fine. So you made a couple statements, and I just want to repeat at least 2 of them for me. So at the last meeting, I offered a motion which the board adopted 9-0, which gave direction to you on non-instructional compensation, because that's been, at least for me, a big point of contention that we have not developed a path forward. So you're saying that this, and I'll get to it, I'll hear from the team, this actually does that?
This will address that request.
Great. Yes. So let me ask another point that I asked your predecessor sitting in the seat, who I don't think wanted to answer the question, and I think you just did. So let me ask the question. The budget that you will present, the budget workshop number 4, this information, are there layoffs that you're proposing in this budget?
There are no layoffs.
Thank you. All right. So I'll hold the rest of my questions, Madam Chair, because there are a few other points, because I think we're going to go through the full presentation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Martek?
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for that introduction and setting what we're going to look forward to over the next approximately 1 hour. And yes, it is a rather long presentation. It is an important workshop, and we definitely look for board guidance. Before we get into the full agenda today, and I'll be turning it over to my colleague, Mr. Sullivan, to do the legislative update first, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege and let the board know that today will be Becky's last workshop after serving the district for 38 years. So from the finance staff, thank you, and we love you very, very much.
Does she hold the record?
And now she's mad at me. That's the longest speech you're going to get from Becky.
That is it, because then I'm going to cry.
Don't cry.
It's been my pleasure to serve this district. I've worked amongst and with most of my team the entire 38 years, and it's with gratitude, because this, I can't do that, you're a brat. I'm excited about our future. And I'm always here if the team needs me. So, thank you for the privilege.
So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to John Sullivan.
All right. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, and superintendent, and the public. For the public, I am John Sullivan, Chief Communication and Legislative Affairs Officer. I normally don't read from a script, but I'm still in time zone difference. So we will be providing a high-level overview of the 2024 legislative update session that just concluded last month. Please note that the budget, and along with several other bills, have not been signed by the governor. We do expect that he will be signing that in the coming weeks, but they are subject to his veto. Once the bills are signed, then that starts a process. goes through the Department of Education, rulemaking, and guidance. We've already commenced meeting with senior leadership to ensure that the system is ready for the new laws when they become enacted. As it relates to the budget, Ms. Marte will be going over those highlights from the session, so I won't go over that, but I did want to highlight a couple items as it relates to the budget. So we got $250,000 for mentoring athletics program for the second year. That's thanks to our great legislative delegation, especially Representative Lamarca and Senator Osgood, who have been our champions as it relates to these individual appropriation requests that the district has had. So I wanted to thank them publicly. We also want to thank the legislature as a whole and the governor for their continuation of an increase in educational funding. They've done that for the last several past sessions, and they continue to do so, so we're very thankful for the additional funds. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Turetsky, who, along with our contract lobbyist, are the boots on the ground for Tallahassee. She's going to go over a really quick high-level overview because we don't want to take up too much of the hour. So this will be brief, and we will, at the end of Deputy Marte's presentation, will be available for Q&A. Ms. Turetsky.
Thank you. Good morning. Megan Turetsky, Director of Legislative Affairs. I'm going to start with a couple of the highlights from this session, Senate President priorities, Speaker priorities, and then we'll move into a couple of other pieces of legislation. First with DREG. This was a large package that was born from HB 1 in 2023. A couple of the main priorities of this legislation are highlighted here. This package was a Senate President Passidomo priority. We're still working through that within our offices to develop what that will mean for our district. In terms of school safety, this was a House priority, Speaker Renner priority, to have a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Public Safety Act bill. HB 1473, one thing I'll specifically highlight in here is it changes the requirements for all campus access points to be locked or manned when students are present on campus at all times, which is different from our current procedures.
Before we go on to the next one, so the main difference in that bill is right now that's a requirement from bell to bell. So this is changing it as a requirement while students are on campus at any point in time, even if it's after school. So there's a potential for financial impact with that change.
Going to go on to the GATE program. The Graduation Alternative to Traditional Education program was a Senate President Passidomo priority. This legislation was to create educational pathways for children who have withdrawn from high school before graduation. I'd imagine that our technical colleges would see changes because of that. Outside of those three major priority packages, there's also some additional legislation that I'll highlight, specifically the school chaplain bill. I've heard a lot of news about that. So that will require rule development from the school board should the district choose to pursue that and have a policy on it.
And just to be clear, so it wouldn't be up to individual schools to do this. This would require board action if we wanted to participate in this new legislation, but it is the prerogative of the board to do that. But individual schools wouldn't have an opportunity to participate unless the board took action. Madam Chair, Anna.
Want me to hold the question?
Yeah, we're going to do questions at the end.
Okay. Additionally, the History of Communism bill was a big bill this session. That would go into effect in 2026, 2027. It does require DOE to provide standards on this instruction. I'm not going to go over any of the other legislation unless there's any questions on it. And I'll turn it over.
With that, we'll turn it over to Deputy Marte and be available for questions at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Before I go into the details, we're going to spend a little bit of time on the capital budget today. More about how we bring recommendations to the board about what we are asking them to fund in capital, and that is still a lot of work in progress. I do want to share, and we will not really have a conversation much about the referendum today. There's a lot of moving parts that are still being fleshed out with that, so that is to be continued, and I'm not prepared to answer questions about that today in any great manner. The components of what we will talk about today come together to meet the commitment that the superintendent just made to you. So, yes, there are funds in here for compensation for 2024 for staff who have not received compensation yet. There is compensation, at least the initial amount of compensation that he hopes to grow as we continue to work down through the budget and get more information about this year, included here. But if the board chooses to not accept any pieces of his recommendation, that would potentially unravel that commitment. The pieces have been put together in such a way to make that very important goal of the board come true. So if the board were not to accept some of his recommendations, it would potentially eliminate or minimalize the pot of dollars that he set aside that I know we can talk about in more detail in our closed door today. But I just want to caution the board, this is pieces of a puzzle that were put together to get to your end goal. And if some pieces are not accepted, then we would ask the board to fill in those pieces for us, because this is, at this point, his best recommendation. In his previous role as deputy, he sat by my side as we went through this with every single department in the central office. He has met, prior to becoming superintendent, many, many times with our school leaders about the budget, and he has worked on all of those pieces in my office with Becky, the team, and I. So this is a budget that I believe the superintendent is, quite frankly, more familiar with than generally superintendents are. And I thank him for that, because he has had a real fingerprint on many of these decisions. They are not perfect. We are in declining enrollment, and that is, and you can read all the national literature. If you want me to put together a packet of it for you, I'm happy to do that. The most difficult budget to build for a district is declining enrollment, because you are starting with a revenue loss before you get any gain. So without any further ado, let me start on slide 11. We're going to talk about the capital budget. Let's share the good news first. Based on estimates from our treasurer that he has shared with IRM in the last several weeks, we expect interest income on our resources that are in the bank to be significantly more than initially projected when we adopted the capital budget. We expect that to yield a revenue increase of about $20 million in the capital budget, which you all know is restricted funds. What I'm going to present to you in this is that because of that, and in order to meet the board's goals, the recommendation will be that allowable capital expenditures that were expected to be incurred on ARP in the amount of $10 million, that we use this money to do that, to free up that ARP money. Page 12 goes over how we plan the capital budget cycle, and you all can read, and we're already behind schedule, but it is very prescriptive, and we're happy to share details with you at any time you want. But every department, based on board input, asks for what they believe they need in capital. It is analyzed by a group, not unilaterally by the budget staff, and we look at priorities, how difficult it is to execute that body of work, and we go through a whole evaluation process until we whittle it down to what we believe are the most important things. And there are iterations of the asks that the departments have to defend. Last year it was with Superintendent Smiley. They came into her office, would go through it, should look at the data, and should say, I'm not bringing that one forward, I'm going to bring this forward, and that's how the recommendation comes to the board. We hold true to the strategic plan as we look at capital resources. And page 14 talks about where we believe revenue based on state estimates for the capital millage, what that yield is going to be. There is no expectation that the housing market is going to have a significant adjustment in South Florida in the near future, in spite of some national adjustments due to the shortage of housing and the continued growth in our population. The other buckets of money in the revenue continue to remain fairly stable. The appropriations. COPS are something that the board cannot make an adjustment on. You will note that the COPS balance is expected to decline in the out years as we head to 2032. I know it sounds like a long way away, but it really isn't. When we have a significant reduction, in our debt for this district because we have such an amount of maturity of COPS. The technology refresh is a cycle that the board adopted several years ago. At the board's will, they could theoretically suspend that at any time with proper notification. The same with the fleet maintenance, although aging buses are very, very, very expensive to run. The capital transfer to the general fund, it covers all of our building maintenance. Depending on what we do with redefining, that number would be adjusted in the out years. Facilities projects, that's going to decline as SMART rolls off. The board's commitment to the cameras, the safety projects remains true. The charter school PICO is just a pass-through from the state. And then the last one is the local millage and the legislation that requires us to share local millage with charter schools, and that percentage will continue to go up from 20% this year to a full 40%, 60, 80 to 100% based on their FTE. Again, that's an estimate, but if their FTE changed, that estimate would change. The next slide is a little bit of a new presentation. The capital reserve, we're suggesting, and we're going to get into the reserve policy later today, the fund balance policy, we're suggesting that the board develop a minimum that they keep in capital, and that based on the current millage yield would be about $45 million. And then this is some of the open items that the capital staff will work through with Superintendent Hepburn, project management costs for the SMART program for next year, any ongoing facilities projects that the board were to contemplate, and then the long-range facilities plan and the impact of redefining our schools. Those are all open, as well as the cost index risk projections as construction costs continue to increase. So even if we were not to embark on any more facilities projects, just the day-to-day projects that PPO undertakes expected to continue to cost more in the coming years. The appropriation considerations, I am quite sure that the board is well aware of all of these. I just spoke about the SMART program, Coral Glades, Markham, other projects, all ongoing, so the board is aware of those. Let's go right to the budget prioritization matrix is the process that we use. I want to talk more about general fund today. So the major impacts on the budget this year are the continuing decline in our enrollment and the sunsetting of ARP. All of these items have been discussed with the board in the past, and their impacts continue to be integral in the formulation of the budget that we'll present to you. Today we're going to focus on those two areas. The board has been very, very clear that compensation for our staff is their top priority. Compensation is more than salary in every definition of the word compensation. It includes salary, health benefits. In the case of Florida school districts, it includes the Florida Retirement System contribution, as well as Social Security payments. The superintendent will recommend a budget that includes compensation increases for all staff. I want the slides to catch up. Can we get to there we go. So these FTE enrollment figures are what was submitted to the state and agreed on by the state as realistic expectations of where our enrollment will be next year. Enrollment in our traditional schools is expected to drop an additional 4,400 students. We will monitor that very, very closely over the summer as students register in our schools, and we will make adjustments over the summer in teacher allocations to schools based on those changes. So if we see a school that has an enrollment trend that is other than we expect, we will immediately assign units, teaching units to that school so they can hire as quickly as they possibly can. So we call them mini conferences, but in July we'll sit down and we'll go through with the region superintendents and Dr. Hepburn and the budget staff where we see those spikes, and he'll authorize adding units as necessary. Charter school growth is very small for next year, anticipated at about 550 students. Based on all the information that we were given from the state, we were told by them to increase the FES Florida Family Empowerment Scholarship FTE by 12,000 next year. That is not the district estimate, that is the state estimate, and we were required to put it into our forecast model. 12,000 is the expected increase, mostly impacting K through 3 if it materializes that way. The district will not know the preliminary impact of FTE changes until benchmark day enrollment count late in August. However, the true financial impact cannot be determined until Survey 2, scheduled for the week of October 11th, 2024, is completed. Once the state collects Survey 2 data, the preliminary FTE reports will be available to districts in mid-November, but the financial impact of what we all call the third calculation will not be given to the district until January of 2025. And I've got to go a little bit wonky and into the weeds here. Why is that important? Because in spite of what the actual student count is, if overall statewide there's a bigger number of students than the state projected, there could conceivably be a proration of funds. And as long as we don't know that, there's some risk to the district's budget. Important information. We've gone over, I think, most of this, board members, but I want to put it all together into one slide. So as the board knows, we have an ARP funding cliff. The amount of $19.6 million is as a result of teacher salary increases last year that are recurring. The 151 academic support positions, this is the final year. And if the board remembers, when we first received the ARP funding, the board systematically scheduled those positions to sunset on a path. So initially there were about 500 plus, I'm going to say 500 plus positions that were given out, and then in the second year there were 300 positions, and in the last year it was 150, so we wouldn't create a steep cliff of teaching positions. And quite frankly, I'm going to show you on the next slide how important it was that the board was thoughtful in doing that, because with that and declining enrollment and changes in state law around the class size categorical, we have a significant decrease in the number of teaching positions. So the state back in 2022 made a change to the class size funding categorical, statewide, not just to Broward, statewide, and it reduced that amount that we received by $23.7 million. Given that the district and the world was just coming out of COVID, the board decided to fund those positions with the ARP funds to hold our classrooms to the class size level they had been at pre-pandemic to help our students with academic recovery. Those funds are gone, and we now need to address our budget for those $23.7 million less of state funding. So what does that mean? So the class size reduction positions, there are 284 of them on ARP right now that are going away. That is not a surprise. We've talked about it every budget workshop for the last 2 years. The academic support, same thing. What number of teaching positions are lost as a result of declining enrollment. We estimate that at 214, for a total reduction in teaching positions of 649. It's a very large reduction. But historically, and we have no reason to believe otherwise, aside from the 150 plus vacancies we have as we sit here today, on an annual basis, we have in excess of 1,000 teaching retirements, teachers who move out of state, move out of the county, decide to leave teaching ranks, or don't recertify. So we don't expect any layoffs. In fact, we're still currently hiring because we expect to still have vacancies. So Mr. Sullivan talked a little bit about the state budget. I want to get into what that means monetarily for the district. The Florida legislature wrapped up on March 8th. During the adoption process, the 24-25 FEFP conference report was released. That provides us our beginning state funding. In my world, it's commonly called the first calc. The conference report results with a fiscal year 25 increase of 6.2%, or $145.8 million for Broward. Don't get excited. We need to go through and explain exactly what that is. I do want to say that the Broward per pupil, and I'm going to say this twice because it's really, really important. The Broward per pupil, based on the first calc, is $8,910. Miami-Dade, to the south of us, gets $9,113, or $203 more per student, which, if you use our current student headcount, we would get an additional $39 million a year if we were funded like Miami-Dade. Palm Beach, to the north of us, gets student funding in the amount of $9,482, or $572 more than we do per student. If we were funded like Palm Beach, we would receive $110 million more. So if we were funded like our neighbor to the south, who everybody loves to compare what's happening in Miami-Dade and what's happening in Palm Beach, Miami-Dade gets $39 million more per student than we do based on our student population, and Palm Beach, 110. Categoricals also all increased with the state budget this year. The two largest increases are the ESE guarantee, which reflects an increase of 4.1 million. Our population and FTE count for ESE continues to rise, as does most large districts across the state. The safe school allocation increased by 3.4 million, which is a bigger increase than some of the years prior. The state mental health allocation also increased several million. It is important to note, and I know the board is well aware of this, but more for the public than for the board, the district spends significantly more, and I can get the exact amount of significant for you, but it's tens of millions of dollars more in services to our ESE population than we get funded from the state. Again, not uncommon because of the need. So this is where I want to kind of explain how the $145 million is great, but because we're in declining enrollment and because of the increase in FES scholarships, it really doesn't end up being that much money. So the impact of declining enrollment is a minus of $39 million. The impact of 12,000 students potentially opting into the FES scholarship program is $106 million. So of the $145 million, $106 million of it is FES, right off the top. And then charter schools is another $5 million. So the total new FTE revenue breakdown total is $72 million, but again, of the $145 million, $106 million is FES. So that money simply is in our gross budget and nets right out. We never see that money. So of the $145 million, FES growth is $90 million. I'm using round numbers. Charter schools is 18 million. It's the 550 new FTE plus their share of the increase in the BSA and the categoricals, mental health to charter schools, the safe schools piece that goes to charter schools. Then we have TSIA for our teachers. It's a set aside mandated by legislation of 12.8. Then we set aside two amounts. We set aside so historically our ESE population grows significantly second semester. We have to set aside money for that. So that money's held in the budget office for those FTE to materialize. The other thing that we do is 4,400 is an estimate. So as we roll the budgets out to schools, we don't roll the whole 4,400 out because we've got to have a cushion in the event that our numbers are off and the state doesn't fund all that money. Rather than going back into all the school budgets and clawing money back, we set aside just a tiny bucket of funds for the settling of what the FTE actually are. Again, if 4,400 is exactly right, those monies will just roll out to schools. So our new revenue that we begin budget discussions with is 9.5 million. Again, that would be significantly different if we were not in declining enrollment. We know for sure of these cost increases. The teacher's salary, the recurring portion of 19.6, summer experience coming off of ARP, we have to have a summer program, 6 million. And then the last item is an estimate, and I needed to put it into balance because I didn't want to be disingenuous by saying, well, we have money to do compensation increases, but we haven't addressed this. This is an estimate. This is a back of the envelope budget department estimate, and I will rarely present a back of the envelope estimate, but in the case of the potential charter school settlement, the interest is somewhere around 11 million for next year. This budget already accounts for that. So we've built that into what we're proposing today. And again, I don't have much more information about that today, and I would ask the board's indulgence in giving us some time to vet that all out with Ms. Batista and her team and get you final information. Projected cost increases, great news this year. For the first time in probably the 15 years that I've actually, it might even be more than 15 years I've done budget now, I've lost track. This is the smallest increase we've had in FRS in many, probably 2 decades. Last year was 20 million, the year before it was 10 million. So this is actually great news, and we were doing this in the budget office when we got the final information about FRS. So although personally I would have liked my COLA restored, but it's, for the good of all. Health insurance, we've worked with the Gallagher actuaries and Dr. Ogburn, Ms. Matawala, and I over and over on the assumptions around health insurance cost increases. 28 million is real. As we continue to recover post-pandemic, the impact of people not seeking routine medical care during the pandemic is affecting everybody's plan. And the cost of a lot of the drugs out there, a lot of the specialty drugs continue to rise. We expect 28 million to be a realistic number. Fuel and utilities, we're always hopeful that we are high on this number, although we've been told by FP&L, again, for the first time in a very long time, don't expect a rate increase. In fact, we might have some savings there. And then instructional materials. What we're asking the board to do, and what the superintendent is recommending, state statute allows for a 3-year window to adopt a new, I'm going to use adopt a new adoption is not the right way to say that, but implement a new adoption. The science adoption, this is the first year. We are asking the board to allow us to implement the science adoption next year. Very common. In the past, we skipped a year and did the math adoption in the second year. Miami-Dade didn't do the social studies adoption last year. They're implementing this year, which is year 2. It is very common. We're asking the board to implement next year, and we would use this, the $6 million that's in here is for GAP material. Then we also have dual enrollment and some of that stuff that we have to fund. So the plan that we're proffering is contingent on the board being okay with adopting next year. The educational leadership team here thinks it's a good move, and it gives us some time to work through the sunsetting of ARP, gives time to do the implementation, doesn't impact negatively our students because they have material right now, and this would fund the gap material. So if you look at where we are going to proffer cost reductions, at this point, the total cost reduction we're proffering for central office is $10 million, a combination of vacancies and non-salary reductions. The superintendent has asked to reconvene every department and go back through their departments again. So guarantee is 10. Next budget workshop, it could be higher. He's going to revisit that as he continues to work on his org chart. Because of the reduction in staff, we're not going to have to pay quite as much Social Security next year. And I spoke to this earlier. We're asking the board to shift the $10 million that we have in ARP right now that's in the HVAC line to capital to free up those funds to balance the budget. In addition to that, we have funded the summer experience for this year with ARP, so that would create a budget cliff for 25-26. We're asking to reduce non-classroom supplies by 25%. That's principal office supplies and non-classroom supplies. State statute allows districts to retain 20% of the advanced placement and ACE funds. There's a typo on this. It's not International Baccalaureate, it's ACE. Allows districts to retain 20% of those funds district-wide for administrative costs. I can tell you that Miami-Dade always retained 20%, and I know most other districts do as well. This district historically has not. We're asking that you allow us to retain, to balance the budget, 10% of those funds in central office. They'll go to academic programs, but it just won't be distributed out to the schools. We're asking, and the board gave very clear instruction about an overall reduction in clerical staff in this district. The elimination of vacancies that we'll detail for central office, the preponderance of those are clerical. We've already done one $8 million reduction of clerical this year in central office. We're asking to reduce the support allocation for high school clerical. And let me give you some benchmarking data. So, and we benchmarked all grade levels of clerical with our neighboring districts. Our elementary and middle schools were very much in line with both of our neighbors. Palm Beach allocates to high schools 6 guaranteed positions, and then based on the size of the high school, they get funds to buy more. The maximum allocation of clerical in a Palm Beach high school is 16 clerical positions. Miami-Dade guarantees 2 positions with a maximum based on enrollment of 17 positions. And I want to point out, Ferguson High School in Miami-Dade is over 4,000 students. They're a very large high school. The maximum is 17. Broward currently guarantees our high school 11 positions with a maximum of 26. That's very different than both of our neighboring districts. We currently have 90 vacancies. We're asking the board to implement this change and implement the Miami model at a maximum of 17. Again, this would not result in layoffs, and it would align high school clerical with our neighboring districts. The next is one that we've had some conversation about, reduce the support allocation at all levels for custodial staff. We have 108 vacancies. Again, we're recommending the Miami model would have resulted in a recommendation of a $4.6 million reduction. We're asking to implement the Palm Beach model, which will come in at a $2.4 which will adjust the square footage that each staff member is responsible for. Again, 108 vacancies. This would only eliminate about 40 positions. So if the board is to accept what the superintendent and the team are recommending, you would have, and the next page just does the math, you would have 9.4 to start, the known cost increases, the projected cost increases, the projected reductions, and I dare say we're not quite done yet. We're hoping to make that number even bigger. The ARP realignment will balance the budget and avoid any layoffs in spite of significantly declining enrollment, would not touch fund balance at all, any further than we already are, and it would provide for compensation for non-teaching staff for this year. I want to talk about where we are with compensation next year, and I know the board is going to give us direction to find more, and we will do that. We will attempt to do that. So we have the TSIA, 12.8, FRS, and then the health insurance. We're going to talk about that in closed door today, the $28 million. I want to remind the board again the definition of compensation, and we can discuss that further. The next page tells you just how dramatically the health insurance costs are impacting this district's ability to do other things for our employees. Since 2016, $50 million increase. $50 million. And that is, I dare say, moderated by the fact that people skipped routine health during COVID. I would expect that it would be much higher. So we're asking the board, do you accept the recommendation of the realignment of ARP funds? Number 2, the exercising of the statutory option to implement the science textbook adoption in 25-26, and accept the superintendent's recommendation for reductions. If the board is okay with that, then the things that we committed to at the onset that Dr. Hepburn spoke to, we will be able to work through. The next steps, we have held all the budget conferences with central office. They were held at 0 as the board directed. Everybody had to justify every single thing in their budget. Superintendent Hepburn has asked that we revisit that. We will continue to look for opportunities for cost reductions and continue to identify organizational chart efficiencies. Our next scheduled budget workshop will be May 29th. We will talk more about the referendum at that time, talk more about capital, and start bringing you some recommendations. June 25th, it is our hope that we get final direction from the board so that we have very smooth budget hearings this year. That's always our goal, especially since we all love our jobs. That's why we're here, but we also love spending some summertime with our families. So the more we can get done now, the more time we all have to reset our batteries and get ready for another school year. With that, Superintendent Hepburn and Madam Chair, the budget team stands ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Public comment.
Where are we? Oh, still morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm going to start out by saying I love that you guys all value your volunteers, but could you value us enough to let us know when you've suddenly changed something? Because I was wondering why I kept having to walk in circles. So apparently because I don't have a badge of any sort, I have to go out this door, can't go through that door. I've already been to the bathroom. And then somebody had to use a courier to give me a public records request jump drive because I couldn't go out into the pre-function room. So just, we keep repeating history. This reminds me of when Cartwright was here and I almost got arrested because I wouldn't move. But that apparently changed today. They said the protocols have changed. Having said that, I'm going to start from the back and work my way forward. On page 35, and then before I even get to that, The facilities task force is supposed to review individual needs assessments and recommend priorities to the school board for the district facilities work program and capital budget. Does staff facilitate that? No. Have we had staff to an FTF meeting to discuss the capital budget? No. Remember, I have an open bullying complaint against your outgoing facilities chief and superintendent for withholding staff and information from the facilities task force. So now would be a great time to reverse that. Our May meeting is coming up. The agenda isn't set yet, but it needs to be soon. And when will staff be coming to discuss these things in detail, starting with number 1? Realignment of ARP funds as presented. Presented where? Where are they, what ARP funds are being realigned? Because at our last meeting, we were told it would be realigning out of capital to the tune of $30 million, and oh look, there's $30 million that is needed to balance the budget. So if that's the case, details, because how are you supposed to accept, unless this was in closed door and secret again, we have no idea what's being realigned. I recognize that this is under the general fund, but just because it's under the general fund doesn't mean we're not pulling it ultimately out of capital. And we've been asking for a budget to actual for all the facilities ARP projects and the technology ARP projects. Have we gotten that? No. So withholding information, making it impossible for us to do our function as an advisory committee. So that was on page 35 and also on page 32. The 10 million shifting HVAC, I guess because the capital reserve has more money in it, sure, let's just keep pulling out of capital reserve so that we can never do playgrounds or anything like that. Some of these reductions in costs, the custodial, just from having spoken to on diversity, the conditions of the schools, and as a parent, I keep hearing about how dirty they are. So that wowould probably be a hard no on reducing custodial unless you do an analysis, because if they can't cover what they need to cover, is the issue that they have too much square footage or that there are too many vacancies. So please sort that out before you agree to anything. Make informed decisions. As a parent who had a child in AP and ACE, reducing money that goes directly to schools would be a hard no. Please look elsewhere. High school clerical, I'm always for reducing clerical if that means that they're doing jobs that the people above them should be doing. Don't waste money there. This ties back. So the 30.1 million, that's my biggest question mark and primarily why I stayed. Then getting back to legislative, I guess I'm out of time. And since
Thank
we're
you
still
so much.
doing
Next speaker.
The 3 minutes.
Mrs. Leonardi. Mr. Alston?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer these questions as presented from the staff. So first, great job to the team and the updates. Let me just kind of do a couple things first. Yes, yes, yes. So I support the recommendations. I'm going to go through each of these. One, because there is shared reward, Madam Chair, shared pain, and in my view, still hopefully maintaining the excellence of service that the district is allowing for. So I want to shift in a second to ask staff kind of those questions. None of these are easy decisions or recommendations, which I know, but I think I asked the first question up front, and Mr. Superintendent, you said that there are no layoffs, right? So I think by starting from, at least for me, this one board member there is a strong starting place for me. No layoffs, clearly more efficiencies, reducing vacancies, all the things that we've talked about really for the last several months. The other piece that's important to me is doing more now for our non-instructional employees. I think I've been very clear about that. Many have twisted my words, but I'm okay with that. I can take that. But those who know how to read clearly understood, for many who've reached out to me, that this board needs to be very firm and clear about all non-instructional employees who have actually not received anything to this point, Mr. Superintendent. So I'm good based on you following up from the direction that the board set, my motion, at the last meeting. The one thing you didn't point out, and I'm going to go through the presentation, Madam Deputy Superintendent, and I believe we're going to discuss it whenever we get to it, I think at the policy point. So I'm going to go ahead and preview my 245 comments around the general fund. So I know you didn't ask, but I'm also hopeful that this board will give you additional direction, Mr. Superintendent, to increase the general fund. And when there are excess funds, which I anticipate will occur, that we get us up to a certain dollar amount. I know that there's a recommendation coming. I think I've seen the number. I don't think that number is good enough. So I'm forecasting already my 245 comments, sir. So 4% is great, but I know Fitch has recommended a number, which I believe is north of 4%, and my assumption is the other rating agencies probably would do something similar. So I'm just forecasting my comments to forthcoming. Let me jump to slide 17, and this is the same comment I made during several workshops ago, which started some initial heartburn for, I think, the prior incumbent in the chair. So we've had facility projects conversations on various schools, Coral Glades, Markham, but I believe there are how many schools in Broward County, Mr. Superintendent?
Dr. Hepburn?
Total number of schools?
Just, yeah, plus. Just the
241?
Right. So there are hundreds of elementary, middle, and high school needs. I won't even get to the diversity conversation that I've gone through all their stuff, so I'll wait for that presentation. But why haven't we identified overall needs for all school sites in this district? It's the same question I asked for before. So while I recognize that there are two needs that we've discussed probably 4 times, this is probably now the 5th time on these 2 schools, there are so many other schools that we also have not discussed, Mr. Superintendent. So I want to press you and the team, if we're going to have ongoing facility projects conversations, there are many more schools that clearly have ongoing facilities needs today. But we've only selectively continued to identify the same 2 or 3 schools, although there are so many others that have needs today that we have not identified that the board needs to act on. So I just want to be very clear about that.
Dr. Hepburn?
No, in the feedback, Mr. Austin.
Thank
We'll
you,
bring that
sir.
back.
Great budget prioritization matrix. So I just want to point that out because you don't hear the good news, right, in the pat on the back. But I do want to point that out because it's for me, it's important on how you get there and how the recommendation is made. So I did want to just share that. On slide 25, I just want a general question. I know you got us to increases down to decreases down to net. I got it. Ultimately, this is showing an increase in state funding. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted.
Sorry, my apologies.
Marte?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes.
Okay. Let me jump to slide 31. I want to ask the question again, and I think you were given the distinction between the allocations for clerical and custodial. You gave the difference, or the benchmark rather, of Palm Beach and Miami-Dade and where Broward stands in each of those categories. And I think I wrote the numbers down correctly. Let me just jump to custodial for a second. On the slide, it says 108 vacancies. Is it 108 or is that a different number? It is 108?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. I think I heard.
That's today, but obviously changing.
Got it. But just to confirm, by reducing both of these allocation numbers to get us to either the Palm Beach or the Miami-Dade benchmark, there are no layoffs in these categories, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Just complete transparency.
Yes.
In the case of some of the clerical, they, depending on how many they have, and again, there are 90 vacancies, so there's a lot of vacancies out there. Some may have to shift to a middle or an elementary school,
right?
But everybody will be offered an
But keep
employment
a job.
opportunity. So
you might want to say that again.
right? So
yeah.
there may. Do you want to say it, sir? Or do you want me to? All right. There may be a change in your seat, but there is enough openings to make sure we have opportunities for all.
Great.
And by the way, sir, as long as we're on that subject, if I may, continue a little bit, the same is true of teachers, because the recommendation is we are going to reduce the impact of class size more at the high school level than the elementary level, because historically the district has funded high schools at about 24-1, which is lower than what the state required. So as we modeled the impact of class size, our recommendation is to impact the high schools more, because a great deal of their funds are in extra periods, supplements, and extra monies. Again, there may be teachers asked to teach in a different school or a different grade, but there is a seat for everybody. Thank you for that question, sir.
Yes, and then kind of my last point, and then I'll close with this, with one point. How do we guarantee, and actually I just heard it was actually a fair statement from the chair of one of our task forces, which is actually a similar note that I wrote on my note sheet here. How do we guarantee kind of the level of excellence for the district, both on the custodial side and clerical side, right? Is this decreasing our service level? Is this decreasing the amount of support for schools? Is this going to impact the beautification and look of our schools? I mean, those are fair questions. So maybe can you just speak to that?
Dr. Hepburn?
No, this will not decrease the level of service. One of the things this year that I paid close attention to is how effective and efficient we are based on the duties and responsibilities of the role. So what I've noticed is that we're very paper and pen heavy instead of leveraging the technology that we do have in the building. So
Paper, the chair likes that.
And so one of the things I've talked to the team about is providing more professional development to teach our clerical staff how to be more efficient and leverage our technology that we do have that's being underutilized by many. On the custodial part, it goes back to better training and accountability, just to make sure our custodians in the building are doing what they're supposed to do and being well trained to execute as much as possible to keep their buildings clean.
Great. So, go ahead.
May I? The other item, and I know the superintendent knows, and there's a lot going on. This board made a significant investment in new custodial equipment the last 2 years, and that had been very neglected since 2007 and the recession. The board invested, Omar, is it over $1 million? Over $1 million. Part of the recommendation will be to fund another $500,000 of that investment, but we've had a significant refresh of equipment that is much more advanced than what they were using. So that also will have a huge impact on their service delivery.
Great. Mr. Superintendent, last point I'll make is I'm very encouraged by the recommendation. I clearly have stated my support for where the budget stands today. Clearly, I'm not forecasting a vote because I know that there are several other types of decisions that have to be made between now and those hearings, including millage, right, and how that impacts and where we land. So, but I am encouraged by the reductions that have been made, and to this point, that there are no layoffs for positions. And then the third point, that for all of the non-instructional staff that have text, email, sent faxes and telegrams, that they know, hopefully, if the board agrees today, that help is on the way. So I want to be very clear about that. So thank you for your first recommendation, sir. At least it meets my test. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just had a couple of questions, and I'll say I'm very appreciative of the fact that there's a place in here for staff compensation for all staff. I don't think it's just been one board member asking for that. I think we've been all very clear. We had just finished the teacher negotiation and was important to move on to the next step. So I'm glad to know we're at that place, and I wish we had been able to do that much sooner than now. And hopefully, Superintendent Hepburn, we are able to do this in a more efficient way for the next school year. So I have a couple of legislative questions first. So on SB 994, I've got to go back up to legislation. The student transportation safety, it says it enhances safety measures for student transportation by revising the function and use of school board infraction detection systems. Does that come with funding? Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
I'm going to answer the legislative stuff. I don't believe this comes from funding. There is I believe it was last session, that does give us the abilities to install cameras on the school board buses for arms. We have not done that yet. I'm not sure if we're in cone of silence on that. So we're in cone of silence on that. So in the future, there might be an opportunity to use those funds if we do go ahead and implement that program to utilize for this initiative.
So that was kind of my question. Does this law come with funding for districts to implement that system? That's my general question.
So the answer to that question is no.
Okay.
But the implementation of the system generates fine or ticket, I don't know, infraction is the word I'm searching for. Infraction revenue that would be a revenue source to the district. Based on the number of infractions per day per bus, yes, per day per bus, we expect that revenue to be in the millions, but we can't budget for it yet because we haven't even got to the point of contract with the board.
Okay. Yeah, that was because it says enhance safety measures by revising the function. So it's just a little unclear. But and thank you for the other part, because I know we were discussing this particular type of technology, but we never really had a big discussion about it. So I was wondering where we were at with that as well.
This bill is really an attempt to adjust the last year's bill with the cameras on the school buses for the infractions.
Gotcha. Okay. And then my other question on HB 931, the school chaplains, how is this actually different than what we have now? Because if they're cleared through a background check as a volunteer, aren't they able to come into the school already?
So this would prescribe the method to do it, and if the board decided to do it, there's a couple of items that we would have to comply with. So we'd have to list the types of services the school chaplain would be providing, their religious affiliation, and then parents would have the opportunity to opt into those services. So right now we don't do that, especially as it relates to religious affiliation.
But we do allow people of religious affiliation to volunteer and provide
Yeah, so
services
anyone
in
can
school,
volunteer in
right?
our schools now, but this is specific to the types of services that school chaplains would be able to provide. So anyone, as long as they meet a criteria to volunteer in schools currently, can do it, but this is specifically to allow school chaplains into the schools to provide certain services. And we would have to make it known to the parents those types of services and the religious affiliation of each of those school chaplains.
So is there somewhere that lists those services?
So we would have to.
I guess we're going to have a discussion on this later if you're saying.
So the board would have to decide they wanted to participate. Then we would have to do rulemaking. Through that rulemaking, there are certain things that we would have to do to be able to implement in schools.
Gotcha. Okay. When I first saw it, I want to be clear to people, we don't exclude chaplains from being volunteers in our school as long as they follow the process of just a general volunteer in the school district. Okay. Thank you. Okay. My other question, and thank you, Ms. Marte, for pointing out, again, people like to compare us to Dade County and Palm Beach, so I appreciate the fact that you also shared with us where we stand in relation to how much money we have per student, which makes it difficult for us to do all of those things that we would want to do. So I guess I'll just answer. I can't remember what my other question was now. So to answer the things that you had on here about where we stood with things. Sorry, I think I'm a yes to all three, but let me just make sure. So realignment of the ARP funds, and again, I know I asked this question before, but we do have to spend these funds by September of this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's important that we do that. We don't want to leave any money on the table, and if it requires us to shift things around to make sure we do that, I think it's important that we do that. I'm yes to number 2 and yes to number 3. But I also would like to ask, I know that you had central office. Does that include all of the departments?
Yes, so anything that's not directly a school, it's all departments. It's security, it's IT, it's transportation, it's
So you just
academics.
Clumped it all together as central office?
Anything that is not directly a school, in my budget language, is central administration.
So when we move to the registration part for transportation, can you maybe in the next budget share with us what that cost savings was? And if we could be really more specific about transportation, I know that's a huge chunk of the money that we spend, and maybe there's a way to do it more efficiently. And, you know, as we will talk through repurposing, but repurposing won't affect our budget for next year in terms of transportation. So that's, I think, a huge piece that we have that maybe we could be more efficient on. And if you could send us the department budgets in a little more detail. I know we get a chunk of here's what each department gets, but how does that roll out in number of positions? How does it roll out in supplies that they get? So that we could just have a better idea of what each, not the schools, that's, you know, I know you have a handle on all of it, but I think as a board member, I would just personally like to know, you know, how much each department has. I know you said they started with a 0 budget, and I appreciate that because I have asked for that for the last 4 years. But can we have a little more detail when you're giving us, it has a department and a total, but it doesn't really break down that total, how much of it is for staff, how much of it is for other things, because maybe we could get a better handle on where all that money's going to.
So I know we didn't speak before today, but next budget workshop, absolutely going to cover in detail the district budgets, and this is a lot more detail.
Perfect.
Because in spite of what the board hears often about all the people down at central office and all the money down at central office, I'm excited to dive into it with you, because I did twice today back of the envelope math. And in non-salary line items, and Madam Chair actually asked for this in a referral, and she's received it. In non-salary line items in central office accounts, excluding transportation, we have $214 million. And on the surface, you're all looking at me to say, why wouldn't we be able to cut that more, right? So very quickly, some of the items included in that very large number are our annual audit costs, which are mandated, and I'm only looking at the real big items. $12.3 million of SRO contracts. $1.5 million of TDIF, which is teacher staff development, that's contractual. $8.5 million in this year for the salary, for the textbook adoption for social studies. $6 million of itinerant ESE teachers. Speech and language pathology contracts in the millions. And again, digital instructional material, dual enrollment textbooks, accreditation, advanced placement exams, dual enrollment tuition, all of the money for athletics, the funds for crisis support in the mental health budget, over $70 million in PPO budget. Most of that salaries, which is paid for by capital in the end anyways. $27 million for property insurance. I think I'm making my point. When I get done, all is said and done, and I'm happy to go through it in detail with the board, $47 million of not those big numbers I just said, but still important things like JA World, fingerprinting. So we're happy to go through that in detail. And as I said earlier, Dr. Hepburn has directed us to do central office again because I think he wants to go a little bit more. As far as transportation, I love talking about very few things more than I like talking about transportation. And under this board's leadership, When I came back to the districts, one of the first things we did was implement Here Comes the Bus. I would love to give you an update on how widely used that is by our parents and the work the board all did to make that come true, as well as the great work Mr. Alvarez has done in reducing costs of transportation every year for the last 2 years, while having customer service surveys that are better than we've had in a decade. I know the board doesn't get the calls about late buses anymore. I know you don't, because I don't get any calls from you. So I am excited for the next budget workshop, and we will talk quite a bit about transportation.
Great, I have 2 questions, and you're correct, the emails we get now are about speeding buses. So the grants that we get, because every school board meeting I like to highlight the grants, are they in the budget at all, or are they separate because you have to look at them differently?
So the only grant by definition that we're talking about today is ARP. And as everybody knows, ARP is the most, and I've worked in grants budgeting since 2002. ARP is the most flexible funding the federal government has ever given to any entity in this nation, even more flexible than the ARP funds back in ARA funds back in 2008. So no other grants are in here because they are for specific purposes. The board approves or reaffirms those purposes at the time Ms. Eskandel, who's sitting behind me, and her team bring those items forward to you.
Perfect. And last question or suggestion, as we do the budget workshops, can you also include what the general fund, or what our fund balance is, and maybe ways where you're looking at increasing them, or I know we have something coming up that will increase it significantly, so that would also be great to have as a way to gauge what the discussion is.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions, and thank you, Ms. Marte and your team. I appreciate it that you have presented the budget workshop here to us, and that you have all intentions of prioritizing teachers and staff, so we appreciate that. So the first question I have is, I do agree with the science for next year. However, can you reiterate again if and how this will impact student learning and outcome on key assessments if we have the adoption for next year?
No, thank you for that question. I've done a deep dive just to ensure that the materials that we currently have address the standards, can support standard-based instruction, can ensure that it adheres to everything that we're trying to support to move the needle when it comes to student performance in science, especially at those tested grade levels. Also, the team has put money aside to address any gaps in instructional material, be it lost, stolen, misplaced, to ensure that every child has the resources and the teachers have the resources they need as we push the adoption 1 year later.
Okay, so have we done any sort of research into the content gaps for these new materials as opposed to what we're currently using?
The current materials address all of the state standards. There is no gap per se as far as not addressing any of the state standards that we have to teach.
Okay, so Ms. Marte, I am okay with the science for next year. As far as on page 31, with the comparison of Dade County and Palm Beach, and Dade having a maximum, I believe you said 17 clerical for high schools. Not sure how we can explain Broward having 26, but I do support the 17 max for Broward. However, I have concerns about the custodial part of this. I believe you mentioned 40 custodial positions, right? Is that? I am concerned about that because I have visited all of the schools in my district, and many of them look great, but there has been some concerns, and I know you mentioned that there have been added spending on equipment and so on that will help to the custodials to be able to do their jobs better. I am a bit concerned about this item. I don't necessarily want to support that now because there has always been concerns about the conditions of the schools. I don't want to compromise on the the cleanliness of our schools and how well it's been maintained by the custodians. I'm not sure, I'm not comfortable with reducing custodial staff to any significant magnitude because the appearance of our schools is important to me. And I think the appearance of our schools is also important in how we attract and be competitive with other entities that we're losing students to, like private and charter schools and so on. So I don't want to put added burden on schools by reducing the custodial staff and then that impact the look and appeal of our schools. So I am not in agreement with that, but everything else is okay. And I just have one more question. You mentioned that in the second semester there's usually a growth in ESC for traditional public schools. Can you, and this is just for my knowledge, can you explain why that happens?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Ms. Marte, and then Ms. Hollingsworth may be more appropriate also.
I was going to defer right to Simone because I am not an expert, but it is definitely a trend that I can validate through data.
Thank you. Good morning still. Good. It is a trend and it is true because as we like to say, someone turns 3 every day. So we do a lot of identification and determination and eligibility of our pre-K students. So at the beginning of the year, as those students have exited out to start traditional K and on programs, we're continuously evaluating and determining. So that's where the increase comes throughout the year through that second FTE period in February.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Does any of my other colleagues have something? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. The national average for FTE funds is $12,800. Florida provides us $8,910, and that's really the rub of our challenge, is that Florida doesn't resource to the national average. It doesn't even come close to where I lived for 25 years up in Northern Virginia that funds Fairfax County system at $19,800. So I raised 4 children there, and I watched what almost $20,000 a year does. We're trying to do it on less than $9,000. So the challenge to our board that I see, which is our greatest challenge, is we have almost $6 billion next year, and we have 2 big goals. We need to become an A district to survive. And we ought to, because it's the right thing to do, ensure that 100% of our students in Broward County fulfill all their potential, which in our mind collectively is 100% at grade level proficiency. So the board's challenge, and I've heard a lot of conversation about it, is how do you spend $6 billion instead of a lot more, which we would get if we were national average, or even a significant more if we were up in Northern Virginia, to get us closer to those goals. I'm a yes, yes, yes on your 3 questions, although I really want to get those textbooks, so if there's a way to buy that back, that's great, largely because it sends a wrong signal to my community, that it's okay to continue to use books beyond an adoption of a new one. I don't like that. So I'd love to buy that back. In fact, I'd buy it back with a 20% holdback on AP and ACE. So to me, those would be my, my trade-offs to get that science book back. This budget is fine. Like, it starts with last year's, it makes adjustments. I don't believe, though, it's aligned to our goals. And zero-based is exciting, but zero-based says I want to be an A district, I need to be an A district, and I want to be 100% proficient. And it says, well, what are the resources you need with $6 billion to get you there? This board has been very generous with our instructional staff. We better settle quickly with our non-instructional staff. It's embarrassing that it's so late in the year. But on our instructional staff, a year ago we gave a 9% compensation adjustment. Last year we gave a 14% compensation adjustment. Those are 2 significant raises unseen in other counties in Florida. Until I learn differently, I think that's our philosophy. We're going to continue to pay people that are closest to the problem and closest to the goals that we have. If you want to become a great learning district with high academic achievement, maybe you should consider paying those that provide academic achievement. And we've done that for the past 2 years, but we're not doing it anymore. This budget stops at TSIA. And the one question I have, Chair, I know this is a workshop, but I'm going to still address you anyway. What percentage increase does the state budget provide us with the TSIA funds that were briefed to us today?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
I need a few minutes. My memory says it's 1.07% of the adjustment to BSA, but I need help.
I think I calculated 1.7, or are you at 1.07?
There's a required minimum from the state in the first calculation, and my memory says it's 1.07.
That's good. There's a decimal there somewhere. Whether it's 1.07 or 1.7, that's not enough, at least to continue the philosophy that we've had in terms of paying people that are closest to our goals.
It's 1.07.
Thank you very much. So just know that. And that's another reason why this budget is not aligned to our goals. And that's really the biggest challenge that this board faces in my mind. Repurposing, by the way, is a way to change that fundamental number. It's so great to talk about the $8,910 compared to the $12,800 as the national average. We can add $1,000 per FTE if we do bold things with repurposing. Doesn't that get us to our goals? That's why we need to talk about repurposing, because instead of $8,910, we could have $9,910. Spend more money on curriculum capital, more on curriculum quality, more instructional people getting paid a salary that they can afford to live here, maybe even beating out other counties in terms of showing that we put our money where our goals are. So I think we need to think bravely and we need to act courageously. We need to focus on cost efficiencies, what this budget does, and we need to do a lot more. I will challenge my colleagues right now to justify to me why we have 4 layers of management between Dr. Hepburn and a principal. There's no organization in the competitive world that has 4 layers of management: superintendent, superintendent staff, regional superintendents, and directors before you get to a principal. I have some targets in mind in that regard. But I'll wait to hear from my colleagues to see if they're interested in learning more about that. I don't think each layer adds the same amount of money that we could spend on instruction. And if our goal is instructional excellence, why do we keep spending money on layers of management? Why are we talking about repurposing? Obviously, $1,000 per student is a lot of money. We have about 60 more schools than we need. Fundamental truth, which has been talked about for a long time: why do we spend money on facilities we don't need instead of the students we do need? I want to win back students. We can't win them back at $8,910 per FTE. We're going to talk later about policies, but one of the policies that is not in the one that is drafted for today's consideration is the one that we've been living in for a year, the pay for policy. If you want something, you got to pay for it. So you bring something, you want $4 million for a special project, go find $4 million out of the budget. I think that's a good policy. I look forward to talking about that this afternoon as well, because we continue to talk about fund balance. We got to do something about it. And I look forward to that as well. Last couple points. As part of our repurposing, I've advocated for selling this headquarters building. It's an important part of our discussion. It generates a significant amount of money, and it would allow us to locate centrally in Broward County and to locate on a former school site in a way that would be much more appropriate for a publicly funded school system than this wonderful building. And the other adjustment that I'm looking forward to talking about later is adjustments to our healthcare system. We have to think again about whether or not the healthcare system that we have is consistent with our fiscal straits that we're in right now. On slide 34, I would ask for one thing, Chair, is for people to recalculate that slide on a per person basis. It's great to show how much our healthcare outlays are going up, but our employee base is falling, and the overall cost per person continues to escalate because we have a plan that doesn't incentivize anything other than taking every health benefit you could possibly get. And so, as I've said before, we're the last employer in the world, as far as I can tell, that gives away health care and doesn't ask anybody to contribute to it. I don't want people to have to pay for things, but I do believe that that's the right policy so that you get some kind of cost containment in your health care system, and that frees up money for instructional resources. If your goals are instructional, I think our strategy up for the past 2 years has been to align as many resources as we can on those that are closest to the instruction of our children. And I look forward to other workshops and other adjustments to the budget as we go from now to July 1st. Last question is, I keep calling this a $6 billion budget. Am I right?
So, yes, but nearly $1 billion of that is simply pass-through money to the charter schools and to FES. So, yes, on a face value, sir, you are right, but not exactly.
I just want to be clear with the public, because for $6 billion, their expectation is that we can be an A district. And they expect us to spend our resources in a way that aligns to what our goals are. And that's what I want to keep working about through on Workshop 5 and Workshop 6 as we get to our final decisions of the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Right off the bat, yes, yes, yes. And I had, this is what happens when you make notes all over the place. The second semester increase for ESE growth. We heard one contributing factor. What is another contributing factor that we, in my estimation, get the ESE growth from some other schools? How does that work?
Charter schools.
Yeah, I want staff to answer that.
Dr. Hepburn.
I know the answer, but I want staff to answer.
From charter schools.
I was so excited.
Who?
Yes, from charter schools.
Got it. And does the money come back with them, or does it stay where it went? I know the answers to this. I'm asking them
Ms.
for the
Marte?
public.
So, you want me to answer, or are you going to answer?
No, you please. That's why I asked.
It depends on when they come back. And much of our data shows that they come back the week after October seat count and February seat count. So the money doesn't necessarily follow the child.
Right. Which I think is a very important conversation that the public needs to know about. And also for our legislature, how can we possibly make that more equitable? I mean, at this point, if we don't get the money back, how about prorating it or something? Because it's not fair. And we need the money to help those kids. All three of my kids are identified there. And they need every aspect of their IEP. So that would just be one idea for me. And I did want to ask about specifically the teacher. Hold on. It's under the legislator stuff. Hurry. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, maybe I'm just going to have to go without asking. It's the part where they explained the deregulation. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it's page 6 on the PowerPoint. So Senate Bill 7002 gives instructional salary flexibility, et cetera, fee waivers. That's important. Our educators have to do that, and a lot of them, first-year teachers, first 5-year teachers, older teachers, they don't put all their endorsements on their certificate because it costs more. They have to pay roughly, I think it's $150 a subject. I do it. I make sure that English 5 through 9, 6 through 12, ESOL, reading, gifted, anything I put on mine. But our teachers are holding back for 2 reasons. Class size, especially in the elementary school, and they don't want to have a lot of kids added to their classroom because these are our PK to grade 3. If we're going to focus, and we should be focusing on that age group, because you get them in early, you keep them, okay? And that's That's just the way it is. And I've often said about Head Start and early Head Start, they have tremendous academic gains. And then they come into our system, but they're used to it already. They're used to being at that school, and they stay because families get used to it. It's comfort. It's let's keep being part of our community here. One more part. Okay. About going back to the fee waivers, and it really is about streamlining educators' certificate requirements. Come on, guys, my colleagues, do we not get emails all the time with pictures that shows us that they're stuck trying to apply for our teaching jobs online? I'm not making anything up here, that's the truth. There is a glitch somewhere, and not only does it take a while, it's even tough on the DOE website. You know, you can go from screen to screen, but what you have to do to really look up a teacher to see if they're certified, you have to hit the drop-down menu. And most people don't think that it should be a click and you should be able to go there. But then you get it, all the teachers that are working out of field because they're not putting their endorsements and their classwork on their certifications. So then they have to sign a waiver. So they're out of field? Out of field. Okay, so they're out of field, but they're really not out of field. And then you have the state, and I'd like Dr. Hepburn to comment on this, kind of dragging their feet. So we have teachers that are stuck in this like hamster wheel where they've done all their stuff. They're looking to get their offer for next year, and they're being told, I'm sorry, you need to get this, this, and this, even though they have absolute solid proof that it's not done, but it's not stamped from the DOE. So how are we going to help with that? I hope this bill does actually help in those areas, and I look forward to Mr. Sullivan and his team to be able to work through that. But it is a problem, especially as we're heading into summer, and you have principals that are really, struggling as to who can stay, who's to stay, and they're waiting to hear back from the state. So if you could comment on that, Mr. Superintendent.
Yeah, so we've experienced some, what I would say, probably some bottlenecks in that process, and Mr. Azarito and his team has been communicating with the state and working with his team to assist the process to make sure it moves along accordingly. So when I get the concern, a specific concern, I send it his way, and he'll do his due diligence to make sure the process moves along.
And just a follow-up, if you have teachers and principals having those conversations, can there be direction from you, sir, as to, hey, they meet all these qualities, can we, I don't know that's not for me to make that decision. That's a you decision. But I think it would put a lot of teachers at ease as they're heading into summertime.
Yes, absolutely. If that's the case where they already have all the credentials, we can absolutely provide them some grace to make sure they stay at their school and in the classroom.
Okay, well, that honestly needs to be addressed with your principals, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And so really quick, I just want to, so yes. I'm going to go back to HB 1473. We talked about the GATE program. Because I know this is focused on career technical education, correct? But I know that there are organizations out there that do this, that work on getting kids back to high school and to get their high school diploma, right? Do we work with any organizations right now currently doing that?
Dr. Hepburn?
We are working with a partner right now or a company as we speak to provide those services for this upcoming school year.
Got it. So that organization, of course, looks out for kids, dropped
Correct.
out, get them back in, counts towards FTE, right? Gets them back on track.
Correct.
Fantastic.
And they focus on high school diplomas, not GEDs,
That's
high school
correct.
diplomas.
Love that. Okay, so thank you. Do want to get to page 14, and we talk about technology refresh, right? I feel like I see the numbers go up on everything except the technology refresh, and it stays stable throughout there. Is that sufficient for what we're looking for? I know technology is constantly changing. If anything is getting more expensive, it's technology. So how would that affect new equipment, new things? What is that talking about there?
So I know Dr. Phillips is not here today, but he and I have some scheduled one-on-ones for this very topic, so I can really evaluate our technology refresh initiatives and see where we are, see how many years we've been using certain technology in the classroom or in office buildings. So more to come on that, just to make sure we're spending our money efficiently.
Got it. So I'd like to see a follow-up on that, and that would be really helpful. Now we talk about, and I want to go to the reductions. If I can go back to the pages. Increases, reductions. Yes, so page 31. Thing that sticks out to me, shift HVAC from ARP to capital. And those funds. Now, when we look at reductions and moving, the word shift always scares me. How much are we talking about when it comes to negotiated raises? And how much does that affect or anything?
Ms. Batista?
Does that have any effect to do with this?
So would you, I didn't understand the question
Yeah,
again.
we're talking about funds being shifted from HVAC or from ARP to capital. My question is, when it comes to negotiations or any raises, how much does that affect these things? Does that have anything to do with it? Is this becoming, I'm going back to the comment that you said, and I do not like the words of when we say we find money. The public needs to know where are we finding money. So when it was said earlier, we have to find money, we found money. Does that have to do with this situation? Is this why this is happening? Why are we shifting funds?
So the totality of the reductions supports the compensation adjustments. So pulling out any piece of this would impact that, and I said that right up front. So I agree with you. I and my team do not find money. I don't have a printing press in my office. I would never proffer anything to this board that I have not researched as an allowable use of funds. Every adjustment we have made in the ARP funding plan has been approved by the state without a question. We have used ARP funds to enhance compensation to employees at least 8 times. I have every single date written down from year 1 of those funds, and every other district did it too, FYI. Everybody did it. It was the plan of that funding to get staff back in their seats and get children educated. So when we do identify funds that we had not contemplated being available, it is because of efficiencies, or we had an estimate that something was going to cost something and it didn't turn out that way, or revenue projections come in better. A budget, even this large, is the best work of these talented people using historical data to determine where we will end the year. Every single month we sit with our brethren from accounting and financial reporting, who their entire leadership team are all CPAs. We sit with Becky, with Iram, who's a CPA, with Omar, with Jeff, the entire team, and we do a monthly projection of where we expect to be. So when people think we found money, we found an efficiency. So what we're proposing here meets the board's very strong mandate that we do something for non-instructional staff. And I had to sit alone in an office with Dr. Hepburn and whiteboard, you know, Doc, what do you think about this? And we worked through it pretty in depth. Quite frankly, one of the most in-depth budget conversations I've had with my leader in quite a while. It was very detailed, and he had a lot of questions, but this is our best thinking, that this is the right way to move forward. We're still going to have, we are still going to, if all things hold steady, have a $10 million increase in fund balance and capital as a result of all this. The plan will fully expend funds that are sunsetting. We have, aside from these funds, we have over $25 million in encumbrances that Ms. Eskandel and her team have to hustle to get the invoices in, get reconciled. There might be additional funds that become available through that process. So there's still a lot of work to be done between now and September to make sure we don't leave a penny of that money on the table, because I am quite sure the board would not be pleased with that.
I understand that. Okay, and we'll hold on that question, and I'll follow up at a different time. And I also, yes. And I also want to address that too, because I feel like we always talk about that, right? We want to point the finger. We could be getting paid more money. State doesn't pay enough. We should be doing this. We should be doing that. And I think highly of this team, and I think this team does great. But I believe in actions in the past. This board has directed to make some choices. More money doesn't solve bad money management when it comes to choices of this board. That's where I keep getting stuck. Giving more money to somebody that doesn't know how to handle money doesn't solve the problem. It just means that they waste more money. So for us, as looking at a district this size, I feel like that's what taxpayers look at and have a problem with. Wait a second, they look at their taxes and see how much is coming to the Broward School Board, but yet we still find ourselves in the place that we're looking and we're saying, we have no money. This and that, we're doing this. So for me, I appreciate all the hard work, but I believe as a board, we need to really start working on how to start spending our money wiser, doing it better. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, if the superintendent allows me, can I correct something on the PowerPoint that Mr. Foganholi brought up?
Ms. Sullivan.
On slide 4, the Gates program, it was our mistake. It's SB 7032. 1473 is the school safety program. So I just wanted to say that publicly. And then I believe you did have a question, sir, on the school chaplain. I'm not sure if it was answered through the Q&A. Okay.
Thank you. So my question for the new law with the all access points that have to be locked or staffed when students are on campus. So that is going to be, it's a great new law, but it's going to be a huge change because we have students that are on our campuses before school starts, after school starts, and so we don't need to get into it now, but I want to know about the plan of action, and then also if there's going to be additional funding needed, Dr. Hepburn, we need to know what that is so we can properly budget for it.
Noted, Chief Alberti and the team will sit down and devise a plan.
Perfect, thank you. My next comment is I'm looking forward to having a very robust conversation in regards to our health insurance. Just leave it at that. One of the things that I am struggling with, well, first my question with the custodials. On page 31, when we're reducing the support, that is current vacancies that we've had this school year. So we didn't have these custodial staff at our schools currently this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I struggle with, I know that so I feel like we need to fill those positions. And I see the money that you've created from these vacancies. I think our schools need more custodial staff, more help, and I know there's efficiencies. So the reducing the non-classroom supplies by 25%, is there a way, and I don't know if this works with your budgeting process, but is there a way, if you put that to say something like reducing non-classroom supplies up to 50%, and then on the custodial staff side, maybe have some type of language to say, to allow as needed based on if the schools need extra custodials, to allow that funding to be available.
Ms. Marte.
So we can almost do anything. The difficulty with that is tomorrow, based on direction that we're receiving from the board, and it looks like we're so far pretty in the yes column. Becky and Jeff Whitney and Tina are going to roll out school budgets, and the principals have been waiting anxiously for them because they need to know where they stand. And as I said, and the superintendent has been out numerous times directly meeting with principals. Their budgets are going to be significantly less than they've been in past years. There's no question about it. We need to get them rolled out. So we roll them out with formulas. A school of this size generates X custodians. What I'd like to proffer, if you're willing to think about it, is give us instruction about if we find additional efficiencies, because we're not done the budget process yet. We've not closed out this year yet. We're still, I'm confident that what I've given you is achievable, that we can meet your mandate to do something compensation-wise for non-instructional staff this year. Dr. Hepburn, and I believe there might be some more. So to put aside identified dollars to create a pool that, based on need, evaluated by Mr. Dorsett and the superintendent, that we could allocate from that pool out to schools on a one-on-one kind of basis. And that might achieve what you want to achieve without really changing the plan in front of you today. To direct us to identify resources to enhance the compensation pot and to try to mitigate some concerns if that's the will of the board.
Okay. Or can, Dr. Hepburn's listening to this conversation. I know Dr. Holness spoke about it too, that if it does become, if you foresee that a problem next year, that you can then bring something back to the board to address it.
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'm good with that. My next question is on page 31, the summer experience. Will this be the last year of the summer experience because it's funded by the ARP?
So no, there's a mandatory component of summer experience for ESE, extended year, as well as third grade. So that would be a smaller amount, but it would have to be built into the 25-26 budget. In addition to that, there are unique programs that are sponsored at the school level with our partners across the community. I know my son attended a great summer program in Pembroke Pines that was funded by them for probably his entire time in elementary school. So those will all continue. It will be a smaller number, but it will be a cliff that has to be funded.
Do you know about like 3 million?
About 3 million, you're absolutely right. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I'm a yes with my consideration / modification. All right, anybody else? Mr. Olson?
Thank you. I'll be quick, Madam Chair. Want to go backwards on one item that I know I also proffered, so I can speak to that because I actually like proffering things. And I think the board is prudent in passing many things that make sense. So one is, I think, what you referenced, both John and Megan, around the video enforcement in speeding zones. And I think you referenced the $12 each out of the $100 that comes back for school districts. So I know that this was proffered several meetings back when I first proffered it back in October. I think I followed up 1 or 2 times with a prior superintendent was developing a plan. I know that there, at least I don't know, so kind of I'm asking. There was at least, I believe, a process that was going to be started, at least on one component of this. But the one aspect that I included in here are areas that we actually can provide additional funding support for district priorities. So I actually have it here. I keep many of these things with me. So one was very clear around transportation, around technology, around metal detectors in schools, and I know we're going to get to that, so I'm not, and I know there's another board member who's going to focus on that. But the other piece was around compensation for employees. So this was in the board item that the board passed. So I don't know if, Mr. Superintendent, if staff has had the opportunity, one, to identify how the $12 out of every $100 back to the district can be utilized. This may be something in the coming budget, right, that you may want to build in, because this is another mechanism of revenue for the district that we all forgot about. Because I don't know if that, well, I know you didn't forget, right? But I just rather you build it in so the board sees it, and then maybe we can have a conversation on what we do with this and other revenue to come.
So we're happy to do that. What I'm working with now with my colleagues across the state is their estimates to try to come up with a reasonable revenue estimate that I am comfortable we can meet. But yes, we absolutely are aware of that opportunity.
Great. Thank you.
Any other of my colleagues? Seeing none?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I
Ms.
also
Marte.
want to take this just 1 second to thank Mr. Whitney for his first budget workshop. He knocked it out of the park. And Omar for all the good work he did in Capitol. They are amazing.
There you go.
So, yes, 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 you're on your 3 questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent job. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Now we're moving on to our next item, which is weapons detection program. We'll give staff a few minutes to get settled, and then we will begin. Okay. Okay, we are next up for our weapons detection program. Dr. Hepburn, your team may present.
Thank you. Mr. Alberti and team, you may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present on the weapons detection program. I'd first like to introduce my team. To my right, I have Director James LaRosa. He's the Director of Safety and Security Operations. He has been instrumental in making sure that we have our physical security components in place. He has been tasked with helping me develop this program, so he can speak to some of this PowerPoint and some of the questions that we may have. He can speak to some of this. Also to his right is Lieutenant Carrie Vesco. She is with our SIU, and she is or was in charge of the randomized weapons detection program that we currently have in place. As you know, this metal detector program or weapons detection systems that we're going to go into is just going to be an extension, and it's going to be in addition to what we already have. One of the questions that I may expect is, are we stopping what we're doing? No, this is going to be in addition to the randomized screening that we currently do now will continue to be on top of what we are going to implement. Okay, if I can have the PowerPoint pulled up. Thank you. I'm not going to go over the whole presentation. Really kind of like to have Director LaRosa really address slide number 5, which kind of explains the difference in the technology, because I understand that, people think metal detectors, they think of, everybody going through and everything going off. Well, technology has evolved. So what we are trying to do is look for a system that kind of fits and meets our needs for this district. So Director LaRosa, can you talk a little bit about the difference between what we have found and the different systems we tested? I think this particularly applies to this slide.
Yes. Good morning through the chair, Director LaRosa, Director of Safety and Security. So this slide here it's really this slide with the following slide kind of gives an overview of the 3 primary architectures that there are in the realm of metal detection currently, right? So the easiest way to think about this, I know we've had some discussion about this lately, is
Please silence your phone.
There's what we would refer to as your traditional metal detection, right? These are the systems that you walk through which will catch anything that's metal, right? You have your keys, paperclip, whatever the case may be. Some of those systems have advanced a little bit to where they can detect where on a person, right, that item may be, which helps, but it's still general metal detection. That's kind of the most basic tier. The most advanced tier, which I know almost everyone in this room is familiar with, is like the Evolve system, right? They kind of market that as artificial intelligence based, right? Because that will identify metal on a person, on a subject, and it'll also provide you with a visual, typically a visual video feed of where that item is on the person, how big it is, you know, that type of thing. And then there's sort of a middle ground, which is still metal detection, marketed sometimes as weapons detection, to where that will kind of do what you see the AI-based system doing there, but there's no video feed. Basically, if someone walks through with an item that fits however you configure that system to screen, it will go off, right? So if you can, basically if you crank up the sensitivity, it'll be a traditional metal detector and catch everything. If you adjust it, you can adjust it to catch metal that fits a certain parameters, right? So certain density, certain size, certain shape, and the idea is that you tune it to catch the types of metal that are in line with, you know, with your common weapons, right? So that's kind of the middle ground. So you have your basic metal detection, your advanced kind of AI visual metal detection, and then kind of the middle ground, which does both. And those are really the three big baskets in this realm. Depending on your questions, and that's the open gate system is what I was just talking about. That's like the middle ground where it'll catch what you need, but there's no real visual feedback per se aside from the system just alerting.
Thank you, Director LaRosa. So you see here we have reached out to different partners that currently have this system. We have actually visited a couple of these places. And as a member of the Council of Great City Schools, I've had the pleasure of been speaking to my counterparts across the United States where there's different systems that they have in place, and we engage in conversation in the different areas of the country of how we're implementing metal detectors. And one of the things that I will say is, you know, we have probably one of the most robust systems as I talk to my counterparts across the U.S. It is not just about having metal detectors or the randomized, it is just the entire portfolio of safety and security, starting from, you know, our gates to the personnel, the procedures, threat assessment, just everything. It just becomes a robust system, and this is just the right step at the right time for us to take. We'll skip to the implementation plan. So the idea is to have discussion and feedback. I know that Dr. Hepburn and I have a conversation recently about, you know, moving this forward, and I know Dr. Licata started the program. And we want to make sure that, you know, everybody has, maybe they have a question about, you know, that they have in their mind. So we're here to answer any questions you may have. But our intent is to roll forward in the summer with a pilot program in our 2 sites. That would give us the opportunity to kind of figure out how to, you know, work the system and make sure that people understand what things or challenges we may face. So that'll give us an opportunity to get ready for the fall. So we begin with 4 schools, and then give us some time to work that out. Make sure that we have enough flexibility for the personnel, right? We're assuming we're going to need 3 to 4 people per entry point. So Dr. LaRosa, we're going to have to do some realigning of some staff to make sure that staff is trained over the summer and able to, you know, welcome the kids in and understand the kids from perspective, what they're to expect. I did get a nice email from a student that I will be involving them and see if we can get some video to make sure students understand how to actually, you know, what to expect when you go to school in the 24-25 school year. So the idea for next year is to do 10 schools and be completed, and followed by the remainder of the high schools, you know, later on. At this time, I don't have anything further to share. I mean, you guys have the presentations, or if you have any questions, staff is ready to answer.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. And thank you, that's a great presentation to bring us up to date. My question is this. What was the equitable lens for the schools and the timelines for the pilot test, as well as the coordination and moving forward with the timeline? That's kind of part one. And I guess in continuing those questions, it's are the two pilot schools, are they with the most weapons found?
No, so it simply gave us an opportunity, Ms. Rupert, to the two schools we have summer. It gave us an opportunity for his team to train, give us the opportunities for us to kind of understand the system and what we may encounter as we open up the school year next year.
Okay, but it still doesn't answer as to why those two.
Because they're the summer school sites that are high schools.
They're the only ones for the county?
Yes, ma'am.
That should have been in here, because that would have been helpful. All right, but what other data points were utilized for the recommendations as to 10 this year, 3 the next, whatever it is?
Yeah, so we use data points from incidents that occur from our discipline data for weapons that have been found in schools, but also we relied on our regional superintendents to provide input on what their area, even though data only tells you a part of the picture, I think that when you talk to the experts, they can tell you, I understand what the numbers tell you, but this is where it may be better to be implemented in different areas. So we use their expertise on that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zingham?
Thank you very much, Chair. My understanding of the community's expectation is that we would do 2 this summer and 8 for the start of the school year. So just to be perfectly clear, I'm disappointed with the phase-in of the way it is. This is a commercially available system. It's operating in hundreds of sites already. The standard operating procedure could have been adjusted with the 2 and spread to the 8. I would ask that we either talk about that today or we can talk about it as a formal item at a school board meeting. But if we set aside the funds to do this, I'd like to get it out to schools in waves rather than dribbles. And so to the extent that it's physically possible to do that, I'm going to continue to advocate for that, and I look forward to learning more about that from my colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Thank you. Thank you. 2 questions, Chief. One is in the initial March 20th agenda item, it listed in the executive summary that it was, I think, approximately $550,000 for 10 units to be rolled out? What?
Yes.
Okay. I notice it's a lesser amount, though, after that. Can you explain the difference, why it's more for the first 10 to be rolled out as opposed to the following?
I'm not sure what you're saying it's a lesser amount. So the 540 kind of helps us to cover for the 10 schools, approximating between 3 and 4 weapons detection systems per site.
So you're coming out with approximately $55,000 per school. So each school is going to have how many weapon detection devices? Are you
between 2 and 4 is what the presentation.
2 and 4
depends. Yeah, because we're trying to. It's going to affect operations, right? So we're going to, Director LaRosa's team is working with principals to make sure, because it's going to affect the way that children come into the schools. He also has a fencing program that he's working on to make sure that in the areas that we can address those gaps, that we can kind of like have a single point of entry, if you will, towards those entry points. So if we can make it easier to make 2 points, it saves us money. It can give you another device to put somewhere else. But if there's some schools that are rather large, we may have 3 or 4 points.
So when we calculated this as approximately, I think it was close to 18,000 per unit. How many units total are we looking, since certain schools will have 2, 3, or up to 4 entry points? So what is the total cost for this package for the entire district?
For the entire district, for all high schools, it's about $1.8 million.
No, not for just the high schools, for all the schools.
For the high schools?
No, for the high schools, then we're going to go to middle schools, and I think then we're going to probably go to elementary. I want to know what the package is for everything. Are we not going to go to our elementary or middle schools?
I don't have an estimate for middle schools right now, but it's about $18,000, for adding an additional middle schools, but for all high schools, which is what the plan calls for. That's what the data tells us to go to, is to go to the high schools. So that's, for that plan, is about $1.8 million.
And how many entry points are there for middle schools and elementary schools?
We haven't evaluated those yet, ma'am, because we were focused on high schools.
Okay, and well, the last question I have is, Cypress Bay is it's the largest high school, I believe, in Florida. And they have over 5,000 students. I noticed that it's here at the end of the list, where I would think that would be a priority since we have so many students that would be impacted. Can you tell me why or how that fell so down lower on the line as far as importance, since the number of students that they're attending?
You want
Cypress
to know?
Bay, yeah.
Yeah, you want to know.
They've had gun issues this year, yeah. Where actually, I was actually there when we got on a lockdown for bullets being found. But yeah, there's been some fighting,
Yeah.
rioting.
So we, Ms. Pham, if I may, we looked at the data from, incidents of weapons discovered, coupled again with the input from the regional directors, regional superintendents. But, again, it's going to get done. Like all the high schools are eventually going to get done. We want to, and to answer Dr. Zeman's point, we want to have the opportunity to give our staff to train. This is something that's going to be revolutionized how we enter into our schools. I mean, school safety is changing. So we want to make sure that we give the public, the students, staff with enough time to gradually implement this so that we do it in an orderly fashion. So to answer your question, I mean, we relied on data and we relied on area superintendents.
Was the number of students part of that data?
No.
It's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you speak yet? Okay, Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick to help us catch up. I think we're there. So great job from the team. Mine was actually an easy question when I didn't know that you were going to ask something similar. So on the last conversation just around facilities, I'm always looking at, Mr. Superintendent, a county-wide approach. So I appreciate that, the plan is to focus on high schools, which I support. I was also a board member who supported both metal detectors and clear backpacks. I want to be clear, having multiple layers of security for our schools, and I still support that, and I'll continue to be consistent and firm in that belief. My question, though, is, and I support the 23-24 rollout. I think you were very clear on the summer sites. Clearly, District 2 is one of those, which I appreciate, but not to pick on another district, Dr. Holdness. I'm forecasting my comment. So in 24-25, and on my sheet, which is now public record because you all can see it, I have put on the districts that are identified. So in 23-24, 2 and 4. In 24-25, August, 7, 5, 5, 4. In 25 for January, 6, 2, 1, 3. I think I got that right. Easy question based off of just a few comments, and I appreciate and love every district, having represented a portion of your district served on the county commission. But I know that there are 2 schools for August 24 in one district. So my question is if there is a way, as we talk about spreading this pilot, because I don't need to know the numbers. I think we all get the same text messages or text alerts on weapons, et cetera. If there is a way potentially to consider having one District 5 school and maybe allowing another district that's not a part of the 23-24 or the August 24, that's just a way to make sure that there's a countywide approach. So I'm not suggesting or prescribing which school. I think I know which one Dr. Holdness would suggest, being an alum of that school. But if the board was open to it, I would just suggest maybe pulling up another district that's not in the earlier rollout. That may be an easier way as we talk about having a countywide approach to this, not knowing number of weapons, that kind of stuff that you may not want to talk about publicly. So that's just a recommendation.
Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just wanted to make, I guess, a couple of comments, but I think we said this already, but these schools were selected because of concerns, if I'm not mistaken. The ones that, the way we're rolling it out is based on, I don't need to know the numbers, but it is, they're on here because these are the ones that we have bigger concerns about. Is that correct?
It is partially correct, Ms. Hickson. So we used data as one point, and the other point was the expertise of the regional superintendents. Because as being the area professionals, they know like what things may need to be addressed in certain schools or what things may be happening, that they have that subject matter expertise of what their needs are. for that area.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, as the countywide, I believe in countywide things, but I also know that we don't have the same issues in every parts of the county. So I think we need to keep that in mind. What I'd like to ask, though, is that if you could bring back to us, maybe on that 6-month cadence that we asked for something else, data on, you know, how effective is this? What is it
Sure.
catching? How is it reducing it? So that we can see if it adds value to the safety of the school.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, that is one of the points that it's hard to find when we develop this presentation is it's either yes or no. Districts have metal detectors, but having data to gather, it was difficult to find.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. On any security issue, I'm going to request as much as possible that we approach this with the data and with the defined knowledge of people like regional superintendent, principals, and directors and the like to find the places where it's going to do the most good. That wouldn't allow for district by district thinking on this, but it will allow for optimizing security. The problem with data on this, frankly, is that the data we have is really incomplete. Like, we have data on found weapons. We don't have any data on the weapons that were not found. Kid brought a weapon to school, brought it home. We don't know about that. But we do know about the police environment in the different areas. We know about which schools may have had increases in threats over time. There's certainly some fabulous intel work being done with social media and other things to give us pause at some schools more than others. But for safety and security things, I hope we continue to make decisions based on safety and security. Where does it have the greatest impact? I also think that our plan is to get this out to all schools. Do we have a timeline, Chair, for that? Is if we can do these at the beginning, 8 in the summer, and 2 in the summer and 8 at the beginning of the school year, when will we come back with data maybe 6 months into it and be able to throw another switch to buy the rest of the systems to get us to at least all of our high schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
So right now, our focus was to do high schools. We did not have middle schools or any other extended schools going on right now. If you look at the data for school shootings, more than 62% of them happen in high schools. So the focus for us to find weapons, and Ms. Vesco is here, Lieutenant Vesco is here, she can talk about our randomized weapons detection program. And the focus is high schools. We cover high schools and middle schools, but high schools is where we want to focus our attention.
I totally acknowledge that that's where most weapons are found. It's also where there's the greatest concentration of students and staff. So I get that, but I'm curious about what year can we get this done. So we're going to do 2 summer. I hope we do 8 at the beginning of the year, not 4 and 4. But if we do 2 and 8 and the data comes back and the systems are working, they do everything that they're doing in hundreds of other sites. So I doubt that they're going to find anything different than where they're applied somewhere else. Do we have a funded plan right now to do the other 18 high schools, or is that for a subsequent school board decision?
It will be a subsequent school board decision, although I know that we have spend authority for $1.8 million.
Terrific. And spend authority is great, but if you don't have the funding and all you have is a spend authority, that's not as good as you'd like. So the board right now is committed $540,000 for these first systems, and I think that's 30 systems. And if we're going to do more than for the other 18 schools, there'll need to be a decision made on an item here by the board in order to move forward. To Mrs. Hickson's point, if halfway through a year, so maybe it's even 4 months, the information comes back from the 2 over the summer and hopefully 8 at the beginning of the year, halfway through the year, it comes back and it's doing everything it's doing in other schools, I hope that we can get an item to the board and figure out how to do it. Again, the community will feel different if all high schools have this system, as opposed to having to sort out why did yours and not yours and yours and all that. That's not a healthy feeling. The healthy feeling is every kid that goes to a high school has as much safety and security as we could provide to them. And so I look forward to getting that data so that we can make a follow-on decision and hopefully spread out to high schools as the data suggests that we will. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to get the reassurance that the schools that are left for year 25, 26, that those schools have shown less incidents and as opposed to the ones that we're prioritizing for 24-25. Is that correct?
No. Remember what I said earlier. The data was one point. The other point was the regional superintendent's input. So for some of the schools that were priority, they had their input or say on where they really wanted to implement some of these schools. So to say that the remaining schools were lower in significant events perhaps may not be 100% accurate.
Okay, so I have another question on that then. Since part of this was based upon the input of the regional superintendents, are we to assume that these inputs were more subjective, qualitative input, or was this based on objective, quantitative data? What is the premise of their input?
I guess we would have to ask them, but we asked for their collective input in cabinet for how we're going to roll the list. We had the list, and they provided their input based on information they have from the ground.
Okay.
If I may, just to add to that discussion from input from regional superintendents, many times we do get alerts that a student may be in possession of a weapon, or somebody saw a weapon, and then that doesn't come to fruition, right? Law enforcement gets involved, administration, and we didn't find anything on the kid based on the tip that we received. So some of that decision making is based on some of the tip information, which would not be actualized as an actual event at some of those schools that the regional superintendents decided to add to that list as far as input to help Chief Alberti and his team to make some decisions.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I appreciate that comment. I would have to say, though, that it leaves me with sort of a, where I'm concerned I'm unclear as to the specificity of the input of the regional superintendents and how the decisions were made. And I understand that you're saying it's based upon tips that may not have been recorded and so on and so forth. I'm just concerned that there's not a level of subjectivity went into this, and I'm not saying there was, but the process in involving the regional superintendents is not quite clear to me in prioritizing the schools. And so the other half of this, where quantitative data was used in terms of incident reports, that's acceptable. The other part of it, I'm really not sure what their input was based on, and if that has a degree of subjectivity to it that would cause some schools to not get prioritized that are in the remaining balance. Because I think the priority here is how are we responding to the concrete data that we have, and is there any of those schools that were then left for year 25-26 that had a significant amount of incident reports that we did not include as a result of the input of our regional superintendent. So I'm just concerned, as we roll this out, I'm not very clear on what we used as priority to make a determination as to which schools we should use, because I'm unclear about the input of the regional superintendents and how that impacted the quantitative input of the incident reports from these schools. So,
yep. So just to add, I would say the schools that have had significant incidents of weapons on campus are definitely some of the schools that were that are going to get this system first. And some of the discussion with the input from the regional superintendents, if you have a school that had 1 or 2 incidents, it's going to outweigh the school that had numerous alerts without confirmation will outweigh that school that had 1 or 2 incidents. It provides a level of assurance to ensure that weapons are not getting on that campus due to the constant tip information or alerts that staff is receiving, because we receive a lot of information on a daily basis, and this provides another level of security for those schools that we're
and I
getting those
appreciate
alerts.
that. And I'll just ask one more quick question, and it's just a yes or no. The schools that are in the remaining high schools, are any of these schools in the remaining high schools had, based upon the actual quantitative data, any of these schools had a significant amount of incident reports that were not prioritized as a result of having additional input from regional superintendents?
I would say no. Yep.
Yeah, just to really quickly, I share Dr. Holness's concerns about the objectivity piece. I think, you know, in other conversations on other topics, we've talked about like building trust with the community and transparency. And I think it's, if at all possible, it's really important that we use clear metrics and to whatever way, to whatever extent we can, to share that information with the public. I'm a little bit confused as to why we would be looking at, you know, input regarding like tips that were not actualized. You know, can someone explain that to me?
That's
like,
just an example of one variable that the regional superintendents working with their teams came to the table with as far as recommendations. So it's
Yeah.
just one of many things.
Got it. I guess I think it's more important to look at actual weapon
Yep.
sound, but that's just one opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start with some easy questions. Will there be a school logo on the weapon detection system?
No.
Okay. Are the weapons detection systems going to be used at our football games or our soccer games?
They can be. There's definitely a possibility. I know that right now we use, through the contracts that we have through our guardians, we have our wanders that do their wanding, but it's absolutely, we have the ability to do that. This is why we purchased these ones, because they're actually be able to be picked up and used somewhere else.
Right, great. And will we be communicating to parents about this, and also any type of communication to the students as far as best practices, tips?
Yes, I'm going to work with Beacon and the team to develop a video, perhaps student-driven, that can help us get the message out to our students. And I already have, at the conclusion of this meeting today, I have a draft letter for Dr. Hepburn to kind of get out to the community, the parents, notify them that we're moving forward for the next year for this system.
Okay, and we spoke about this last time about us needing a specific policy. I haven't seen that come forward. Is that in the process?
I know I'm working with Simone Hollingsworth and her team to make sure that this reflects also on the policy for discipline in case we have to address that.
So we have a weapon metal detector wanding policy. Are we going to have a separate policy for weapons detection?
No, we will update the policy to reflect the walkthrough detectors.
Okay, so I just hope that we get it in the cadence, knowing that we have summer school soon. We're going to be rolling that out. Will there be a in-depth training for staff to implement this?
I will let Director LaRosa talk about that.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Train the Trainer training scheduled next month in May to start training all of our leadership, ASMs, campus managers, and select security staff to include the initial two schools, and then follow-on training prior to going live in summer school to train remaining staff, and then again in August prior to the beginning of the school year.
And will that be in-person training?
That will be in-person training, and we will also have hands-on all of the systems at that time, so we will train throughout the summer to ensure everyone is ready to go.
Will there be some type of procedure manual in coordination with the training?
Yes, we are developing an SOP, once we develop training, an SOP to go out to all staff, so everyone is on the same sheet of music as we move forward.
Okay, great. So I was very surprised to not see any CESAR data supporting the schools that we are rolling out the weapons detection systems. The CESAR data, I would have thought, would have been able to say exactly like, this is why we are picking these schools. So I would like to see that, Dr. Hepburn, to support what you have chosen as far as the schools to be rolled out. But I have to say that I don't really want to wait. I want to do all of our high schools now. And I think that it's so abundantly important that we find ways, this proactive layer of safety protection, to keep the weapons and guns out of our schools. And to just pick and choose this school or that school is not acceptable. And so that means that this board has to fund it. Then I think, Dr. Hepburn, that you come back to this board with an item to fund all high schools by the start of next school year. Because as a parent in Broward County Public Schools, I don't want to say, well, I think this child should have their weapons detection and that this school, they shouldn't have it. It's not fair. And so that would be my suggestion, because we need to protect all of our students in Broward County Public Schools. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Fognoli?
You want to call me doctor? Thank you very much, Chair. She starts off with the logos on there, and then she drops the hammer late. I love it. But no, I agree with you, Chair, right? If we know the solution, why are we going to pick and choose instead of do the whole thing? It's almost like redefining schools. Just do the whole thing. Just throwing it out there. But that's good timing. I'm sorry. So we talked about sensitivity. Chief, if you could talk about that. Sensitivity levels, what are we looking for? Are we going to be focused on just finding weapons? Like we talk about it, if we set it higher, though, are you going to look for paper clips, or are we going to be looking to be able to find vape pens, different things that we can actually stop students and search?
Yeah, so this topic, it's closed door material.
Understood.
But I can tell you that, what we are not looking for is keys and binders and paper clips.
Yep.
We're looking for weapons.
Understood. I appreciate that. Okay, so that'll be discussed in closed door. Now, child gets found with a weapon now at a school. What happens? So normally they get sent to a different school, correct? So I'm going to use an example of Lanier James. Somebody.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Wansley.
So depending on the matrix, yes, a student can go through whatever's the appropriate administrative process, and he or she would be transitioned to one of the behavior change schools.
Got it. So we're looking at an alternative school or behavioral school. Those schools having a higher percentage, I'm sure, of students that would be most likely to bring a weapon to school or have that, wouldn't it be wiser for us to actually move them to the top of the list of having that? I agree with Chair. We have the opportunity to get all our schools done, but if that's the case, wouldn't it be smarter for us to actually look at those schools first to make sure that, outside of summer school, and I know the pilot, but to get them to the top of the list?
If it's the board's wishes, then that's what we'll do.
Awesome. So again, I'd like to see more data, of course, like that. But again, Chair, I'm always going to be on board. If we know the solution, let's get to it as fast as possible. I don't like picking and choosing. Strip the Band-Aid off. Let's do the right thing for every kid in Broward County. Thank you.
Anybody else? Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. What's the limiting factor, Chair, to doing 2 this summer and 26 by the start of the August 12th school date for the other high schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
I would say and I'm passing on to Chief Alberti in a minute, I would say the limiting factor of starting the school year with 26 schools is probably bandwidth and implementation, training, ensuring that the training is whatever how staff is trained, everything is implemented with fidelity, a great progress monitoring strategy to make sure it is implemented correctly, being able to work out the kinks real time so that there's not a lot of hiccups along the way. And experiencing this in our school district to our north, there are a lot of things to consider in implementation per school. Some schools have a heavy traffic of students that drive and parents that drop off. Some schools have a heavy traffic of students that are actually catching the bus or walk to school. Some schools' configuration are different with multiple entryways in the morning to allow. So all of those nuances, being able to plan for all of that during the summer, being able to train staff accordingly for all their configurations in the building is probably the biggest barrier. But I'll let Chief and his team add to that.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So, yes, so you're correct. One of the issues, Dr. Seaman, is we want to make sure that, and we've been commended by other districts of how we're doing it, by the way. We have a robust, Director La Rosa has a robust security force, and we have the advantage that we have security, plenty of security on our schools. So that gives us the opportunity to be able to be flexible and have them in place. But making sure that we're working through each particular incident that we may encounter, we want to make sure that we're doing things right. You know, we're eventually going to get there. You know what? And I guess my concern would be we are rolling out in 26 schools, and we have Director LaRosa has security staff challenges and issues that we have to deal across 26 sites. We want to make sure that we're learning from our mistakes, if you will, and adjusting on the fly. This is where we have the summer. And we'll know. Maybe the summer will go great and things will go easy, and maybe we can come back to the board and say, hey, you know what? We've tested it. Looks like we're going to be just fine. And we can speed up the process. But I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I want to make sure that we do things calculated, not rushed.
I can elaborate a little bit, if you like.
Thank you.
Sure. So, and I knew this. I'll use a military term, right? Slow and steady is fast, right? So I think that's kind of the best way to move forward with this, which would be doing it right, step at a time, school by school, a few at a time. We do not have to. I agree. I don't think we should just wait for January per se, right? But we can start rolling them out into the new school year. So making sure everyone is trained properly, everyone is executing properly, checking the staff to make sure that's happening. I don't see any reason why we can't do that. I think just jumping in with 28 schools in August would be setting ourselves up for failure. I don't want to do that. Never mind the fact that the vast majority of my security staff are off in the summertime, right? So I'm going to try to pull people back in as best I can, but again, slow and steady is fast. I think rolling through the fall, if we get the funding to move forward with all of these, just rolling on until we get to that target, I think would be our best course of action.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And I wanted to add, if I may, Dr. Zeman, what Mr. LaRosa referred to, that rolling start, that's how many of the Palm Beach County schools implemented theirs, with a rolling start with schools. You're proofing the concept with some schools early on with the same configuration, and then you have a rolling start within a month or two for another school with the same configuration, because you've already proved the concept and help with the entryways and all the other barriers that could prevent it from being implemented appropriately. So that's an option also.
And thank you. I appreciate that. And in all military operations, speed kills, right? And we got to be careful about that. At the same time, I hope that we get an item on our agenda for May 21st to secure the extra $1.3 million that we need. And I hope that in that item, we provide some direction about rolling as fast as possible within safe limits. So if it turns out to be all 26 on August 12th is not feasible and not the best course of action, if we do 2 over the 10 weeks of the summer and we learn from those and can start the training earlier and install more and have them in a warehouse ready to go, it will mean a lot to the community when we can say all high school students are going to a school that has this additional layer of safety and security. It really will. It's harder to say 60%, 70%, 80%. So I think that you may get some guidance from this board. You might get some money, and the guidance might say within safety limits, roll these out on a weekly or biweekly basis in a way that gets us to that complete layer of security at all of the high schools in Broward County. That's when the whole community will breathe better, and that's a big thing of what we'd like to get to. So thank you very much.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just kind of go backwards. I guess this is round 2. So the reason in my round 1 why I tried to write all the different districts that were identified, because this actually based on, I think, what I've heard a couple times, I know Ms. Rupert, I think we've heard something similar. If these suggested schools are not solely based on the number of incidents or weapons found, whatever the data point is, I know there were some other things considered. My fear is that this sends a different message, okay? So I'll put a period there, but we all can count and figure out where these schools are, where they're located, et cetera. But I don't want to subscribe to that view, because I've heard that already, not from you, but that that these certain schools were identified for certain reasons. I don't think that's a true fact. I think you've said that. So I don't want anyone on the board to hopefully make those comments, because everyone is listening and words matter. I do support, interesting enough, which is, and I didn't know that would be a recommendation. If there is a way that we can do all schools at one time, I know it's a big cost impact. So let's just go there, because we haven't had that conversation. I think the only thing that we've approved was the part one of this, right? Right, in terms of costs. We have not approved, I'm going to call this the part two of this, or the part three, right? So we've approved part one that I think passed unanimously. Ms. Superintendent, can I just go to the cost aspect of this? So if we were to, and I know that I've been reading, other members have opined on this, but if we were to implement all high schools, forget the date, let's assume it is August, right? What is the cost to do it all at one time? I know that there clearly is, regular maintenance, annual costs, but just what is the upfront cost that the board would have to consider? So that's kind of the first part. The second part, which I think I need to look back this way, if we were to do that, there clearly is some proposed budget cycle impact, because we're now adding whatever the number the chief or the chiefs, someone will say. And then, of course, that's also going to force the board to make some other decisions, or you to make some decisions, right, in terms of recommendations. So let's talk about that. I want to hear, right, what the number is. There's a bigger budget impact. And then what other types of decisions, if we were to implement all high schools in August to have these at one time, what that would mean in terms of impact.
Yeah, so if you look at slide number 9, it kind of gives you a breakdown on what each system really costs. The floor mounting system, it just gives it the ability to be a little more sturdy. So even though you can pick them up and take them somewhere, this actually you can click them into place and it'll be a little bit more sturdy. In addition to that, they have a sleeve that protects them that we can use as a little bit additional cost, and they also have a training fee along with the maintenance fee. So I would estimate between $17,000 to $18,000 for each, and then where it depends on how many we need per school. So if you're looking to expand, we're right now, Director La Rosa's team estimated between 2 to 4 per school.
Okay, so let's just assume 4, right, times 23, I was going to say 28. Why is 28 in my head? 28, right? 28 high schools.
Well, we
give me some. Oh, there we go.
We plan for 31, right? Because we have our combination schools,
Okay.
right? So Dillard being one of those,
Okay.
right, which is actually in the first wave. So we have to consider those schools too. So for our purposes, we're considering 31 high schools.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly speaking, what Chief was saying is roughly is correct, right? $16,000, $17,000 per system, and then the bells and whistles, depending on what we want to do, mounting them to the floor and base plates and all that stuff. But that's our biggest cost. So I think the total cost was approximately $1.8 million.
Right, got it. So the decision point is, can we spend $1.8 million now or in preparation of the new fiscal year? I think and I can give you a recommendation on some areas to cut, but I don't think I need to do that, because I brought another sheet that the chair actually did, which I'm actually going to pull her question, which actually was very prudent, pulling all of the salary, non-salary areas by division. I can give some observations, Mr. Superintendent.
Just a point of order, sir. It's capital.
It's capital.
So we have unallocated reserves that we could go to.
Yep.
No, I understand. I was making a bigger budget piece. I understand. I got it. I was highlighting work of the chair around budget, but I understand. I'm very clear on that. So back to big picture. Is this something that we can do? Sorry, well, I didn't mean point here. Is this something that we can do all at one time comfortably?
Ms. Marte?
So from a financial aspect, the answer is yes, as it relates to the money would come from capital, and you have capital reserves now, so if the direction is for the superintendent to bring a capital budget amendment to the June board meeting and not wait till next year, we can do that. I have been in numerous conversations with the chief around this, and I'm not sure if the staffing concerns are as easily addressed, and I would defer. So part of the conversation is realignment of existing staff. I don't know how much existing staff
Can do
the
this.
chief could realign in one fell swoop. I think that would be the obstacle, but I don't want to speak for Chief Alberti.
You're right, Ms. Marte, and I believe that's what Director La Rosa alluded to. We just want to make sure that we have enough staff to be able to understand what's going to be needed for, we're estimating 3 people per entry point. Maybe we need more, right? So maybe we need to adjust and realignment, thinking amount of contracts, people having to get reassigned for a new school, so things like that, right? So we wanted to make sure we started with the 4 to give Director La Rosa the opportunity to say, hey, Chief, we really need 4 or 5 people instead of 3 per entry point. So now we need to kind of realign our folks in that direction. That's my only hesitation, and rolling everybody out at once.
Got it. And I appreciate it. And I want to build on your idea. I'm not going to steal it. I'm actually going to make sure it's not on the ropes, because I think I heard it was on the ropes a little bit. Hopefully other board members will also come and support. So $1.8 million.
Yes.
Staffing, potential opportunity. I didn't say issue, because the board today could say, here is where we're going, Mr. Superintendent. And you could immediately, on the HR side, focus on looking for these type of individuals, right? So now let me focus on the individuals who would serve at these various points. Are these, let me make an assumption, are these armed or unarmed individuals? Are these, who are the type of staff that will be supporting these, the equipment that we're referring to?
So the intent is for these systems to be operated and monitored by unarmed security.
Okay.
Right, what I affectionately call our blue shirts.
Right.
Right. With an armed either guardian or SRO in the vicinity in case of alert, in case of response.
So based on that, if I could, Madam Chair, just want to continue down this line of thinking. So there currently already is an existing armed SRO and/or guardian today, correct?
At every high
that-
school.
Right. No, I got it.
Correct.
So that's not the issue. So if it is an unarmed individual that will, I would say staff these various systems, then isn't that an easier hiring lift than a certified armed or an armed officer? You agree with that statement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Great. So because that's an easier hiring lift, I'm actually with you, Madam Chair. I just want to walk through that. So, and I understand it's easier to phase it in, it's easier to pilot, it's easier to self-select whoever, right? I get that. But it's also, I think, cleaner to, at one point, just roll out, here are all the schools, and let's make a big point, Madam Chair, which you have already done, right? Broward wants to be very clear that our high schools and all schools are safe, right? So I'm actually supportive of your idea. I believe that the $2 million, I'll round up, we have it, we can do it today. Staffing is not an issue because we have armed, great staff already. And I know that we can do 4 times 30, right, to get to the number of unarmed security officials that we need to man or support, rather, this weapon detection equipment. So I'm in favor of going forward full steam because I had questions around the initial piece, but you all, good job again, but I'm ready to go now.
Mr. Fogarty?
Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, I agree with my colleague. I did have a question, though. So we are moving forward, right? And I know we're just talking here. Because like I said, I'm in favor, but my question is, I know that this was a pilot program. So it didn't go through the process of RFP, going out, looking for vendors, different technologies. So can you discuss what the next steps would be if that's the case, if we do move forward? Because they wouldn't be able to just, okay, this company, every single school. No, then it would have to go through that whole process, correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
No, we already have an ITB that went out, and we're ready to roll.
Got it. So this vendor has been selected, but it would be for all schools if that was the request of the board, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Understood. Thank you very much, Chair.
And I think we have a great opportunity to use our local law enforcement to help with the initial training. You know, if we go to them and say, you know, will you help us train our staff? I believe that they would come in with open arms to help us. We just need to ask and have that conversation. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a list of questions I have for the chief through the chair. Okay, Chief, question. How many days of training does it take to become familiar with the system? So how much time will you need? 3 days, 5 days, a week?
Director LaRosa, can you answer that? I know you interacted with the vendor.
Yes, so, and this is an important detail to the entire conversation. I'm glad you asked that question. So one of the major benefits of this particular system and this particular manufacturer, not the vendor, the manufacturer, is they specifically come out and conduct a 2-day training at every site in which these systems are installed, right? So that's really their kind of battle rhythm, so to speak, is they come out, they do a classroom training on site for anyone who's involved in the installation of the system. They stay overnight and they're on the ground for installation and there while the system goes live for the first time to ensure that everything runs smoothly, right? So that's their piece. From our piece, as soon as we acquire these systems, we will be training internally all of our staff who are going to be hands-on, all of our leadership. We'll be doing that from early summer all the way through full implementation.
Is there a limit on the class size when you have people that are being trained? Is it 3 people, 5 people? You can have a dozen?
Yeah, in the words of the manufacturer, when I had this conversation, they've done up to 1,000 people. I don't like that. I think the smaller groups the better, right? Because you want people to get more hands-on. But I don't think we'll be limited.
Okay. Is there any kind of special ampage or wattage that's needed for this machine? So we need to check the schools to make sure they're set up to carry that load?
No, ma'am. These are battery operated. These are battery operated with rechargeable batteries. These are they're not proprietary batteries. So these types of batteries you could buy at Home Depot, right? Which is also another benefit. So they won't require any power from the school. The only potential issue, which we will work out with the installation, is sometimes there's a little bit of interference. So we'll set them up so that they're not being interfered with any current power lines, which is, from what I understand, a non-issue. It's just finding the right placement. But aside from that, it should be no impact.
And lastly, is there an additional cost for the training? And if so, how much is that?
There is not. It's included.
Good news for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, any other board member comment? So I think I've just to kind of bring us together, Mr. Fogenholly, Mr. Alston, myself, I believe Dr. Zeman, all weighed in on trying to bring all of our high schools to get a metal detector by the start of next school year. So if board members could weigh in on that. Ms. Rupert?
I would be okay as long as Dr. Hepburn knows the ability of our staff. And I did catch part of my colleague next to me kind of going through that question and answer part. And like him, let's do it as long as it doesn't, cause a little craziness. But every kid deserves to go into a safe school. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I guess I just, I understand the idea of doing everyone at once. Then I guess I wonder what the purpose of a pilot program is.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
It's going to give us the ability to find out what sets it off, what doesn't set it off, give staff the opportunity to have hands-on training. I mean, that's the whole, you're practicing on the job. I mean, that's the opportunity for us to figure out, okay, well, maybe we want to stand over here. Maybe we need to purchase more things like these tensions behind me. Maybe we need to add more tape. Maybe we need more room. Maybe we need less room. That's what the pilot is about.
Okay, and the pilot's only going to be for 2 sites this summer, right?
Yes.
So it's not, really indicative of like a day-to-day, I mean, it offers some opportunity for training and
Sure.
sussing things out, but it's not like a regular school day. So I guess, there's a lot of logistical things that you guys have to figure out, right? Like, I'm not a security expert, but I would wonder if we are going to expand it to the whole district, then I would hope that maybe training opportunities would be available throughout the summer for all school staff, because that's a lot to work out in a very short period of time.
Yeah, security staff will be taking advantage of the metal detectors in this summer, and Director La Rosa will be in charge of making sure that all security staff are trained.
Okay. I support, I think it's the most equitable thing to do is to roll it out everywhere if that's logistically possible. I worry about the logistics of it, but I am not a law enforcement officer. So if you all think you can do it well, then I trust your expertise.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, just to kind of put a fine point on this, $1.3 million of additional money and a lot of hard work to pull this together will get us to a place where we can tell every high school staff member, visitor, volunteer, student that they go to a place where we've done what we could to keep out any object that looks like a weapon. And that is the goal, is not to getting it to half or to 60% or 70%, but if we can provide the money and you and your team could do the hard work, we can get to a really great point where everyone in a high school campus will feel like there's pretty good certainty that there's nothing there that looks like a weapon. And that's a lot better than the system we have today, which is we're hoping somebody sees something and says something, or it drops out of someone's backpack. That's our current weapons detection system, and that's insufficient. So 1.3 million, out of a capital budget is a very small amount of money to get us to that point. I look forward to getting there as fast as possible.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while I understand the urgency to move towards safety and rolling this out at all high schools, I'm also concerned that the urgency of doing this in trying to get everything done all at once in a very short period of time can also create logistical problems, can lead to some level of chaos because we haven't really ironed out all the wrinkles from pilot testing over the summer. What I would really prefer to see is that I know we're only having 2 schools over the summer, but as we move into the regular school year outside of the summer, I would much rather see that we start in August with a few schools, maybe more than what we have here, and then roll the rest of it out in January, learning from the experiences of having a few schools between August and December, that we can learn from whatever kinks we had to iron out at those schools, and then we'll be better equipped to do so for the rest of the school year. I'm just worried about 31 schools suddenly and trying to fix all the problems that emerge as a result. I am concerned about how chaotic that could be if we have issues that we didn't see that comes up as a result of putting these in place. So my recommendation would really have been to use the summer as pilot testing, have more schools in the first part of the school year and the remaining schools at the end, so we can learn from that first level of implementation during the regular school year between August and December.
Did any of my other colleagues have anything to say? Ms. Sixton?
I'm okay with doing them all, but I share those concerns, as Dr. Zeman said. Sometimes when you speed ahead with something, it's kind of, cut off your nose to spite your face. So I understand the thought process, and I would say, yes, let's roll it out as well as we can, but if you find that there are hiccups or there's concerns, I hope that you would be willing to come back to us and say, we're doing it as fast as we can, but this doesn't make sense for us, so we're having to make adjustments here, and be honest about it, because I would hate to just say, we put them everywhere and then find out it's not working right. So I just caution on that. I understand what everyone's saying, and I'm fine with that, but sometimes when you try to do everything all at once, It's like playing 5 sports, right? You're only really good at one of them, and the other 4 are kind of mediocre. So I don't want to put ourselves in that position. If we can do it and it works out fine, I think that's great. But I hope you would be able, if you're finding concerns, to come back and say, you know, here's really what the concerns are, and let us know that, so that we could be honest with the public that our interest is to have it everywhere as soon as possible, but it's not making sense in certain places. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mrs. Leonardi about equity, that I think rolling them out at the same time would be great if it's possible. We have to just make sure that we can do it logistically. So one of the questions I have 2 questions, is my husband works for a big international corporation, and they have service repairmen available that go to facilities when anything is set up. I don't know if that's offered with you. So, and they have, you know, truckloads of tools and spare parts, extra parts, in case something malfunctions for any reason, so they can fix it on the spot, because they don't get a second shot at coming back. They have to do it during the installation. So my question is that, will you have servicemen available throughout the county that in the event that something should go wrong, that they can get over there and diagnose it and repair it on the spot? And the second thing that my question is, do you have a backlog for ordering any of these weapon detection devices? So there would be a wait time. In other words, we would need to place an order now if we want it for December, or if we want it, you know, for January. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. LaRosa?
So as I mentioned earlier, so the manufacturer comes out and assists with installation for all of these, right? So they'll be on the ground when these are installed. They also do support them. The nice thing about these systems is there are no, you know, they're fully electronic, meaning there are no movable parts. You know, if they break, they will replace them. They're under warranty, and you know, my interactions with the manufacturer so far is I've no concerns. I'm not going to have to rely on some, at least I don't anticipate some Broward County, you know, technical guy to come out to one of the schools. The company will come out and take care of it. And my apologies. What was your second question?
Backlog.
Backlog, okay. There is currently no backlog that I'm aware of. We've had this discussion recently. They can turn around these systems as fast as we want them. I would still revert back to my comment earlier, that I don't think it's our best course of action to really, you know, to suddenly get 100 of these towers in the mail either, right? So the manufacturer will come out with the systems. They essentially deliver them. They come out with the systems for as many schools as we want to do at a time. We get those schools taken care of, get them set up, do a dry run, do a real world, you know, go live, and then it's on to the next. And I think if we keep rolling in that fashion, then we'll be in a good place. But I don't want, the only thing I would ask of the board is, you know, to just have faith in us moving forward. We will continue to roll. It's going to be fast at sometimes. It's going to slow down at sometimes, right? At some points, depending on the school, the location, the capability of the staff, how they're taking to the training, and all of those factors. But I think if we continue in that way, you know, I don't want to make any promises, but I don't see why we can't get to every high school at some point throughout the fall of 24 before we hit the new year.
Okay. Well, thank you to the board for supporting this. I think this is a very positive layer of school safety protection that we're adding for all of our high schools. And I just want to say that you never want to get that call as a parent. Dr. Hepburn?
So one question, is it the will of the board for us to move ahead and bring the amendment for capital budget later for all the items? Just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you.
And we do have to take public comment. Public comment. Metal detection.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Broward Teachers Union, educators support every and anything that you all can come to a hopefully unanimous decision on protecting and supporting all of our, first and foremost, our students, everybody that works in our community, and I mean schools and buildings the same, because we do have students that leave campuses and enter Broward County Public School buildings. So every single place should be thought of, because you never know on any given day when they may visit, because they're doing such greatness. So we wholeheartedly are looking forward to seeing that this project get done, and it's done with fidelity. There was one question out there on the asking of the company that takes care of all of these detectors. I don't know if I heard what's the response time when they're called, because if you're moving forward on getting every single school with these detectors and it's the company's job to take care of it, what's the response time if something happens? I don't know if that was, I didn't hear that asked, if that could be a thought process, because we do know that there's always limited availability of employees in any given company, including in our own district, of when we have HVACs that go down or leaks that happen, or even as simple as a door lock that's not functioning well, or even another simple function of a clock not working, or an intercom system. We know we have limited employees that can get dispersed out to our 250 plus schools. So if the money is allotted, and we have a large capital budget, we have a large budget, was it 5 billion? I know it's 6 billion. Oh, we're good. Well, 5, 6, it's billions. And we know that if it's properly budgeted and allocated correctly with the group that is tasked to take care of the budget and then present it to you all, as your job is to oversee it, not break up every line item, but it is your job to question wherever it goes. So if this is to keep our system safe, we're obviously in favor for it. We also would like to have other preventive measures of keeping out these weapons, but also when we have, unfortunately, our students that want to engage in other types of physical violence on each other, whether it's on school property or off school property, they're still school board property until they reach home. So we like to also have a plan and it works for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none. Dr. Hepburn, do you have your direction?
Yes, Chair. Team and I will work together to bring back an amendment to the capital budget later to actually purchase all of the necessary weapons detection systems for all high schools. Chief Alberti will work with his team to come up with a plan for implementation. And if there is any complications based on the capabilities of that team, we will definitely update the board immediately if there needs to be any adjustment in that plan moving forward.
Thank you. At this time, we will now move into our closed-door session for 60 minutes. All attendees for this session, please remain. All other guests, please exit the boardroom at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if you start at 5, close the door.
Welcome back. We are now at the 2024-2025 Property and Casualty Insurance Renewal. I'll now turn it over to staff for a presentation, brief presentation, and then we'll go to board member questions.
Sure, this is on. Good afternoon. My name's Aston Henry. I'm the Director of Risk Management. And today I want to talk about property and casualty insurance. We're looking at the 2024-2025 Property and Casualty Insurance Renewal. Does this thing work?
You want me to work the slides for you?
This next slide talks about rationale, purpose, and the request that we're looking for from the school board. And the rationale centers around the 2024-2025 property and casualty renewal, specifically budget, historical data, property insurance premiums for the upcoming year, as well as options that the board can explore with regards to purchasing insurance for the 24-25 school year. The purpose, I wanted to advise the board of potential rate hikes, premium increases, because the property insurance renews on May 15th, 2024. The casualty insurance renews on July 1, 2024. So what we're looking for as far as a request from the school board, we want to talk to you about the coverages, the premium spending options specifically. We had a budget set of $33,135,000 for this upcoming renewal. Okay. Okay. Page 5 or?
Yeah, go to page 5. Talk about the market.
Okay. Let's, well, you mean page 4. Okay, page 4. We're talking about the state of the global insurance market, what we saw in 2023. What we saw in 2023 was a challenge around capacity as well as pricing. And the carriers are they were scrutinizing our statement of values, not just our statement of values, but statement of values across the board of all insureds. They were looking for insureds to retain more risk in order to control pricing. Deductible trends, there was a rise in deductibles as a result of the market due to the increase in premium pricing. We saw increases as far as windstorm deductibles. They went from 5 to 10%. Deductibles increased for severe convection storms as well. Terms and conditions were negotiated, and they imposed a lot of restrictive language in regards to valuations and catastrophic hurricane wind coverage. What are we seeing in 2024? In 2024, what we're seeing is an upward trend in pricing on the property. We're seeing stabilization as far as percentage increases. As far as the London market's concerned, where carriers are coming back into the market, so we're starting to see more capacity and aggregates. So the availability is there now in 2024. So what we anticipate as far as the domestic markets are concerned, if you have a loss experience that's pretty high, we're seeing rates go from anywhere from 8 to 18% increases in the rates. As far as CAT modeling, carriers and syndicates continue to utilize the catastrophic modeling. The reason being it simulates what a hurricane or earthquake damage could be. Why do they do that? They're looking at the probable maximum loss that they could incur as a result of a hurricane or earthquake. Talk a little bit about blanket property policy. And nothing has changed since last year with regards to our self-insured retention or deductible. We still have 42 carriers and syndicates that underwrite the program, 55% international and 45% domestic. It's still the same structure as last year. What we have is $50 million excess Obviously, you have your first deductible comes first, the first 50 million excess, a second 50 million excess, a third 50 million excess, and then the fourth coverage, excess coverage that you have is currently 12.5 million, okay? So it gives you a total of 162.5 million in coverage. The next slide talks about your total insured values and the total district assets that are insured. And as you can see, year over year over year, because we start out with 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. We had an increase this year over last year in the total insured values. It's increased to 3.6%. This slide just gives historical data in regards to our property premiums. We looked back at the historical data from 1993 up to 2023, and it just talks about our policy period years, total insured values. You can see they've increased over the years. Percentage of increase, I've given you that, and the limits. As you note, if you look at this slide, the limits have fluctuated from year to year, and they fluctuate based on what's going on in the world. The reason I say that is because you're buying on a global market. So for instance, when you had Hurricane Andrew, the effects, you saw a decrease in coverage. Well, yeah, a decrease in coverage, increase in price. The World Trade Center event, which was September 11th, you had multiple hurricanes. You also had the world financial crisis and economic downturn. So all these items have an impact on our insurance premium. This next slide, we talk about coverage options. And I'm going to give you an update because this was done before we got more information in from the markets. So we talk about option one, maintain the current coverages that you currently have in place right now, and the price would be $33,135,000. If we explore option number two, obviously, we could raise our hurricane deductible from $75 million to $100 million, but yet we're going to take on additional exposure. We're going to take on an additional $25 million. The savings isn't going to be that great. Option three, you can decrease the coverage from $162.5 million to $150 million. Once again, you're taking on additional exposure. Some of the contributing factors that lead to your premium pricing, you had the Rickards Middle School loss, you had the flood loss of last year. That flood loss is estimated around $10 million. The Rickards Middle School, on this slide it shows $15.6 million. The actual payout for Rickards was about $21, if not $22 million. But that payout, you have to take into consideration, $15.6 million came from the property market, and the balance came from a builder's risk policy. So that's not going to count against you. We no longer have that builder's risk policy in place. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Right now, what I'm recommending is option one, to maintain what you currently have in place. But that's going to cost you $33 million. As I stated earlier, I have an update for you. So the price isn't going to be $33 million. So what we have here is the insurance budget that we lay out at the beginning of the year after talking to our broker and our underwriters. And as you can see, the layout here is you'd have an increase in your premium from $22 million to $28 million. That's the most severe increase, 23% increase. We look at the terrorism policy. There's an increase there, and also the obtain and maintain policy. What's that?
They can go to the rest of the slide. Give them the good news, and they can read the benchmarking.
Okay, I'll let them read the benchmarking. Okay, so what I've done is I've gotten an update from the carriers and the underwriters in regards to our property policy and what we're looking at. We had anticipated $28 million. Right now, we're standing at a price of $23 million 139. That's a 1% increase, okay? So we had a lot of discussions with underwriters. We explained to them how much money we've put into the market, how much they paid out. They looked at us and they said, yeah, but you've had 2 losses within the last 4 years. But I said, yeah, but if you look at the historical record as to what we've paid in and what you've actually paid out in losses, you're ahead of the game. So I think this is good news for us. And with regards to the terrorism policy, we've gotten a break on that. You know, last year we paid, I think it was 82.5. It's flat, 82.5. Same with the obtain and maintain. Last year we paid 1.4. We're targeting 1.4. So there is an actual savings. We're waiting right now for the rest of the premium pricing to come in. And once it comes in, I'll update the board. But I think this year we're going to have somewhat of a savings when it comes to the renewal.
Thank you very much. Public comment? Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And you might have covered this while I had slipped out for a second. This hurricane season, NOAA increased the number of storms, I think, to 24, which is like the highest it's ever been. Has that been factored in to this, equation here?
It's factored in, but what they're looking at primarily is our historical record. And when they look at a historical record, historical losses, we've been pretty good in that area. I think since this program has been in place, historical information has shown that we've only had 3 losses. Hurricane Wilma, where we paid out, I think, $17.5 million. We've paid out, we're going to probably pay out about $10 million on this April loss from last year, the flood loss. And like I said, $15.6 million for Rickards. So those are the only 3 losses. When you look back historically over a 30-year period, it's a pretty good track record. They also look at our construction, and they understand how intense it is in this area when it comes to construction codes. So that's a factor. We also spoke to them about, some of the work that we've done around roofs. So that's another factor. So they've taken all that into consideration. So I don't really think the prediction on the storms is going to be an impact at this time.
Oh, from your lips to God's ears, though.
Well, hopefully we don't have any losses.
If it impacts us, it'll be next year.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other board member comment? Mr. Alston?
Thank you.
Option 1? Okay, thank you.
Yep. Option 1.
Option 1? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Henry for an amazing, amazing job. Getting a 1% increase, when I know everybody around here's homeowners insurance went up way more than that, was because of his efforts and the great information he gives the market and how prepared he is for that negotiation. So thank you very, very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next item up is School Board Policy Review Project, Rule Development Revised. Dr. Wanza?
Madam Chair, thank you. So we, as indicated in the presentation today, we have several policies that are coming to the board. The one thing that I do want to, out of respect to a number of the comments that the board has received from the public as well as our stakeholder groups around the county, today is not rule making. Today is rule development. So a lot of our community members have concerns about conversations and the board making decisions today. The board will give input, as it always does, to staff on the policies that are being discussed today, but actual rule making will not occur if it goes as scheduled until June. So today is not final rule making, where many people around the community may think that is what today is. Today is a part of rule development. It was advertised as rule development. The different departments who are working with the policies that are up for review are here, as well as our consultants from Coward & Coward. They are here as well. So we look forward to the conversation that will happen with the board, understanding that some of the staff members are still working with stakeholder groups to get input, and that final input will be incorporated into what is presented to the board when it comes for final rulemaking. So with that, Mr. Hill, do you want to start to shepherd us through the policies that are being reviewed today?
Chief of Staff, while he's doing
Yes.
that, does that mean at June 18th, we're both doing decisions about repurposing and doing rulemaking for our policy changes?
If the policies are advertised for the June 18 board meeting, then yes, sir, that would mean that it is actual rulemaking.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I don't really have a formal script for today. The policies have been provided to the board within the presentation, and we are all set. We have our subject matter experts here to answer any questions, as well as our partners in review, Coward and Coward, at the end of the table. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, sorry. Public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have three members of the community who have signed up for public comment. We have Corey Pinero, and I hope I said that correctly. You may proceed to the podium closest to you. We also have Jessica Alvarez, and then we also have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
You may begin.
Beacon, can you turn the podium?
Just
Okay, sorry, now it's working. So yeah, Corey Pinero, Parkland. I am the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty, Broward County. And I am talking about the behavioral matrix specifically, and how, one, it's 187 pages, and it was put out to the public recently for us to review. It's not easy to read. There's a couple things in the policy, like policy 4120 is not for the classroom materials, but also just for classroom materials, but also library materials. A parents' rights component only includes those that want the schools to teach their children about sexual orientation or gender identity, evidenced by the schools recognizing 2 months and a day to the group of people, that group of people. So truly, this district is not giving parents the right to make decisions regarding their upbringing and the control of their children if they're promoting these things that some parents don't want their children to be learning at school. It is, so this is showing me, this behavioral matrix is showing me that the Promise program has just been renamed. Honestly, is it is it the Work Back program? Is it EES? Is it CPST? It's all these acronyms that we can't understand. It's not clear. It's, I understand giving children a second chance and probably, looking at their home situation and giving them some assistance for that. But when you're doing this and you're creating so many circumstances, like for somebody to commit sexual assault 2 times, sexual assault, start a fire on campus 2 times, burglary 2 times, sexual misconduct 2 times. There's a combination of these things. So somebody can do sexual assault once, burglary, have a major fight. All these things are in combination. It's collective before you even consider expelling them from the school. So when I look at this, you look at a child having this offense, committing this offense. What I look at is a victim. You have a victim of bullying 4 times or 3 times. You have a victim of mistreatment of peers 3 or 4 times. You have a victim of discrimination. You have victim after victim after victim that is not being taken into account when all you're doing is a restorative justice process for somebody that is committing a crime, because a sexual assault is a crime. And it needs to no longer be in the school if somebody is assaulting somebody sexually. So that needs to be looked at. And these policies are worse. This behavior matrix is worse than what we had prior to MSD. It's worse.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
My name is Jessica Alvarez. I'm going to give my 3 minutes to Corey.
No, you had to do that before she spoke.
Okay, so I am from Weston. I am a mom of 5. I have all my kids in public school. I went to the meeting for the matrix, and I am not agreeing about all the things that Corey said before, because we don't need kids at school that do 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 times misbehaving and still stay at school. I have a lot of moms in my group that had his kid sexually assault, and the classmate that did that was in his same classroom. So after she wrote a document telling that, so that's not acceptable. Please review it. You meet with us, some of the board members, and we're supposed to give feedback, and they are not counting with our feedback. You are just deciding what you're going to put on the matrix, and you are not asking for the parents' feedback. We are really tired of letting these offenses go and go and go, so the kids don't have rules, and kids need rules. Everybody needs limits. So please pay attention on this. We don't want our public schools to keep going worst every day. We want limits. We want our kids to be happy and safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Narnik Pierre from Parkland. Many of you school board members should have gotten emails from the community, some chairs from different advisories in terms of policy 8010 that will be formally 5,000, your policy 5.1 enrollment and withdrawal, as well as policy 6400 that will be was 5,004.1. So diversity hasn't had an opportunity to review those policies or be looped into the policy. We talked about looping and policy 1164, 61, I can't remember. My apologies. In terms of getting us all involved, we didn't get this information about till 2 weeks ago. And is she going, oh, okay, that's my baby. I just had to make sure. All right. She want to make sure who she was going with. We didn't get that. We weren't involved in a timely manner. Diversity will be meeting with them in May. However, we felt like we should have been looped in prior to this April presentation. I understand that nothing is going to be set in stone today. However, every meeting I've been to so far have rejected all of the revisions. The revisions are removing community stakeholders, they're removing advisory voices, and in the name of specificity, which I think this district needs specificity now than any other time. That's one thing. The second thing is that it gives the illusion that you're including us, but if it's not written that you're including us, then you're not including us. So we don't want lip service. So we hope that you will look at these policies, see what's striked out, understand that there is portions of it. We went through a whole boundary change last year where we were talking about safety and security, we were talking about overcrowding, and now we want to raise the percentage from 100 to 110%. Y'all need to make that make sense to me. Unacceptable, because we went through a whole boundary change where kids were stating that they were getting hurt in hallways, they were getting knocked off, and I asked for incident reports, still ain't got that yet, but here we are. So you can't do it for one. You can't open Pandora's box and think that you can kind of shut it down now. That doesn't work like that. So I would like for the board to make sure that you pay attention to all these policy changes and also deal with staff on how they're looping community stakeholders and advisories. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida, and apparently fresh from the leper colony, since we can't be around staff anymore. So to build on what the Diversity Committee Chair was talking about, just to reiterate, there was a version of this policy that AECOM was working on last year that did remove the community boundary process, but that was really the only thing that was removed until this version. This draft with its proposed changes was rejected in its entirety by North area, South area, Central area, and DAC. And understand that your SAF chairs roll into your area advisories, which then roll into DAC with a few more additions. And the motion that everybody was on board with is due to concerns about the interlocal agreement and state requirements for educational facilities, equitable treatment of students, community boundary process, community member boundary proposals, and lack of parent organization and advisory committee participation, we reject the proposed policy 8010 changes and recommend starting fresh with community input from the 3 regions. Because whenever you take, if you don't specify that something should be done, like a boundary process, and say that it's up to the superintendent, whoever that is, then it may or may not happen. So nobody was on board with taking that out. The larger concern here is that you have, by state statute, required to have an interlocal agreement, which you do have. But this seems to be separating the boundary policy from the ILA requirements. And there have been other signs that someone is trying to circumvent the ILA. We asked for demographics to come to the facilities task force. They have not been to the facilities task force at all, haven't actually seen them in years. And frankly, I've never seen the version of the demographic staff that I saw at the Central Area Advisory meeting. As Ms. Grant would say, they chose violence, and someone needs to get to the bottom of why they're choosing violence all of a sudden. So the state statute that everyone needs to become familiar with is 163.31777. It's literally called Public Schools Interlocal Agreement. The ILA and this draft appear to be in conflict. Please figure that out, because the ILA says 110% of permanent and 100% of gross. So that's a problem in terms of reconciling. So if it goes back, and we would like to have them at FTF in June, since they would be at diversity in May. But please figure these things out. We're warning you now, it's going to become a problem in the future.
Good afternoon, good morning, and hello to everybody. My name is James Sparks. I'm a member of a group called CCC. When you say diversity, our group founded the Diversity Committee. And we founded it for simple reasons of we wanted the community to have an input in what's going on at your school. We don't want to, years ago, George Allen had to sign off on everything that the school board did. And he got paid for it. We didn't want all that. All we wanted to do was get it and get our schools in good shape. Policies and procedures is the way to do it. But guess what? There's policies that goes for one school, and then when you try to use it or try to get things done at another school, it doesn't work, or you got to put it on hold, or you got to do a certain thing. Ms. Batista right there, she fought all the way through with it. She know exactly what I'm talking about. Things that we fought for back then when we were trying to get things done, they said, no, you can't do that. They had policies that said we had to be bused. That was a lie. We didn't have to be bused. You bust us because you wanted to. You had procedures that you said when your kids come to our school, they get in a circle by themselves. Our kids went to your school and you didn't do anything but just send us out there. My kids get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get ready to go to school. Go by 8, 10 schools. All that was in policy and procedures. You know what I mean? I listen to every school board member, and all they sit there and tell me is, I'm for the kids of Broward County. That's the biggest lie ever told. You're for the kids in your school in your area. If I'm in my neighborhood and I see a kid going down the street and he needs something, his shoes or his clothes, or he act like something wrong, I'm gonna go out and try to help that kid. My kids need stuff too. Now that's a fact, and I used to say that all the time. But listen, if you're concerned about your children, then you're going to be concerned about every child, not just yours, not just your community. And see, the reason I know that's a lie, because you go to one school. My granddaughter went to Beachside. When Beachside got their $800,000, they didn't have nothing they needed to do with that money. And that's in the black community. You know why? School board decided to furnish it with everything they needed to make it a priority school. You had to get in line to get in that school. Hey, you get in line, you do what they say, you get on, and they put you in. So that's what I did for my grandkid. I'm not going to go against the policy, you know what I mean? But I didn't agree with it. But I wanted the very best for my kids. So that's what I would like you board members to begin to look at. Don't just look at your school. I had a board member tell me one time, I supported you at Hollandale High. Hollandale High had 5 classrooms. They were science classrooms. They had asbestos. And right now to this day, there are still a few of the schools that don't have, that are not back up. But now how you gonna support me when you know that school had asbestos and you didn't do nothing about it?
Thank you. Any
Thank
other
you.
public speaker? Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of those, the public comments. Thank you for what you do, all of you, and you know who you are in your respective places. Welcome again, Howard and Coward, and to the team. I guess, Madam Chair, just to make sure I understand, we're now going through comments because I know there's a difference between rule development versus making. So you want us to provide comments at this point to where we are
Yes.
before the final product comes back to us at the June meeting? I think that's been clarified. Is that right? Okay. So let me jump to, I'm not going to go in order here. Fund balance. Let me start there. So you already know where I'm going anyway, Madam CFO. So policy 3510. So it looks like the recommendation that you are proffering is for a 4% fund balance level. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Staff.
That's correct.
Got it. So we're going to, the recommendation is to increase from 3% to 4%. Fitch was very prescriptive in 5%. And I think, at least I'll speak for me, I have dealt with all 3 rating agencies just as you have. I think others, maybe someone else up here has as well. And clearly they've given us a roadmap on how to get away from a negative outlook. Is it your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent, I'll look back at you now, that 4% is strong enough? I think hopefully you're going to say no, that your recommendation, or you're hoping for the board to shift from 4 to 5% because you want the district's negative outlook removed from Fitch and any other rating agency before they even think about it. So clearly I can recommend now, right, that we replace 4 to 5%, and if there are 4 other people who will agree, but just want your thoughts, at least on that one item.
No, I would, Mr. Austin, I would tend to agree with you that stronger is better. So as we continue to go through budget seasons, my hope is that we continue to increase our fund balance, but stronger than 4% would be definitely better.
All right, so let me go ahead and make the recommendation, Madam Chair, that on policy 3510, 4% should absolutely be 5% fund balance, and I'm hoping that 4 other people will agree. Let me jump to Diversity Committee 1240. I'm just going to just one of these. I know we're going to come back to the full Diversity Committee item, which is another big conversation. So looks like the updated language is recommending, I think it says 3 student advisors. My assumption is these are 3 representatives, right? Because there's only 1 student advisor. Is that correct?
Can you say what page you're on?
Well, I'm looking first at the PowerPoint, and then I'll go looks like it's slide 11 or 550, depending which number you're looking at, under Policy Rule 1. So page 1, that first rationale. So I just want to make sure in that there's only, I'm assuming it's 3 student representatives, maybe including the student advisor as one of those 3, and or his or her designee. Well, there's only 1 student advisor, and there's 1 alternate student advisor, right? So I'm just being clear about who we're asking here. Is it 3 student representatives, or is it the student advisor, the alternate, and a representative? So it's really just a question. I don't need the answer to that. It's just for clarity when you all go back and work on that. Everyone got that? That makes sense? Yeah. Perfect. All right. I will pause there, and I will yield time to others.
Mrs. Hickson?
Sorry. Thank you. I have a couple of questions also. For the fund balance, discussion that we were just having, the suggestion is to move the vote to a supermajority on there. Every time we've had a discussion about supermajority, we have said no, that it should be just the simple majority. I don't see why this needs a supermajority, so my suggestion would be that it should not be a supermajority, to be consistent with everything else that we have been doing. On the code of conduct.
Wait, so are you agreeing with the 5?
Oh, 5% is fine if the superintendent feels that that is, I guess I'm concerned about putting it in policy, though. The only reason is that we're not quite even at 4 right now, so we would already be violating our policy. So I just concerned of what that looks like. When I read it, it says if we go below it, you're going to start to give us updates, but I think we've asked for those updates already anyway. So what is the advantage to changing it from 4 to 5%? And how would that reflect on us if we're not even close to that yet?
Madam Chair.
Well, Dr. Hepburn, do you want to answer?
Yes, Ms. Marte, you want to provide any expertise? And the implications of moving from 4 to 5%.
So, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So, Mrs. Hickson was thinking the same way the finance team was. We are already a tad below 4%. So to increase it, which I absolutely agree, I'd be much more comfortable at 5% in a perfect world. But at this moment in time, in order to increase it, it would mean that we either make further reductions in the budget or get new revenue. So that's why the staff was hesitant to recommend that. I absolutely agree with Mr. Alston. Not only is it Fitch, it's Moody's, it's Government Finance Officers Association. They all say 5%. But that's going to mean making a significant, and I don't have the calculation in my head, what's another percent? Do you know that, Iram? So that would mean $21 million of additional reductions in our budget next year to get there.
Okay, Mrs. Hickson, are you done?
No, not quite. But so I would be concerned. I would say maybe change it to 4% for now, and then we could revisit it again in another year when we're at a place where we could increase it. I just worry about going from 3 to 5. So that's my answer on that. On the code of conduct, I have to find the page. So I have page. It says page 75. So I'm in the actual redlined policy. So let me go to page 75. Sorry. Oh, I went past it. Where it says acts against persons in the matrix that we have. So I think I have page 75, so let's go here. Yes, on page, it says type of incident, and it's under acts against persons. And again, there's the first consequence, the second consequence, third consequence. I would like to ask if we could add something on there, and it's actually a conversation I had with Dr. Licata, but I haven't had an opportunity to have it with Dr. Hepburn, but I'm going to guess that maybe Cabinet did have this discussion. There's a huge concern across social media with something called deepfake, which is where they take someone's image and then they use it to make them look as if there's a sexual thing going on, and then they post it in this person's reputation, obviously. So it makes them look like they're doing something, but they've never been in that situation. They've taken an image off of Facebook or Instagram or whatever and caused them to be in naked pictures or videos or things of that nature through the use of AI. So it's an actual term called deepfake. So I would like us to add that into our discipline matrix, because it is something falls to me under the cyber bullying or maybe even physical acts of sexual nature that's on this chart already. So I would like, if it was possible, to add a fourth bullet under here and include the deepfake and have some consequences as to what that is, wherever it seems appropriate. And I'd also like to speak to some of the public speakers, because it's something that we've said. There are some acts against persons that one consequence I get, but the second and the third, and where we're putting people back into the same situation where something happened, it seems to me we are allowing everyone else in the classroom to not get their education because we're wanting to make sure this one person has all of their rights, which I don't disagree with their rights. But I don't know, the consequence is part of our matrix. Is that us? Is it governed by law? Why is it that there's so many chances on certain things? I get it for some of the smaller things, but acts against people, I find a huge concern with how many chances there are here, and that they're not cumulative if there are other things. So if someone could maybe address those consequences, are they imposed by Broward County Public Schools? Are they mandated by state law? If we could address their concerns that they brought up.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Washington.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jody Washington, Director, Equity, Diversity, and School Climate. To answer your question, some of the consequences are governed by state statute, specifically the zero tolerance statute. The others, statute does require progressive discipline, which means each time something occurs, the consequences become more severe. Some of those things are within our control. Other things, the zero tolerance pretty much says what needs to be expellable.
Okay, so if it's possible in the places where we're making those decisions, and again, not for everything on the matrix, but those very severe, especially acts against persons, that you're putting someone right back in the same situation of where it happened. And oftentimes the perpetrator, I'll call them the perpetrator, I don't know if that's the right terminology, but it's my world, I guess. They go back in the same classroom, and then the victim has to go to another classroom or another school. And there are huge concerns with that across the board. So if there are places where we can condense how many times, or, you know, I understand discipline having to be, the word left me.
Progressive.
Thank you. I understand that, but there are huge concerns. We've heard it from everywhere, but they articulated themselves very well today. So if there's a place where we can look at this and make those consequences more severe so that people realize that it's not okay to do those things, I think it would be important for me as a board member for us to do that. So thank you. And definitely include where we can consequences for deepfake, and let the students know we know what that is, and that there will be severe consequences for that, because that does cause a lot of students to even want to commit suicide because they're in a situation where they didn't make it and they can't get out of it. So thank you for that. My last one is the big one, so I don't know if we're just jumping into that or not, but the policy 8010, and thank you to Jill and Joe for the long conversation yesterday. So if there are a couple of things that have come out even in public speaking today, so if we could address that directly. And one of the things we've heard over and over is about the interlocal agreement. So if staff could address how the changes in this policy affects the interlocal agreement and how it affects the level of service. But even before that, so I'm glad to see Coward and Coward here. Thank you so much. And please, can you remind us that part of consulting is that you look at state statutes to make sure that whatever policy changes we're making are in line with state statute. Am I correct on that?
Can you hear me? Yes. So yes, we do look at these. We look at this. First, we go to the statute. Just make sure, start from the beginning. So we get these policies with suggestions by staff. already redlined that staff has worked upon. We look at those, the suggestions by staff, and we just look at it to see if it's consistent with what we think is proper legally by review of state statutes and review of other policies throughout, not just the state, but throughout this entire country. We compare at least 3 other districts and review those policies. Sometimes we agree with staff recommendations, and we just, if we don't see anything that's contrary to the law, we'll defer to their expert on that subject. However, if it's something we have concerns with, we address those concerns with them and suggest that they change accordingly. The only thing I would add is that some of the stuff we don't see, like this community input you heard from today, our version was prepared and provided prior to us getting that input. So we did not, at least in that particular policy, consider the staff input in our draft because we didn't have it at the time. The community input, I apologize.
Okay, so the draft that we see before us, though, you looked at and you feel that the changes make sense?
Well, that's a stretch of a word, but
Okay.
it's consistent with the law, so we didn't find anything that was inconsistent. So we may not personally agree to some things, but if the staff recommends it and we don't see anything that contradicts it in the law, then we accept it and leave it in there.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that we personally or professionally necessarily agree with
Okay,
it.
thank you, I appreciate that input. Okay,
Okay.
so staff could address the interlocal agreement, please.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Trpkowski?
Ms. Young.
Thank you. Joseph Beck, demographer statistician, actually has the law in his book ready to repeat.
So, good afternoon, Joe Beck, demographer, demographics and enrollment planning. So the section of statute I'm going to read to you refers to public school concurrency, of which the interlocal agreement is the supporting document in Broward County between the school board, 27 municipalities in the county itself. Since 2014, public school concurrency has been optional. From 2008 to 2014, it was required. It is now optional. So the interlocal agreement, which is part of that, is something that the school board at its future decision or convenience could opt out of if they wanted to. So the section of statute I'm going to read from is from section, 163.3180, section 6A. Local governments that apply concurrency to public education facilities shall include principles, guidelines, strategies, and so on. So what it's speaking to is that the concept of concurrency is optional. Our neighboring districts, Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade, have treated it as such also. So we are still fully in concurrency, but that is not a requirement in the law.
Can you maybe explain what concurrency is for the public, so that they understand what? No, we're not the ones that are confused. Well, can you, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Mr. Beck or Mr. Aspuga.
Good afternoon, board members. Chris Akabusu, Director, Facility Plan and Real Estate Department. One of the departments that oversees growth management, and we actually manage, it's called a trialer, that amended and reinstated into a local agreement because it's been amended 3 times. Concurrency, the word concurrency, it's, as a general definition, concurrency means the impact, when the impact of a development is going to happen, the public facilities to serve that development has to be available concurrently with the impact, right? So for example, a developer is going to impact water, sewer, school facilities. By the time they get the certificate of occupancy, we should have determined that we have classroom space to accommodate that student, from the development. So that's loosely what concurrency means, meaning concurrent happenings to make sure there's capacity when the development is going to take place.
Thank you. So does concurrency have anything to do with boundaries?
So both are 2 different intents, right? So the statute says for any school district that's going to impose concurrency, again, Mr. Beck was correct, concurrency is, as a state law, is optional, but we have that on oversight committee, which Mrs. Hickson, you sit on, Broward County, the Oversight Committee, and the signatories to that agreement have determined that concurrency is going to be mandatory. For concurrency, the state said if you adopt a level of service, that level of service has to be achieved and maintained within a rolling 5-year period, right? So to determine whether we have capacity for development, the school board has adopted this current level of service, which is the higher of 110% permanent capacity or 100% gross. I use Harbordale as an example. Harbordale doesn't have footprint for portables, right? Because your level of service has to be uniformly applied throughout the county. So Harbordale doesn't have footprint for portables, so their permanent capacity for me to determine for a developer not to deny that development is that they have 10% within the physical structure, right? Pretend the media room. So that's 10%. But then if you have portables, then your level of service is gross because it's permanent and then the portables. So that's why you said a higher off, and again, to enable uniform level of service. So the purpose for concurrency is to determine, do we have space for development to move forward or not if it's affecting the school? In terms of policy 810, I guess the purpose is to determine, is a school overcrowded for a student to be enrolled or something like that. So it's two different purposes, but it's underlying, kind of almost underlying. But again, I just want to be clear, public school concurrency for the fact of is to enable that you can indefinitely delay development. So you have to, adopt a level of service that you can achieve within a 5-year period.
Thank you very much. So maybe our demographics staff then could speak to that. So the concern, as we've heard from many people, is if we change the percent of the gross, if we change the if we increase the percentages, what's going to happen here is schools that are already over-enrolled are going to just be able to get bigger, and schools that are under-enrolled aren't going to have, we're not going to make students go there because we're allowing the bigger schools to get bigger, so we're not helping the schools that are under-enrolled. So could you just, in simple terms, because we use a lot of big words around here, could you explain, is that what the change is doing here? Can you have a discussion like we had yesterday?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair. Ms. Hickson, thank you for that very good question. So the intent is not to, overcrowd schools. It's just to, because this is just a definition. It's not a trigger for the school board to consider a boundary action. It's just a benchmark at which a school may become considered overcrowded. Where we have below 70% is considered, I'm not overcrowded, we're saying over-enrolled. I have to stop myself because we've changed the terms there. Overcrowding is something that happens because of over-enrollment. So the intent is not to increase the enrollment in these schools beyond a reasonable amount or a safe amount. It's just to reflect in the definition that the school would not be considered overcrowded. And that's always been the case. We've never considered schools that were, below a certain threshold, 110% of gross, may be a standard that's too high for the board, and staff is obviously comfortable with reducing that. But the intent is not to overcrowd schools, A. And the second piece of that is that, and you said it very well, allowing certain schools to enroll more students doesn't take students away from schools that they're already choosing not to go to, unfortunately. So we're a full choice state and a full choice district. If we have room in our schools to allow students to choose to go to one of our schools, then they'll do it. If there isn't room, then typically they'll find an option in one of our arms of competition, either charter schools or private schools. So it's not to over-enroll our schools. It's just to acknowledge that they're not running at an overcrowded or over-enrolled state just because they've hit a certain threshold. And that's obviously something we're flexible on the board. This is just a proposal.
Well, and I would just reflect some of the things that we've heard. We did make a boundary change because there was a school that was 114% capacity and there were safety concerns and the students were nervous about changing classes and stuff. So I don't see where it makes sense for us to go even higher than that if we specifically made a boundary change because we felt some of us felt that it was unsafe. So I hear what you're saying, but I feel like these are two different things, right? The concurrency is about charging developers, but this policy is dealing with boundary changes. So is it a way where the reason you're changing it for concurrency issues happens in one place, and then we have a different way of looking at it for this policy? Because it's two, as Mr. Acabuso said, it's two different things already, but I feel like combining it caused a lot of huge concerns, which are valid, because we've already said 114 is extremely too high, and we took students out of that school, so it doesn't make sense to me. Why would we be looking at increasing it?
Well, so may I respond, Madam Chair? So 110% of gross is less than 114, and we wouldn't be increasing it above that. I know that's not what you're saying, but just for clarity, we're not proposing to go higher than the level that Stoneman Douglas was in the year of the boundary change. That was 114% of gross because they don't have any relocatables on their campus. We would say that 4% below that, they would have been an overcrowded or over-enrolled school. The second piece, though, I think you hit on something really important that I wanted to respond to, is the reason that these two policies don't overlap and the reason that boundaries are not dictated by concurrency or level of service is that we don't do boundary changes for concurrency. We have a 5-year plan that has to be met in the DEFP, the LOS plan, and we have to show for schools that are expected or anticipated not to meet the level of service how they will do it, but it's not achieved through boundary changes. We don't do that. We did one LOS boundary change the year that concurrency went into effect in 2008. I know Mrs. Rupert can probably still remember the wounds from that. And that's the only one we've ever done, and that was, in 2008. It was a long time ago, and it was I don't think it was a good choice.
Oh, thank you. I think
Ms. Young?
I have something additional to add. After we met with the community, we met with the 3 area advisories, the district area advisory, the EC committee, and we're also scheduled to meet with the diversity committee. We would have met with the diversity committee already, but we just got the policy back from our policy vendor after spring break, so we're now been in communication with the community. However, after hearing that input, we agree we should go back to something more manageable when it comes to defining an over-enrolled schools. And let me read that revision to you because it's in line with school concurrency. So we have one set. So I'm going to read you. An over-enrolled school shall be deemed over-enrolled when enrollment is greater than 110% of permanent capacity, plus modulars and relocatables, and are projected to have an enrollment greater than 110% of permanent capacity, plus modulars and relocatables for the following school year. Schools with enrollments less than 110% permanent capacity, plus modulars and relocatables, may be deemed overcrowded based upon criteria of class size reduction, special programs, or special circumstances.
Okay, and the idea, if we had an overcrowded school in terms of school choice and not necessarily boundaries, but we wouldn't open reassignment seats to them, right?
Correct.
Because that's the whole point here, is the idea of if you're not considered over-enrolled, then you still have seats for students to come into. So
That's true.
I'm sure my colleagues have more questions. I just have one more, and I'll turn it over to everyone else. In a variety of places, we have crossed out where it talks about diversity on page 12 of 16, specifically page 13 of 16 and page 14 of 16. There's big chunks that take away and delete where it speaks to diversity. Can you explain to us why that was a suggestion?
Ms. Young?
Yes. After having the policy review vendor review the policy, it was noted that equity is actually mentioned 7 times in the policy, and that those specific areas where you just mentioned on those pages was considered redundant.
Okay. Can the vendor, is it okay to ask the vendor if they agree with that statement?
As a point of clarification, the removal of diversity in as many instances was not a suggestion by Coward and Coward. In fact, we included a couple more times. We did point out that we believe that the intent was clear and that we could still accomplish that without the repetition, but we put it back in there in some instances to make sure there was no confusion, that the commitment was still the same. So the original deleted versions was not our suggestion, but we were okay with the fact it was in there less often, as long as we made it clear that we weren't lowering the standard or eliminating the standard, as long as the standard was still prevalent. And we believe that after adding it back in there in a couple instances, it was prevalent still.
Okay. So it seems like there's maybe some disagreement there. And I would say, I think it's important also somewhere for us to define what diverse means, because what diverse means to me may not be what it means to other people. And we have to remember, we have a very diverse district. And in some schools, we have a very high number of Blacks and Hispanics, but if you go to certain areas of the county, you don't see that diversity in the school. So, I think the point of a lot of this was that you wanted to continue diversity in all places of the school, and if you take that out of the policy when you're looking at boundary changes, what I think is diverse may not be what someone else thinks is diverse. So I think it would be important for us to also agree with a general idea of what diversity means. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm just going to jump in quickly because I have to leave to do Passover Seder. I agree with Mr. Alsa's suggestion to move the fund balance to 5%, and looking forward to hearing his ideas on how to budget that to get there. And then on page 4, Safer Watch, it's one word. You have it as 2 words in 2 places. And then on page 14, they're talking about handheld metal detectors and specially trained animals. We're going to need to put a space in there, I believe, to put our policy, our new policy with our weapons detection. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also have Seder tonight, so I'll be leaving in a little bit, Chair. Hope you have a wonderful one at your house as well. Happy Passover. I'm going to suggest to our acting chair, maybe to the superintendent, to reconsider Coward and Coward's contributions. These policies across the board could use an editor who's thinking about the public reading them. One of the things that happen in any organization is you fall in love with your own terms, your own expressions, the depth of which you explain something. And my neighbor picks this up and says, "Hey, what does your diversity committee do?" And it's like, "Oh, here's our policy." And they go, "Hey, thanks a lot. That was funny." Like, what do they really do? What is their objective? How often do they meet? What do the agendas look like? What kind of reports do you want from them? What's in those reports? Those kinds of things could help us a lot. And it may be beneficial for Coward and Coward to think a little bit about their perspective as non-school board employees, but as advisors, and help us write better so we can communicate with our public. Broad point, though, about advisory committees, volunteer advisory committees. I believe we got a lot of work to do. If what we want to do is optimize their contribution to Broward County schools, we need to think about some hard questions. How do we recruit first-rate talent to our advisory boards? How do we be clear about duties and responsibilities? How do we standardize advisory boards? Most organizations have an advisory board policy, and then there's specific advisory boards by topic. I think that might be interesting. In that standard policy, we could talk about term limits. There's a lot of organizations, particularly municipalities, that allow you to serve for 4 or 5 or 6 years and then take a break. Why would we do that? Well, because we want fresh talent coming in to always bring us new and different things. When we see 30 members on an advisory board, how are we supposed to recruit people when they're one of 30? That's a lot. And it's even hard to manage a group of 30 people to get them to move forward in the same direction. So in my mind, I think advisory committees are essential for good government organizations, but we have to think a little bit about our policies across the board related to size, to term limits, to bylaws, to frequency of meeting, to their interactions with staff. And in particular, that comes out when we look at one of these in detail and we look at the verbs that are included in this policy. We ask advisory committees to ensure outcomes. How exactly is an advisory committee empowered to ensure an outcome? They're a recommended group of advisors who volunteer to do great things for us, to give us extra perspectives, to show us things we don't know, and to pass along decisions that they've made to us for further considerations. And so I just feel like we have to think very, very hard about these things, about the size, about the scope of things we ask them to do. If we're going to ask them, like a diversity committee, to work very hard on the CCC agreement, maybe we should tell them what kind of things that we'd like to hear back from them, or what kind of data would make sense that we could give them to think about and give us ideas about what's good enough and what's not good enough. Maybe they can represent the public back to us in ways that we hadn't thought about. So I think there's some work to do. And Chief Staff, I'll just share my line in, line out comments just so that you can see them on that. But I think a committee of 30 is too many. I think if we give them specific tasks, they're going to be more enabled to do the things that we want them to do. And I value very much our volunteer advisors. And I want to make sure we have clear expectations and responsibilities with all of our advisory groups. On fund balance, we have to also, I think a little bit about it. I want to make sure, Superintendent, that we have a single definition of what a fund balance is. If we're going to have more than one fund balance, it gets confusing. And so if we're going to have one that's 4% and one that's 3%, and we're going to have one for capital account, we might want to think about different names. I personally do not think 5% is the right number. I'm much more comfortable with 4%. Giving up $21 million of spending in order to meet some external review of what is appropriate. I also like the codification of things that we've tried that worked pretty well. I loved the pay for rule that we started this year. If school member Zima wants to buy something, he's got to pay for it. He's got to go find something in the budget to take out in order to propose something to put in. I would recommend that since that worked so well this year, we codify that in our policy. I also think that we need to have a policy around fund balance that's consistent with the annual flow of the development of the budget. And so at the beginning of the year, we might set a 4% target and say, but if you want to spend any more, you got to find us something to take out. And then what happens when revenues are higher than you expected or costs are lower, it automatically increases fund balance. And so to me, there's a way of doing this fund balance issue that's a little bit more elegant and allows us to get where we really want to go, which is solvency. We want people to look at us and say, that is a solvent group. I trust them. They're creditworthy, and they know what we're doing. I'm very, very proud of Broward County School Board and the work and the staff that they have on budget. There's a lot of attention here on budget, and what we do with our budget is noteworthy. We get feedback from the Florida School Board Association and Council of Great City Schools about the conversations we have here, about the debates that we have, about the amazing staff that we have to put things together, even with 40 vacancies, by the way, in our finance department. They continue to do great work. But I just want to make sure that we think hard about our policies, and once we've locked something in on fund balance or the process for getting there, that we're willing to do the things that will really get us to our eventual goal, which is creditworthiness and solvency, so that we can make sure that we can always borrow money to meet our cash flow needs, and that the public trusts that we're going to use taxpayer monies in a way that's consistent with taxpayer needs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have some, actually, I don't even know where to start, because I do have some major concern with the revision to now what's policy 8010. I went to the Central Area Advisory meeting that they had about a week ago, and this was presented to the community. I can tell you that what I've heard from the community, they're not happy with these revisions at all. So I sent out a series of questions for follow-up, and I believe all of the board members should have a copy of that. And the concern that I have is not just the changes, but the process and how the community was involved. So what I've heard is that there are concerns with removing committee stakeholders, with removing diversity, with separating boundary policy from the interlocal agreement, issues with looping as far as community stakeholders and advisories, and the time frame to which the community stakeholders had to review these type of changes, and it goes on and on. So I have an issue with not only the changes, but I have a major issue with the process, and I just have this feeling that the community, not only were they not given the appropriate time frame in which to review these types of changes, but I'm not sure if their input was taken into consideration and if their input was actually valued. So when I went to the Central Area Advisory, they had a motion to actually reject all of the changes to what's being made here. Because of that, I had a series of questions that I asked, right? I did note specifically that at that meeting, there was a question about engaging the diversity committee as the other advisory committees were engaged. And the response that I heard was somewhat, and I'll paraphrase, that there was attempt made and diversity didn't oblige. So I contacted diversity to see if that's accurate. And diversity said that's not accurate. So I am concerned because the process has to be equitable. Community stakeholders have to be involved in these processes. And the community has to feel that their input is valued. I don't get that from this, not the meeting that I went to, and not the meetings that I've heard also. So then I asked a question. There were a series of questions. I asked basically, please provide details on the sources used to gather community input, and that was provided here. And then could you clarify whether staff agreed with the changes based upon the version of community input considered? And it says that staff agreed with some changes but did not agree with others. Well, what I see here is 2 pages of community input that staff disagreed with. I haven't seen anything here that staff agreed with from the community. So it seems unidirectional, right? And so I would like to see that this basically is brought back to us with proper looping of stakeholders, reflecting that they're given adequate time to review as well as to understand the changes. Now, if we're going to continue with these, I'd like to talk about some of the changes that I'm concerned about. So I'll go to page of the policy itself. On page 4 of 16, where it talks about 100% being the new number for over-enrolled, I disagree with that, and so does the community. And I believe Board Member Hickson mentioned that as well. And if we go over to on multiple pages, it's just lined out as far as embracing diversity, input, and community input, and so on. I've seen that here on page 8. The community school boundary process seeks to solicit ideas for boundary change proposals from community members and/or groups most directly impacted. That's crossed out, and that happens throughout the whole document. It's too many to mention. And on page 10, it says, available capacity at under-enrolled schools may be considered when economically feasible as an option to relieve overcrowding in schools during the boundary process. And let me just see what else I have. On page 14, which says designated staff, quite a few things were crossed out, and I personally do not agree with that for K1. So the real concern with this whole policy, and it's just so many, is that the community is not happy with it. The community gave their input. I went to the meeting. They totally disagree with this. And not just that particular stakeholder, but multiple others. And if you speak with all of them, they do not agree with these changes. And they're concerned that diversity has been pretty much removed in multiple parts of it, that it is separating the boundary policy from the ILA. It is increasing overcrowding to be more than 100%. When we had this issue at MSD and we talk about overcrowding that, and now we're saying let's move that up to 110%. So I am very concerned with the policy. I'd like to see that it comes back with proper looping from community stakeholders and that it is further discussed, because I don't agree with the majority of these changes.
Thank you. Mr. Fogenholy?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. And so I want to talk about Dr. Holness's concerns, and we're hearing it over and over again, but can we clarify the process of what this goes through, right? Because we're talking about looping. We're talking about everybody doing this. This is rule development that we're talking about today. We're not rulemaking, right? So we're not taking this final vote. This is for us to have discussion as a board, and I may be mistaken. Andre, you can correct me if you want to get on there, but we're having discussion. We want to see adjustments. Then the next step is for this to go back out and start the looping process, correct? To go to the diversity committee, to go to different committees, community. What is the next step, Andre? Please, if you can help with that.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Andre.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Hepburn. You are correct, Mr. Fogenholy. The next step would then be to receive additional stakeholder feedback based on the board's guidance, as well as to either come back for another rule development or to move right to rulemaking, which is where the final policy will then be presented to the board for final adoption.
Okay, so I, for one, as a board member, I feel like this is where we're at, is I would like it to come back to the board after doing that whole process for us to discuss and continue to get more directions and then go to rulemaking, right? I feel like we're skipping the step of having community input, having input from our advisory committees, and then it's just causing confusion here.
So both, I think, was that also your request, Dr. Holness, was to not bring it back for rulemaking, but to do, right, rule development.
Right.
So in other words, have another workshop where they've given input, we give feedback, and then it comes back to us one more time for the final vote. Is that what
Absolutely.
you're both asking for?
And can I?
Go ahead.
Okay, and the reason for this, my feeling as a board member, unfortunately I was at that meeting, and from other stakeholders, I don't believe that we engage the community in a timely manner. Secondly, I'm not sure how much the community input was taken into consideration. And thirdly, I have issues with, for example, separating the policy from ILA with the 110% overcrowding, and with not having the community feeling that they're involved in the process. I think they feel it's unidirectional. So I think as we go through the process, we need to ensure that everyone feels that they are a part of this and they're not simply just going there because it's stated that this is the process, but they feel they are contributing to the process. and that their input is valid. So I don't get that. So I'd like for it to loop and come back to us, not for a final, but for further discussion.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr.
No problem.
Fognoli.
For Dr. Holness, that was the long answer for yes.
Okay,
So
yes.
what, here's
I just wanted to clarify
yes
for
from-
staff what
Yes.
the ask was.
No, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. And I want to be clear here. So when we talk about it, and the thing is, of course, again, public trust, everybody's trust levels are low. It's Broward County Schools. This is where it's been until we start gaining that trust back from our community, right? It was said, and this is why it's clear, we get direction from staff. Coward and Coward goes in there, starts looking at state statute, make sure everything's within the line, wording is correct, everything's within line. So for me, I, for one, look at this and say, okay, we're looking at redefining schools. You're having this conversation. Now you're talking about boundary policy that you're trying to change. Right before then, this seems like you're setting up for that process. If that is the case, the communication needs to be much better from staff to us as a board and also community. People need to understand that, and I feel like we're just skipping steps here and on multiple facets here, and it causes concern, causes worry, and then also just confusion. So that's a big part of it. If that's the plan, like I said, and then it goes back to redefining again, what is the plan? The clear plan to say if we have to change policy beforehand, if we start having these conversations, we need to know what the picture is, but if we don't, we get piecemeal, you're gonna cause confusion. So for me, that's what gets me on there. I'm not gonna take too much time. We've had this conversation. I believe it does need to take that process and come back to this board. But I will talk about the fund balance. Board Member Alston, I don't like that idea. I love it. So yes, from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, give Dr. Wanza an opportunity to add some additional information about process.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So just very quickly, as the board provides direction to the superintendent and ultimately to staff, when when the superintendent is provided with direction to bring policies back for another session of rule development, could you please tell us, is it all of these? Is it one? So that helps in the process. That's the first thing. The second thing is when they come back for another rule development session with the board, it may be in the month of May or it may be in the month of June, depending on what the workshops look like, number one, and number two, remember we do have to advertise, I believe it's a minimum of 14 days for a workshop, and then we have to advertise 28 days for it to come back for actual rulemaking. If policies are tied to the redefining of schools process, the policies have to go through the full rulemaking process in order for us to implement them in redesigning. So I just want to make that very clear.
And that's a good point. Thank you. I think so far the only policy that has any controversy to it is the 80-10. So I think the other ones, whatever we're talking about, could go right to rulemaking. If as we go around, I can ask my colleagues that, but I think the only one that's in concern is the 80-10. Any other board members have questions? Ms. Rupert? Oh, okay. Mrs. Pham?
Sorry. Thank you, Assistant Chair. I have some comments to make in reference to the policy and that 5090 Code of Student Conduct. There's several things I have severe concerns with. I get phone calls a lot from parents in reference to incidents that happen at school with bullying or fighting. And what they tell me is that when these incidents happen, their child and other children are taken down by the principal and other administration, and they are told that they must delete the videos that they've made. And then they'll threaten them that there'll be consequences if they don't delete it, and they actually take their phones, get the code, and they delete it, and then delete it from their mailbox. And I've spoken to this with General Counsel, and from a legal standpoint, this is evidence, and what is called in legal terms is destruction of evidence or spoliation of evidence. And in my opinion, this is not an educational record. This is documentation of a crime and how it actually occurred. So I'm going to ask legal counsel, general counsel, if she would write to the Attorney General for an opinion whether we can legally take someone's phone away from them and say you cannot surrender this to the victim's parents or to the aggressor's parents. In my opinion, a policy should be made that if the school takes these videos, when they get a copy of them, they should provide them to both the aggressor's parents and also the victims, because they have a right to see it. They shouldn't have to fight for it. They shouldn't have to get a subpoena. They shouldn't have to get an attorney involved. They should be entitled to look at what happened, and I think it'll expedite the process. I think things will get resolved much sooner because there's no question about what was said and what's done. And I can give you several examples of where a video was destroyed, and then it surfaced after the criminal charges. And the video absolutely showed that this girl did not do what they claimed she did after her father had spent $10,000 in criminal court. It's not funny. It's not funny. This girl was pulled out of school. She was sent to the same alternative school as the persons that were involved in the fight. They bullied her at the school, and then they put her on the same school bus, and they beat her up on the school bus, and the bus driver had to pull over and pull them off. So the father had had enough. Anyway, he came to me, he talked to me. We got that resolved and got that girl out of that situation. But for that video, that one lone video, that girl would have never had to go to criminal court because she did not do the allegation that she was accused of. So thank God she's back in a regular school because she was innocent. And videos can show guilt or innocence. That's why they shouldn't be destroyed. I have another student. I'm going to tell you consequences. Don't always follow the right course. And this is a 10-year-old boy who was accused of, and I'm going to read it right here, misuse of tech. You know what? 10 years old, he was competing with someone to see if he could find the password to a computer. Okay, this little boy, not only was he suspended, he got threatened by the police in full uniform that he had committed a crime and he could be arrested. He lost all privileges to field trips, 10 years old. He's just trying to play on the computer to find a password, which we all know he probably wouldn't find anyway. But he was suspended for 5 days. He wasn't allowed to use his laptop for 30 days. And the only reason he got the privilege back to the laptop is because the mother went into school and said, what is going on? He can't do his work. You have to let him have his laptop. He wasn't allowed to play basketball with the other kids. He was told that he played too rough. He wasn't allowed to participate in recess for a week. Had to just sit outside. He was put in a room, isolated, and the other students were unable to talk to him, and he wasn't able to talk to them. These are examples, and he wasn't able to do his schoolwork because he was sitting in another room. These are examples of that shouldn't be occurring, and if someone had taken a videotape of any of these things, I wish it had gotten out, because this is how the truth comes out. No more brushing things under the carpet. No more. Doesn't matter. There's no privacy right when you're committing a crime or when you're abusing a child. And I think that is abusing a child. I just want to go on. Another girl attacked in the bathroom. Her mother had gone in that week to the school, said she was going to be beat up. She went in that very morning and said, this girl is going to beat up my daughter. Well, she did beat her up in the bathrooms. Luckily, they got a copy of the video. Even though it was deleted, it had already been airdropped. So they had a copy of the video. She's fighting with this girl, fighting for her life, being banged against the floor with her head. And she got suspended for 9 days. Do you know why? Because she got up off that floor and fought back with the girl, trying to get to the door to get out of the bathroom. That's not self-defense. That's called self-preservation. No one has the right to tell you that you don't have the right to survive, and you just have to take it over and over again. That was the only exit she could get out of that bathroom. So I'm just saying, Broward County School District, I think you're looking at 2 lawsuits, because I am not discouraging these parents, because what's happened to their children is not right. And had the school seen that video, which they haven't, but the attorneys has, if they had seen that video, they would have known what happened. But instead, they chose to take it, not comment on it, and just secret it. So we have to stop this secretive culture. Okay, going through, and I'm going to go through some other things that rub me the wrong way. Page 65, and this is K through 2 classes, okay? Cutting classes is the same violation as a dress code violation, okay? K through 5, I mean, do they know what cutting classes are? Do they get lost in the hallways? So, and in addition, the second level of violation for a dress code violation is losing extracurriculum activities for up to 5 days. First of all, you're lucky if a K through 2 can dress themselves. This goes down to the parent, and you're going to take this away from the child. If anything, you should have the parent have to keep an extra set of clothes at the school, if that's going on, and then call her back to change them if you need to. But to take the curriculum activities away from a 5-year-old, no, this isn't right. Another thing. Page 89, you have stated Promise is a mandatory program. We don't have the Promise program anymore, unless the booklet that my assistant brought down is an old one, but we don't have that, so that needs to be removed and any reference to it. I know many of the circumstances here lead up to when someone commits even an assault on a school victim. I think it should be a whole different standard, a whole different ball game when there's a victim involved. I've seen milkshakes thrown on persons more than one time where it's caught on video. And then the school say, we don't know about this. What are you talking about? It's right here. Anyway, I think that when you have a drug violation, and they start at K through going all the way up to 12, if you have a drug violation, that you should immediately be put on a random testing at the school. I don't know how frequently you would have that, but they need to know that you're not going to let them bring drugs into school and persuade the other children or the other teens that this is okay. So I'm also, a lot of people don't know this, I'm also a part-time flight attendant. I get random. It's easy. You go in the bathroom, you know, and I don't know when it's going to happen. Sometimes they'll take the whole crew. We all have to go. It's not a punishment. It's a privilege of working. Just like a privilege of going to school.
Mrs. Pham, can I stop you for just a second? Ms. Batista, can you please speak to whether that's something we can legally do or not?
We are able to drug test employees. We are not. We do not drug test children because they have a right to an education. We cannot prevent them from. I mean, there would not be a result or a consequence.
What about homeschool? What about virtual school? There is alternatives to still getting an education, and I think that's something that maybe a legislator should bring up. Because is it fair to, we're always looking at the person that's involved, the person that commits the conduct. We're not looking at the victims. I wouldn't want any one of your children getting exposed to other kids in K through 12 doing drugs. Especially that young kindergarten. They don't know. They're going to take a gummy. They're not going to know what's inside of it. So I would never want to have any one of you have to race to the hospital and hope to God that you got there before your child passed. It's just not fair to you. And it's not fair to the parents. We have to hold people accountable. That's what we're missing. So another thing, what I thought too, is when we were young, and I'm old school, and I'll be the first one to admit it, if we did something wrong, we had to write 100 times. You know, I'm sorry that I did this, or I had to write an essay, why I was wrong, something like that. What happened to that? Did I hate it? Of course I did. But it made me not want to ever do it again because my hand be tired. So why don't we, instead of just saying suspension, which is obviously not working, obviously. Years ago, teachers used to reinforce the discipline of the family. Family would reinforce the discipline of the teachers, of the schools. Something's gotten lost in the translation here. Maybe it's just because the relationship is deteriorated. But we need to get back to being a team. It seems like we're not a team anymore. It really does. It just seems like everyone's picked sides. So I want everyone to prick their brains, and if you come up with ideas of just not corporal punishment, I'm not talking about getting out the belt or anything like that, but ways of disciplining or discouraging students from repeating the same performance and cutting down on all these chances. We can't allow it. You don't learn. How many times do you put your finger on a burner? When it's hot, you learn the first time. So give some thought to that, and accountable. That's all we want, is the kids accountable, and our kids, all our kids, safe. But the ones that can't promise to keep their hands off of others, or that can't stop bullying or harassing, then they need to be removed. And that's another thing I would bring up to the legislature, is right now under the Hope Scholarship, the victim has to leave. I think it should be the aggressor. The aggressor. And good luck. They can find another place to take them. If not, virtual homeschool. You've lost the privilege to be in public school. You still get your education, though. You haven't lost that privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alston. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Ms. Rupert was next.
Can I mention something?
Oh, Dr. Hepburn.
I just want staff just to make sure we send the updated copy to Ms. Pham with the red line, because she referred. I think you have an older copy, and I just want to make sure you have an accurate copy.
Actually, I do, but my assistant brought this one down.
Because you mentioned some things that are
Thanks,
not in existence anymore. Thank you.
I do have it.
Mrs. Rupert, sorry.
You write your comments down after somebody does some talking with your research, and then all of a sudden you look back and you're like, what the heck, and I'm going to read it anyway. So this is my comment. Wow, advisory committees are the lifeblood of this organization. I am vehemently against silencing our advisory committees. True public voice is needed even more now than before. When I was a mom, parent, volunteer in my community schools, parental community voices mattered. You didn't need a resume, a business experience. You didn't need to have somebody who you knew. You had the most important resume, a heart for this district and our children. Going back to DAC, I was a part of that. These are warrior moms and dads. They will fight for their community, just like I did, and every one of us, I hope, continues to do so, because we're going to lose hope if we do not keep fighting for our kids. And I look forward to the Diversity Committee update. I know this is probably better said then, but after hearing a lot of stuff, I felt like I had to say something. And as to Mr. Alston, I was going to say, trying to be an olive branch, 4.5, but you know me. But I'd love to hear your ideas there. So that is all. Yeah, so I'm saying bye.
Thank you. And before I get to Mr. Alston, Dr. Holness, we need you to weigh in on the percentage for fund balance. And Mrs. Pham, I'm going to ask you next, so think about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Okay, so for the fund balance, I do understand, it would be nice to be able to achieve the 5%. I am concerned about it, though, and I believe it's in great spirit, and I would love to see that eventually, but I'm concerned immediately as to moving forward in that direction, having to then find, I believe, $21 million, right? So I would prefer to stay at 4 for now.
Thank you.
But certainly, I think 5% should be our goal in the future.
Perfect. Thank you. Mrs. Pham, 4 or 5%?
Quick and easy. I really like Toria's idea.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Let me just say that when people show you who they are, believe them. I strongly believe that. And let me just actually, is it raining? Flyover? Okay. So let me actually go to one point in my paper that I wasn't going to go first, and that is on Coward and Coward. Thank you for your work. Improving diverse businesses is not talking down to diverse businesses. It's not talking down to a contractor, because I know the business climate in Broward schools and in Broward County, and unfortunately, that was not demonstrated today to you. So I apologize on behalf of the board based on those comments that were made to your firm. It was absolutely inappropriate. Giving a business a chance is what we as a board talk about all the time. We claim, as I think another speaker said, at different points and parts of the year, depending what month it is and depending how late it gets in the year, that we support all businesses and that we support small businesses and that we support all these other types of businesses. We didn't demonstrate that today, and that's unfortunate. Don't put me in that category. This board has already had a public conversation because I recall vividly when your contract came up. I recall the conversation. I recall the vote count, and I recall who stood where then and now, period. Creditworthy, Madam Vice Chair, is 5%. And that's to all members of the board. Chaos and incompetence is actually when you just don't read. Because we can make swift decisions when we want to. But Fitch was very clear to us, Mr. Superintendent. Don't put me in the category when Fitch comes back, Madam Deputy Superintendent and Madam CFO, because it won't be a 30-day or 60-day or 90-day period that they get back to you. You know that. And you should feel free to push back on your board. But I'm going to push back on them because you probably can't in your respective places. You know it should be 5%. They've told us. You ready for the next rating agency to also say the same thing? Because guess what? They watch your meetings, board members. They watch every meeting. And they were very clear about the fiscal policy and direction of this board and this district. So when they come back, and by the way, I think I counted, I think we're at 5. But if the board were not to do that, let me just speak to that point, because everyone seems to not understand the urgency and the importance of that. You want them to come back and downgrade the district? We talk about capital. How much time did we spend on capital? A long time earlier. You want to talk about what happens when they downgrade the credit rating, Mr. Superintendent of the district? What happens then? What happens to our bonds, our ratings, the costs, right, that we now will increase to this district by not going to 5% quickly? Will it hurt? Yes, getting to 5%, Mr. Superintendent, will hurt. But let me read what I wrote here. Redefining schools. I thought you told us that redefining schools was going to yield all this money. Millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. So $21 million shouldn't be that difficult. If we're going to sell land, lease land, merge some schools, right? Businesses coming on site A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I think we're already at 21. We might be at 42 million. There's your 2%. We must get serious about the fiscal condition, because it's not just about the money. And I know folks want to talk about chaos. Chaos has actually been going on for 20 years. And 2 of us up here didn't cause it, Mr. Foganoli. I don't think you were here for a couple of grand jury reports, sir. You weren't here for a couple arrests, sir. Along with so many other things that occurred in between, Board Member Foganoli. So I'm hopeful, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Superintendent, that the board is solid on the 5%. If you need my help, sir, I will take a day away from my day job to come sit with you, but you don't need that because you have a solid team that I know can find $42 million. I just raised the ante even more. Redefining schools will yield funds if this board does it the right way, because that's what we've been talking about. The right way is important. And I'm hopeful that the superintendent will update the board and the public on some more public conversations that will be coming countywide. The reason why I referenced, and I'm done, Madam Vice Chair, after this, I'm going to repeat the same thing I tried to do earlier. The chair actually pulled all of the salary and non-salary percentages and dollars by division. It was a similar exercise I did almost a year ago when I voted against the budget, noticing that there were north of 300 positions that were in the budget that I thought was 300 too many. But look at where we are today. We just had to go backwards, Madam Deputy Superintendent, and pull from that same 300 a year ago. Is that chaos or is that forward thinking? The chair found, and I know that she stepped away, every division, Mr. Superintendent, and I can give you an observation, and I highlighted.
For the record, I'm on the line.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, that's your role. But there was one division, and I will just not name the one, that if anyone looked at this document, you may wonder, any neutral observer, Mr. Superintendent, why is that division have more dollars than teaching and learning? When I look at the number of positions in just one division, why is it equal to another division, but teaching and learning should be our North Star? So I would encourage you, Mr. Superintendent, if you want to get to 20 million, sir, and I know you can get there, I can help you based on what you've already shared with the board. Last thing, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Holness, I think it was your recommendation. I'm hoping we can bring this in for a landing since the Diversity Committee I know wants to present. If we can make a decision, if we're going to go forward on everything or -1 or -2, so we can go ahead and get to the next item. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I think the consensus was 5% for the fund balance, so that change should be made. The policy, there were some suggestions on the matrix for discipline, but no one really asked for that to come back. So I think the only one that we need to come back for another rule development is 810. Mr. Fogenholy?
Yes, Chair. I would ask for discipline and also 8010 as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
discipline as well for me. I just made a note to make an appointment to meet with them.
Okay. So 2 policies to come back, the discipline, I don't think it was called discipline, I forgot what it was called.
Student conduct.
Student code of conduct, which includes the district behavior matrix in it, and then 810, and then the change to the fund policy, right? Is that right? So just those 2 need to come back for rule development. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, staff and Coward, for coming today and helping to present to us. We appreciate your time and your expertise. And we're going to move on to our final item, which is the annual diversity committee report to the school board. I will now turn it over to staff for the presentation. Staff and community members.
Staff, and I want to say Ms. Pierre Grant. While she's coming up, I want to real quick comment. So my sincere apologies to our volunteers, our guests, our visitors today. There was a change in configuration in the pre-function room and also out front. I definitely own the lack of communication to make sure everybody was up to speed and understand some of those changes that caused some confusion for some of our folks earlier this morning when we started the meeting. So we'll ensure if we have any additional changes to the inside or outside of the boardroom that we'll make sure those are effectively communicated to all stakeholders, especially for our volunteers that are participating in our meetings on a weekly or bi-weekly basis.
And it would be great when all of you get situated in the seat, if you would just introduce yourselves to us so we know who you are and what role you play, so that we can make sure that we acknowledge who you are and thank you properly for your time. Do we need more seats? We need one more chair, it looks like? No, two more. Two more chairs. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Can you give me like 2 minutes? I'm waiting for our guest, Mr. Sparks, to come back. You found him?
Do you mind if maybe while we're waiting, you start introducing
Absolutely,
everybody?
100%.
That would be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I was supposed to be introduced by the Department of Diversity School Climate. You won't go, Miss Washington? Thank you.
You have such a big personality.
I'll do it then. You can have a seat, girl.
absolutely
I got it,
no
girl. I got it, girl. I got it.
introduction.
I got it. All right. So I am well, let me introduce my committee members first. So to my right, and those of you who are to this side is to your left, to your right, but you figure it out. Teresa Williams, who is, and this is Mr. Sparks, I'll introduce you in a minute. Teresa Williams, who is appointed by Chair Alhadeff, and then we have Erica Hansinger, who is appointed by Dr. Zeman. Then we have Miss Carolyn Hardy, who is appointed by Mr. Alston. We have Tom Vasquez, who is appointed by Ms. Pham. And then to my left is Rasheed Gray, who was appointed by Debbie Hickson. And Mr. Corey Sheard, who was appointed by Dr. Holness. And then, and I am your chair of diversity, and I was appointed by Dr. Holness, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that my initial appointment was Dr. Osgood, followed by Dr. He'd be mad if I say that, but Mr. Member Fogan-Holy. And our guest speaker today is Mr. Sparks, who is one of the originators of the CCC settlement. And so we will start with him, and then we will work our way through our report, giving him about 5-10 minutes to just give a background historical context for the CCC settlement.
Good afternoon. My name is James Sparks. I'm a member of I used to say this every time I got up, and Bob Parks used to get upset. I'm a member of the black community of West Park. And I say that because when you look at me, what else am I? I live in a black community, I have a black wife, and I have black kids. So I'm a member of the black community. And since race and diversity is such a big thing in Broward County, and forgive me, Mr. Superintendent, congratulations. Please forgive me.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And, you know, it's bad that you really have to just push race. I came from a town in Georgia that was real racist, but we didn't talk about it very much. We had a few problems, but people were people, and they respected everybody. But now I look at how things are in the different schools and how things are in Broward County. We had to sue to get, let's say, proper representation for our kids in school. And I look at it. I was just looking at a report a minute ago. I heard a report where one school had 72 work orders, and out of the 72, they had 6 done in over a year. I looked at a report the other day, and there was a school had maybe 12, and they got 10 of them already done. And guess what schools they are? None of them were the black schools. See, these are the things, that's when I get real upset when board members, and I'm kind of diversing a little bit because citizen concerned about our children was concerned about the children of Broward County. That's every kid. We didn't diverse. We set up diversity committee. We set it up because we wanted every community to be represented. We didn't try to exclude Western. At the time, Dr. Petrozelli was the superintendent, and man, look at Western and Taravella and those schools out there, anything they needed, they got. And that was a fact. I'm not talking about, as they say, I'm not talking about something that I can't prove. That's in history. You just go back. You go back and look. Schools in the black community used to be purposely not done. I was looking at pictures, and I got them right here now. You go look at a school in a black community, if the roof was leaking, the whole roof done fell in. You go to look at a school in the white community, if they get a leak and they got to put a trash can down, that's a bad thing, and they're going to get it fixed. And Mr. Superintendent, to you, your staff have helped in a lot of areas, but we got a lot of things we need to do in our schools in the community. And it's from the top. You're the top to staff. We need you to get on board. We need you to come see some of these things. When these diversities go to the schools, we're not going out there just to, see what it is and compare. We're going out to see what problems are. You really got to make sure that we are an equal and fair city. When I heard school board member talking about how the community felt left out, I mentioned a while back, you didn't even come in the South and talk about the South schools, You just went out west, went in the middle, and went up north. But listen, now you don't really care about closing the schools in the black community because guess what? The property owners want the schools out west, and they want the property out there. You understand? We know what's going on, but guess what? We don't want our schools closed anyway, so that's a good thing. We want you guys to begin to come back to our community, listen to your committee, and I kept hearing, I heard somebody say, maybe we need to get rid of some of these committees. What do you mean get rid of a committee? We agreed upon some things here. It's in the CCC settlement. You know what I mean? I keep referring back to, we had some strong arguments in that thing, and I didn't agree, but as a matter of fact, when we did the settlement, I got up in the school board meeting. If you go look at the day we settled, I said, I don't like it, I don't agree with it, and I shouldn't sign it. I said, but for the best of the community, we had books in 2000, and we had globes and encyclopedias. It was 1989 in some of our high schools. And we got proof of that. We had schools that didn't have no computers. When we went to court and we told the judge that, he said, oh, that couldn't be in Broward County. School board got up and said, right, Ms. Batista? We got computers in there. 10 minutes later, somebody sent us pictures. They got computer boxes sitting in the school telling me they got computers. That's just how they did our black community. But thank God we had a judge that after we got on him and straightened him out, well, we didn't straighten him out, but I think the 11th Judicial did. They went back, because he threw our thing out. He told us we didn't have a right to stand for our kids and fight. And that's on record. I've never heard him tell any other parents that, but that's on record. The black community didn't have the right to fight for their kids. That don't make sense. If I don't fight for my kids, who is? If I don't fight for your kids, you might not have time to. So what we need to do is we need to really settle down. If anybody haven't seen the settlement, I would love to make sure you call, and we have our attorney's wife here. She'll get us copies. I brought some people from the community, Brother Darren Woods, Brother Robert Florence. They're here, they're support. We had a bunch of people coming this morning. But guess what? You threw us to 9 o'clock, then you said later on in the afternoon, then we had, we're working people. We have other little schedules. We're not like everybody else, and I understand everybody have a conflict. But diversity is important, I think. I think diversity should be the top of the list for the school board of Broward County because we're a diverse community. We have a lot of things going on in Broward County that's nowhere else. And Madam Chair, if you need me to, I'll stop. And I'm not exactly on script, but listen.
You was off script a little bit, but you're good. You're good, sir. You're good,
I am hurt to my heart to see us as people say you're concerned about our kids, but you know good and well that all our kids are not being served. Now that hurts. I mean, I can't see that. I'm like this. I had my brother fighting a kid one day, and he went to beating the kid so bad that I jumped up and helped the other kid to get my brother off. I don't like to see you do people who are doing wrong. I don't like that. So I would love for you guys to really, really consider. We need money in the black schools. I pick on Collins because that's a community school. Collins have been without bathrooms for 10 years. You done moved money around, you done did this, you done did that. You gave a school in Cooper City $18 million at the budget, and it was brand spanking new. Gave Collins $250 million. That don't make sense.
250,000.
250,000.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Forgive me.
No, sir. No, sir.
But that doesn't make sense. You know, like I say, when we get pictures and look at a roof falling in. When it fall in, that means it's been 2-3. An average roof in Broward County schools should last what, 20 years? If it's falling in, that means 20 years late. That don't make sense. So I hope she's good. No, they are good. But
okay.
Please consider. Diversity Committee is a very important committee. We set it up purposely for the community. We want the community to get their input through diversity. It's very important. Listen, if you can't go, and you know what, and another thing is, we have staff that comes on diversity. They are parents too, you know? That's one of the reasons I never ran for office, because I don't want nobody to be able to tell me I can't say what I want to say. And I know Broward County has rules, and I know you have to be under authority, you know what I'm saying? But listen, if you're a parent and there's something wrong, then you need to address it and get it right. Don't hide it and, oh, you don't say that. You work for the school district. I remember there was a young lady, Gwen Clark Reed. She was a state representative, and she worked for the system. And under Frank Petrozelli, she got up one day and she came in, she had a big issue and she was going to really fight it. He told her straight up, you work for the district and you work for me. I don't care if you're a representative, I don't care who you are, but you don't say nothing. She resigned that day. I respect that lady to the day. If something's wrong, I don't care who you work for, I don't care who you are, you can't cover wrong. You got to speak up. You got to do something. I just don't see it any other way.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right, so I was told that I have like a clicker, but I feel like the board members are made the time to look through the presentation as well as our report, so I don't want to kind of bore you with that. We're just going to go into some of our findings and what we want you all to really consider. So I would be remiss if I didn't start by saying thank you to Member Alston for pointing out how you talk to a diverse vendor and how you make sure you talk to people in the community or the advisories and what their importance are. Thank you so much, Ms. Rupert, for making that comment, because a lot of us feel dismissed, right? When you have a board member it feels like an outright attack on advisories because they're either feeling some type of way because of the point I want to make is I want all board members to know, don't look at the messenger, look at the message. Sometimes some of us, more than others, are a little bit more assertive, and I own my assertiveness. I can be very assertive at times, but my heart is in the right place. So charge it to my mind, not my heart, because my passion has always been kids. So I appreciate members who highlight that and point out, even though you have your colleagues, you'll still be able to let your colleagues know that, hey, that was in poor taste. So I appreciate that. I appreciate all the board members who emailed me back when I was begging and pleading for the time frame. Member Fogenholy, Leonardi, Mr. Alston, Ms. Hickson. Y'all just was like, y'all made me feel important. No, I'm serious. Like, when people get emails back from the board members, they make them feel like they're being heard, and I appreciate that. I think you guys don't get enough credit for it, but when you do email back, it makes me feel like I've been heard and that you're listening, and we really are partners. So I wanted to say that. So if you had an opportunity to look through the narrative, as well as the report, we did it a little bit different this year because we wanted to try to mirror the superintendent's report versus our report and kind of give you an idea of what we felt didn't kind of mesh well. So one of the things that pointed out to us today, well, to me, was I was here this morning about the budget, when you guys were talking about the budget. I'm a little bit concerned about reduction of custodial staff because the schools and their conditions are not up to par everywhere. There are some schools that are a little bit in better condition than others, but those are the schools that have 2 and 3 custodians who are there to be able to pick up the slack, and then you have some schools that just has 1 custodian. So I know you guys already passed it, but I hope that you can reconsider that part of it. So I'm going to go ahead and allow Ms. Hansinger to talk about, you want to, what were you supposed to be doing? Technology? What were you doing? Technology?
Advanced placement,
Yep.
technology, and athletics and extracurricular.
You got it, sis.
Hello, my name is Erica Hansinger. I am faculty at Western High School. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Congratulations, Dr. Hepburn. I look forward to working with you in the future. Board, thank you for having us, and let's get it started, okay? So I'm doing the advanced placement honors courses data. The 2023-24 annual report provided data that appear to demonstrate all indicators have been met. However, on departmental presentations and site visits, revisits, the diversity committee submits the indicators 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 are questionable and requires further data to support compliance. During the October 2023 meeting we had with Mr. Barmoha, director from the Department of Secondary Learning, to discuss advanced academics, Mr. Barmoha provided the same information that was used for this annual report. We have recommendations for the district based on the questionable findings and the department's presentation and the report's data provided. Analysis of academic performance and postgraduate outcomes among different racial and ethnic groups in Broward County schools for the 2022-23 school year reveals significant disparities, particularly affecting Black students. The demographics are 57% white students in Broward County schools, 40% Black students, and 37% Hispanic students. Overall, 13,927 students completed 24,863 AP exams with an average of 1.8 exams per student. White students outperform Hispanic and Black students with a passing rate of 59.7%, highlighting a 21.1% gap between white and Black students.
Can you pause right there, Ms. Hansinger?
Yes.
So I just want to point out that number. These students are supposed to be all in the same school. This is the same district, and there needs to be further. There might be data out there that can show us why there is a difference in terms of how the white students outperform students of color, and so that's a real concern when we're talking about academics. One of the good things that I've in the process of meeting with Dr. Hepburn was he was implementing new things into the system after your, I think it was February 14th presentation. So I'm hopeful that we can get more information as to why this looks like that, but also to improve those numbers.
Advanced International Certificate of Education, otherwise known as ACE. 13,059 students completed 27,894 ACE exams with an average of 2.1 exams per student. White students demonstrated higher passing rates, 76.8% compared to Hispanic, 76.5%, and Black, 59.9% students, indicating a 16.9 disparity between white and Black students. International Baccalaureate IB program. 251 students completed 911 IB exams with an average of 3.6 exams per student. Black students exhibited the highest number of passed IB exams, but with a passing rate of 36.2%, significantly lower than white students, which was 64.7%. The gap in passing rates between white and Black students was notably large at 28.5%. Postgraduate outcomes. Black students face challenges in assessing and completing post-secondary education, leading to lower rates of enrollment and completion compared to white and Hispanic students. These disparities in postgraduate outcomes suggest potential long-term implications for career and prospects and economic stability among Black students. In conclusion, persistent disparities in academic achievement and postgraduate outcomes among racial and ethnic groups in the Broward County School District underscore the need for targeted interventions and support systems. Addressing these disparities require a comprehensive approach, including culturally responsive teaching practices, equitable resource allocation, and community partnership, aimed at ensuring equitable opportunities for all students, regardless of race or ethnicity. By prioritizing equity and inclusivity, the district can work towards closing the achievement gaps and fostering a more equitable educational landscape for all students. Our recommendations are as follows. Create a strategic plan to aggressively inform students and parents on advanced academics as a whole. Create a toolbox for each school to use to engage discussion on advanced academics. The tools for qualifying students for advanced academics needs to be reviewed and revised. And last, measuring students' interest in advanced academics needs to be reviewed and revised.
All right, so I'm looking at your technology part, so I'm just going to paraphrase a little bit so we can get through all that. So you guys got the report. One of the things that was talked about this morning during your budget is that the refresh for laptops was going to be nixed. So we have an issue with that only because your Lenovo's, unless something has changed, are out of warranty. And currently the refresh is where while we're now 2-to-1, where we were 1-to-1 last year. Schools like William Dandy are still waiting on repairs on their laptops to be removed. So they take them, but they don't give them back. They don't give them something to hold on to until they get them back, so they have nothing. So now that you have 2 students or 3 students using one laptop. We also noticed that policy 5306 has no provision for taking home. This was stated in the report from the superintendent, but there is nothing because I read almost 30, 40 pages of it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Unless I missed it. There was also a question about $37 million in technology, and I had provided a document that's attached. So there's some monies from the technology that was removed to provide for teacher, what do I have? 19.6 million from ARP for technology. I had sent an email to staff asking, what line item was this money removed in order to, in essence, what happened, what part of technology will be losing when that money's removed? I got an email saying something to the effect of, this is the monies we use, but there was no specificity as to where that money came from. So I didn't get a response on that. Our concern is, as a committee, is we're removing funds to put somewhere else when we already have issues with the technology piece we have now. Another question is, are you guys planning on buying new laptops? Are we stuck with the ones that we have? How old are the laptops from the ones that you're doing? Are we doing one-to-one replacement? So there's a lot going on with that, and we're a little bit concerned that monies for technology is being removed to do something else. So that was our thing. Athletic, extracurricular activity, I know that this is Erica's baby, so I just wanted to just say one thing before she starts. We've looked at all the athletics, well, not all, but the schools that we visited. The playgrounds, the athletic fields, trash. You want kids to be excited about sports. Some schools have good-looking athletic fields, while other schools are just like dilapidated, and it's unfortunate. But to Mr. Sparks, this was back in 2000, and we still have the same issue. That should be very concerning for everybody. Today, you guys were talking about budget, about turf, and all that other stuff, and that's great. But I feel like we got to go back to basics and fix the small stuff first, and then work our way up. So that's my thing. But go ahead. I know you had some key points to talk about with athletics.
Thank you. So this is my wheelhouse. 2023-24 annual states 2 counts of 3 indicators have been met. Last year's report is identical in nature, which demonstrates a level of consistency that is unacceptable to the committee and should be equally unacceptable to the district. The committee accepts the district assertion and agrees with the findings. During the revisits, the committee observed that the athletic facilities at all K through 12 do not meet district standards, as well as state standards. The report states that a district staff performs an annual site visit. This site visit performed by district staff was not included in the annual report as a backup document. The committee wants to know how this annual visit is conducted, its procedures and processes, as well as follow-ups. Would you like to add anything?
No, I think that was part of our recommendations.
Okay. Growing up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I learned the value of hard work, determination, and transformative power of sports. As a 3-sport scholar athlete throughout high school, I honed my skills on the basketball court and the track field, earning not 1, but 2 scholarships to Geneva College, becoming the first college graduate in my family. But amidst the whirlwind of athletics, there was always tennis, quietly beckoning like an old friend. While my passion for tennis began as a hobby, it soon became a cornerstone of my life. I vividly remember hitting the side of the American Legion wall in moments of frustration or disappointment on the basketball court. Tennis became my sanctuary, a place of solace and joy. Coming from a family of avid tennis players, weekends were spent traversing Pittsburgh's diverse courts from clay to grass to pavement. Tennis wasn't just a sport, it was a family tradition and a bond that connected generations. In high school, what started as a casual pursuit blossomed into profound appreciation for opportunities tennis presented. Today, at 73, my mother and I still share the court, passing on our love for the game to my children, who, despite their penchant for tennis outfits in TikTok, have embraced the sport wholeheartedly. However, as I visited schools in Broward County, I was dismayed to find neglected, dilapidated tennis courts, symbols of untapped potential and missed opportunities. Many courts were in dire need of resurfacing, new nets, and proper fencing to ensure safe access for students, particularly during physical education classes. The disparity in tennis courts conditions was stark, especially in a state blessed with abundant sunshine. Neglected courts are not only detract from a school's curb appeal, but also perpetuate false stereotypes about the quality of education provided. Yet amidst the decay, I see an opportunity for transformation, a chance to empower our community through tennis. By revitalizing these courts and forging partnerships with local governments, we can create safe, accessible spaces for our students to learn and grow. Investing in tennis isn't just about fixing concrete and nets, it's about investing in our future. Tennis has the potential to generate revenue, attract stakeholders, and secure sponsorships that benefit not only our schools, but also our entire community. Stellar communities are eager to support initiatives that promote education, equity, and community development. By highlighting the importance of sports, particularly those with historical disparities like tennis, we can drive positive change and ensure every child has the opportunity to succeed. In Broward County, let's come together to serve ACES, empower our students, and build a brighter future for all. Also, a special acknowledgement to Patty Brown, whose outstanding leadership has garnered admiration from all quarters. In just the past month, I've encountered 3 individuals who sing her praises. Patty, your dedication and passion are truly inspiring. Next, on to playgrounds. Broward County schools urgently require updated playgrounds to meet the holistic needs of students. These playgrounds aren't just recreational spaces, they are crucial resources for fostering physical health, mental well-being, and age-appropriate development. With modern, safe, and age-appropriate playgrounds, we can ensure that every child has the opportunity to thrive. Consider the profound impact of play on a child's physical health. Updated playgrounds provide opportunities for exercise, helping to combat health issues when older and promote overall fitness. By encouraging active play, we can instill healthy habits that last a lifetime. But the benefits of updated playgrounds extend far beyond physical health. They also play a vital role in supporting mental well-being. Playgrounds offer spaces for imaginative play, social interaction, and emotional expression. They provide outlets for stress relief and creativity, contributing to the positive mental health outcomes for our students. Furthermore, age-appropriate playgrounds are essential for promoting development at each stage of childhood. By providing equipment tailored to the needs of different age groups, we can ensure that children are challenged and engaged in ways that promote growth and learning. Safety is our paramount in our commitment to providing updated playgrounds. By implementing proper safety measures, including soft surfacing, sturdy equipment, and regular inspections, we can create environments where children can play freely without fear or injury. Investing in updated playgrounds is not just an option, it's a necessity. Our students deserve access to quality outdoor spaces that support their overall well-being. By prioritizing resources for updated playgrounds, we demonstrate our commitment to the health and development of every child in Broward County. Let's come together to advocate for updated playgrounds in Broward County, prioritizing this critical need. We can create environments where our students can thrive physically, mentally, and emotionally. Thank you.
So, from my understanding, the playground inspection assessment people is one person. She was at our joint workshop meeting. She said she's only one person. She's the only one that's going out there doing assessments. Maybe I'm wrong, but if she is, that's an issue. And I hope that you guys will consider figuring out how that's going to work in that department. Standard of service is a big thing for me. In the report, I had put some links in for the board members to look at. There is a policy that was sunsetted by the former superintendent, Dr. Cartwright, where it was standard of student services. Within that policy, if you read the top part, it was in conjunction with 2 other policies that I can't find. And we, as it stands, do not have a standard of service. So for all intents and purposes, we're trying to figure out how we measure that. So if the superintendent could look into that for us, and we can figure out how we can navigate around the standard of service condition, that will greatly help us. As far as the 5-year plan, the only thing we believe that was met was the portion of it being, I guess, posted. But the other parts, we were very concerned. And we're also concerned about the ADA compliance. It would appear that ADA compliance only comes into effect when someone makes a request, whether it be a teacher, student, and or staff. We would like to see the ADA compliance department do a yearly or bi-yearly checkup on all schools to make sure that they are ADA compliant without waiting for a request. Reassignments and assignments, we've just been we were, through different committees, we've been learning that that hasn't been done with fidelity, but we are happy to see that there are some changes being made to accommodate those inconsistencies. And the last part I'd like to point out, well, not before the last part, I'm going to let Teresa Williams talks about security, and then we will round up with discipline, or round out with discipline.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Hepburn, congratulations, board members. Well, for those that don't know me, security is, I'm a security specialist. I am a survivor of MSD. So when we go on these site visits and I go and I see, for instance, students not displaying their IDs, I question when we go back and we talk with the administration, because to me that's a simple fix. I think at the beginning of the school year, I know some people, some, they're waiting on pictures or whatever. I get it. But we're in April, and I still go and I still see, they take them out at lunchtime. They get a replacement at lunchtime, but they're not wearing them. Luckily, I'm at a school that they display them 99% of the time. We have 1% that you got to keep reminding them. I make songs, I dance, whatever to keep them to have the ID present and visible. They'll come and ask me why, right? And I tell them, if something happens to you medically, your parents, we want to notify them immediately to get you help. Okay. And then they do it. I never have a problem again. So I know, some schools are saying that there's not, I know security is trying to reinforce it, but there's no discipline repercussions or no, for them not, and it's an ID, I get it. But, I know that people want to blame, well, security is not saying anything, or security, no, they saying it. But I'm going to move on to also other things that I find that, yes, cameras fall under security, but we don't maintain them. I mean, like, I can do a work order, or security personnel can do a work order. But when you get someone that emails you back and says, well, hey, this camera is fine, but that's 10 days later after I submitted the request, and you still didn't ask me what was wrong with it. So we went to some schools, and they had an issue. I gave them administration the contact who they needed to talk to ASAP, but that's under IT, right? And some schools, the IT personnel, they didn't have one for a year and a half, right? So there's really no excuse but to say that we all work for security. And it's always security over inconvenience. And I can't stress enough, too, that I'm happy to see the HB Policy 1473, because we went on site visits and we had doors propped open. And they were like, well, the kids, does the door not open by itself? Like, why do we have a cone here? Propping the door open. Well, it's easier access for the kids to get back and forth. But the door can open. The door can close. The door is not locked when they're transitioning from one area of the hallway to another. So why are we still doing this throughout the district? It's everybody's responsibility for security. It's just not the security department. And like I said again, it's security over inconvenience. Also suggest that we look at the systems that are in place in the beginning of the school year and again in January, because if nobody's saying anything, you know, we go to these schools, and not every school we go to. We select the schools at the beginning, and then we go. So, you know, when I go, they be like, oh, Miss Williams about to pop a casket, you know, with her head. Because I'm just like, how long has this been like this? And why you guys haven't said anything? And it's a collectible, everybody just need to get together and get on the same page. I don't know why we're not doing it. 6 years later, I don't get it.
No consistency.
No, none. So it doesn't matter if it's east, west. West had an issue, again, propping door open. And it's a portable. So you have all this land, everything out there. And we're doing it because we can't come to the door to, you know, it's concerning, very much concerning. Also on, you want me to talk about?
No, you're good, because they got the report. So I'm just going to round out with discipline. So the last thing that I want to point out, obviously we didn't go into everything because I believe that the board members are astute enough to go through the report and then can have their comments. But the last thing I want to point out is that I unfortunately think that this district and what the committee has seen, we don't see evidence of equity when it comes down to discipline. Using the data provided over 14 years. So the first report last year, I went back in and looked at all the supporting documents. So this goes back all the way to 2004 in terms of discipline, right? And it's been very consistent because I went and looked at each and every one since 2004. So for 14 years, the district has not been able to ensure fairness and equity of discipline actions. I, as chair, am afraid to look back further than 2008, to be quite honest with you. Even with the so-called mechanism as the discipline matrix that was instituted back in 2004, 2005, to combat the excessive punitive actions against black children, bias and discretion continues to overshadow compliance. I've had conversations with now Superintendent Dr. Hepburn about the biases and discretion, because discretion, I feel, is rooted in bias, right? Because if you, how I feel with something, maybe Ms. Hickson won't feel that way. Just like how she mentioned earlier, what she thinks diversity would be different for someone else. So the numbers have stayed consistent that black and brown children are disciplined way more than their white counterparts. And the data is there. I didn't make up the data. That's the data you guys provided, and that's the data I used. So I hope that this board hears our suggestions, recommendations, and know that we're here just to be an extra arm for the board to make this district the excellent district I know it can be. It's disheartening again. I got to keep going back to that because we work hard to provide information, but also be here to help. And when we are talked about in a disparaging way, some of us get discouraged, and then some of us we use that as fuel to keep doing what we're doing. So know that this is collaborative. Know that this is not. This district is crap, trash, like I say it all the time. But it is something that to keep blaring to you that we have these issues, don't forget about them, and we need to work together to get them together. So that will conclude our presentation. Oh, Ms. Hardy, would you like to say something?
With all that has been said, I would like to stress to the board, and congratulations, Dr. Hepburn, and to all of the attendees here, that it is important that you remember to be responsive to parents, because without the parents, you don't have the children, and no children, no students. So we all must come together. Let's stop saying that we don't want to hear from advisory boards. We're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to help you to understand what's important to do, and all of our goals should be centered on educating our children. Thank you.
And as a last remark, Ms. Evelyn Brown, I don't know if any of you have been long enough to remember her. She was one of our founding CCC members. She passed last year, so I just like, at some time, maybe at a meeting, we can just say thank you to her for helping us in the CCC group.
Chair, if I could just say one thing. And I'm glad I thought through this, because I just started to cry when I was thinking through this. Some of this has been traumatic, looking at some of these schools, and we're so appreciative of you, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, just so appreciative that you are able to stand in and be there. And we know how much that you value kids, both in the schools as well as just in our communities, so we're thankful for you. I got to tell you that being on this committee, it's just been a blessing dealing with Ms. Latour, Ms. Williams, your staff, different committees, our chair, the amount of time, our assistant chair, our co-chair, our vice chair, Mr. Gray, and some of the other members who are just really about our kids and about education. I'm like, wow, and they've helped me to learn. But we've experienced a lot of SHIP, I like to say it almost with another word, but SHIP. And that stands for smells, holes, incomplete, and paint. And so I'm just going to talk about how it's traumatized to smell some of these schools and to be in an auditorium for what seemed like an eternity, but probably was like 10 minutes, and smell some of the smells of these schools. This is impossible. This cannot continue. I spent 10 minutes and it was like 10 days. I can't imagine these kids in these schools. When I talk about holes, I'm talking about walking in and looking and saying, what is that? There's a jack there blocking, because there's a hole that goes up through the roof, and somebody put something to block it there so nothing falls through the roof onto a kid. Like, really? It didn't even comprehend. We all had to share pictures. We're like, what are you talking about? And incomplete. We're talking about work orders that just go unanswered, undealt, not taken care of. The situation not handled, to the point that after a whole period of time, they say, hey, just do another one, right? And let's just do another one. So the urban legend, so if y'all want to know how people are talking about us out there, and I appreciate y'all, and we appreciate y'all, but we have to say this. There are times that there's serious concerns, and people think that these incomplete work orders at some of these schools that are predominantly with our children of color, that those incomplete work orders, because you already know those schools are the ones that are going to be closed, right? Middle schools, and then that's going to lead to high schools. So I'm just telling you, that's just the word out there, okay? We don't want to, continue that sense, right? And the sense of anxiety and concern around that. And then the last thing is paint. I saw huge sheets of paint falling off in schools that just haven't been painted in forever. At some point, they were painted in some cycle, but then just forget about it. I'm talking about, they were so big that if they fell off, they're going to hurt somebody. That we cannot allow that to continue. We've got to go through these work orders. We've got to go through these principals, assistant principals, and even, by the way, most of the custodial, staff, maintenance staff, they know about these things. I think you all need to query them and get some of these things dealt with. There's no reason why we should see this ship, I'd say. Thank you so much. But I'm thankful to my team. I'm thankful to the committee, and I've learned a lot this year. I'm thankful to Dr. Holness for appointing me, and had a granddaughter this year. Would have loved to spend more time with her, but she'll understand when I tell her about these stories and all this ship, definitely for my granddaughter that I've seen. All right, but thank you.
Thank you so much to the committee, to all of you. You are volunteers giving of your time, and I'll say it again, happy Volunteer Recognition Week. That is, we're celebrating that this week, so thank you so very much for your time, for being the eyes and ears in places where we can't go all of the time, and to help us to figure out how how we resolve some of these issues. At this time, we're going to take public comment. Dr. Wanza?
Madam Vice Chair, we have Ms. Mary Fertig. Is she still here? Okay.
I just signed up because I saw James's name and I said, should I sign up? So I did, but I'm glad I did because as I sat in here, I listened to your conversation about the Diversity Committee. So I want you to know that we filed our first lawsuit probably in 1991-ish, maybe. And it was the most, and then the district, of course, had to prove we were wrong, so they created this wonderful group called the Superintendent's Desegregation Task Force. And this was, I mean, really just like an incredible group of people. And we came up with all these recommendations. James was on it, Ernestine, Evelyn, I was on it. We just had an incredible group of people. And one of our recommendations that you would think would be the easiest to do, of course they couldn't do most of them, but one of our recommendations was to form a committee like ourselves that would be ongoing to monitor the things that the Diversity Committee does. So, of course, they didn't do that, and we had to just keep complaining and complaining and coming to meetings. And finally, they gave in, and they created a policy, and they brought that policy forward. And so when we, the members of the group who had made the recommendation, saw the policy, were like, yeah, no, this is not what we intended. So Ali Waldman-Bergeron, Janice Borsico, and I sat down, and we wrote our own policy. And every single member of our desegregation task force, and we had judges, and we had the head of the NAACP, and we had city managers. We had James and myself. We had a lot of people on there that we thought were incredible. And we marched into this boardroom, and we said, this is the policy you need. Now, that policy might have undergone some changes over the years, but the core beliefs are there. And I would tell you, I hope you don't think about dismantling that in any way, because I sense from this group I'm hearing from that they'll be coming in this room and we'll be here with them. So I wanted to say that, and I look at this wonderfully articulate group of volunteers who they've just done such incredible research. They've produced a fine report. I hope you take to heart what they said. And you may be looking at me, and Dr. Hepburn, I realize you're probably the age from what I read in the paper of my oldest daughter who was maybe in middle school when I started this. And you say, how do you keep going on? I keep going on because I see people like these wonderful volunteers that you have here today come forward. I see Tori's back. Tori was a kid when he was here. Is that okay to say that? And I just see the commitment to public education that is ongoing, and I hope you take every word of their report to heart and more. James mentioned our friend Evelyn. Evelyn Brown rode a scooter. She loaded this. She didn't have a car. She rode a bus. She loaded that scooter on every bus, on buses, so she could visit every single high school in this county and the middle schools to make a list of what the courses were offered. And she would be so proud of your report on the academics today. And she was passionate. She was a Central Area Advisory member. I'm going to just say one more thing, because I would just love to see someday, as James said, we'd love to see you all do something to honor what she did for this district. And I'll just say one last thing. We spoke to Ernestine last night, and her thoughts are with you. We thank you so much for what you've done today.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other public speakers?
No, I don't see. Dr. Lynch Walsh is left. Mr. Sparks spoke already, and there's one other person, Corey Shearer. Oh, you spoke, right? Okay, so that's it.
Thank you. Before we go to the board members, Dr. Hepburn, did you want staff to address anything in particular before we start asking?
No, what I would like to say, thank you for the hard work that you guys do every day. It's much appreciated. This is very timely for me because I've already kind of directed my staff in compiling all of these recommendations as we start planning out for the rest of the spring and over the summer to really start building a plan of how we address all of these issues. How do we progress monitor the work that needs to be done a little bit more efficiently, and how do we make sure we're transparent in that whole entire process? I know we can't address all of that at one time in a short amount of time, but we're definitely going to put together a plan to figure out how we do this over time and make sure it's communicated well, make sure it's transparent, so we have a clear understanding of what we're doing and how we're collaborating together to identify things throughout the course of time so we can address them in a timely manner. So just want
Thank you. Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And first, again, thank you all for what you do. And to Ms. Furtick, you are 120% correct, and I appreciate you recognizing all the trailblazers, Mr. Sparks, Ms. Price, so many others, and I won't go down the list, who really have blazed a trail that continues based on the burning light and comments that I heard from everyone sitting here this evening. For me, it is unfortunate that many of these observations are still prevalent in 2024. So as I think about the safety and welfare of all of our kids, I'll kind of go there first. I mean, I can hit every bucket. When I see the environmental issues, the roofing issues, ADA compliance, I was trying to look at our deputy superintendent because I thought I recalled 2 years ago, plus or minus, we included something in the budget for additional ADA compliance that I think I proffered, but I'll come back to that because I want to make sure that that is addressed in what I thought I heard. But Mrs. Superintendent, and you don't have to respond, I know you're talking, go ahead. But some of these comments, and I won't go through all of them, but Lauderdale Lakes termite issue, roof leaks in the gym for MSD, roof leaks in different places. I'm only just going to highlight the safety things because for me, safety, the welfare of our kids are critical. And at any point where a public official becomes aware of safety issues, we must act on it. So Blanche Ely, hazardous roof leak. I'm just going to point out just a few. I'm not going to hit them all. And you all have done your work. Thank you. William Dandy, perimeter fencing issues, fire alarm replacement issues. So all of these are things that over time have been talked about in different documents. I think we all know the types of documents. So my first question is, how often do staff conduct their own random assessments of school sites, right? So clearly I know there are school site staff who do so. I know there are district component staff or central office staff who may be called out to school sites. But how do we ensure that we don't have any safety and welfare issues really just across all of our schools? That's kind of part one. The second part is clearly all of these have been identified and there have been different dates. So I think one was November, October, different dates that have gone out from committee members. So now let's fast forward. We are now, what is today's date? April 23rd. So as of April 23rd, have we done any inspections? Have we verified what the committee and others have given us? Do we have a plan in place to address only the safety issues? I'm going to get to the other buckets, but that's really kind of my first set of questions. Where's the facilities?
Here.
Oh, there. Sorry, I didn't even see. Yeah. Ms. Batista was blocking me. I couldn't even see you back there.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Chupkowski.
Deborah Chupkowski, Chief Facilities Officer. So yes, we work with the Diversity Committee. They give us their report, and PPO also has personnel that do the walkthroughs with them, so immediately they know what's going to be on the list, right? We have a couple of people actually that do the walkthroughs, and PPO is aware, and they manage the process of rectifying the issues.
So let me ask a different question, if I could, Madam Vice Chair. So if the Diversity Committee had not submitted this report, do we do our own random assessments of school sites? That's kind of the first part. And then the second part to your question, I'm aware of staff accompanying the committee, but now that staff accompanied the committee months ago, can we say today, April 23rd, did I get that right? That we have rectified all issues, we have a plan for all issues, there is a fiscal assessment that we've done for all these issues, there clearly is some operational impact, right? Are you prepared to share that with the board? Because that's going to get to the next part of, there's a series of recommendations, and I think I addressed this earlier in the workshop, Vice Chair, around staff, Mr. Superintendent, making sure that they can give us some recommendation and or some fiscal impact so we can actually make decisions as a board. So I'm kind of going there, so if that makes sense.
Yeah. So to answer your second question first, not prepared to answer exactly the status of the items on the list, but we could definitely provide that to you as a follow-up. However, I do know that PPO as well as our construction department often walk the schools. I don't know if it's in a set schedule per se, but they do walk the schools, especially PPO, who has personnel at the schools almost daily.
Got it. So I want to drill on the safety issues. So I just gave you my own random sample of my own notes that we all have that the committee did great work on. So can we say today that all of these schools that have been identified, separate from many more that I know sounds like you do your own we do our own self-assessment as a district, that these safety issues no longer exist? Is that a fair assessment? I know, I want her to tell. I know. Yeah.
I cannot answer that at this time. I would have to check with our staff.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing gotcha, right? I think as a public official, I have been given a public document that says that there are safety issues in schools. And is it fair to say that we have verified that these are issues in our schools? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, Mr. Superintendent, now that we know that we have known safety issues as reported by the Diversity Committee and accompanied by your staff, I would ask, and I know there's a series of recommendations, probably literally short to immediately, right, but I clearly defer to you on timing. I just want to make sure that these safety and welfare issues are not lingering, because these are reported months ago, and we're now months past when these initial walkthroughs and assessments occurred. So that's kind of the first part on safety, because there should not be lingering safety issues on any of our school sites that we know about. And for schools that were not assessed a part of the walkthroughs, we should be doing our own random samples and annual inspections of all of our facilities. So if we're not doing it, we probably need to do it starting yesterday. So that's kind of the first part. Discipline data, Madam Chair, I think you hit on this and you are 100% correct. We did a virtual town hall, and I think you'll remember we talked a little bit about discipline data, because it is unfortunately been a known data point that African American male and Hispanic males have disproportionately higher discipline data in this school district. So that is a fact, and I appreciate you kind of going there. Let me just jump to the last part, because I can go through all of these, but I won't. I'm going to allow other board members to jump in. Mr. Superintendent, there's a series of recommendations. I'm hopeful that maybe as a takeaway, because we're not in a meeting for me to make a motion, I would love for you to make some assessment of these recommendations. Clearly, there is some fiscal impact. There are some things that probably could be done short term, medium term, right, longer term. If you could maybe give us what that recommendation is and or plan, because some of these are, for me, a little bit more immediate. Some clearly may take some time, but I think we need to be, as a district, ensuring that we have a proper plan in place to show that this is a priority. Because if we don't act upon what we now know, all 9 of us, then shame on us. And I don't think that that's what any of us up here are saying. So thank you all again. I appreciate the work that you do, have done, will continue to do. Your work is important. You are valued. You do matter. And I know that all of us appreciate your diverse perspectives that you bring to the committee. Mama Hardy, thank you for being a friend, colleague, mentor, mom, all the above, and I won't go and say any more. You're not just my appointee, and you know that. So anyway, thank you all for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, first, I want to thank everyone on the Diversity Committee, but as well as everyone who was involved with the CCC and your dedication to our district and our students for decades. So thank you for that. I have a lot of the similar comments or concerns as my colleague, Mr. Alston. And I guess to get to his most recent immediate point, it feels like we got our report last year,
and it doesn't feel like any action was taken. And so I'm wondering now, what are the next steps for these recommendations? What is our action plan? I mean, I support what was just suggested, but I'm wondering, like, what was the plan after today? Like, we're sitting here listening to this report. What was the plan for afterwards? Like, are we just all moving on? And you know what I mean? So I would really like to know what that plan is or was.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I know that some of the items have been addressed, probably a few of them, but like I said earlier, we're, as a team, going to take all this information and we're going to actually create a plan that's going to be transparent and working collaborative with the diversity committee, just to make sure there's a system of accountability partnerships between us so they can hold us accountable and make sure we have a good cadence of addressing a lot of these issues that are mentioned in this report.
Okay, thank you. And then when will the board be provided like an update on those things? Because I don't want it to be like another year, and we've been sitting here.
It will not be another year. Give us a couple of weeks to build this out and the framework for it, and then we can provide ongoing updates and working collaboratively with this committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I just have like some specific comments or questions about different aspects of the report. One of my questions, because this has come up multiple times today, is playgrounds. And we've spoken about this a couple weeks ago about how we're going to be doing a needs assessment of our facilities. Will that needs assessment be evaluating playgrounds?
If it's not included, it's definitely going to be included. I've had some conversations with Ms. Rupert over the past few weeks too about playgrounds, and that's been a theme today from multiple groups. So that's definitely going to be something that's included to make sure we're evaluating those playgrounds and getting some information to take next steps.
Got it. And I see Ms. Chepkowski saying that it's going to be included, so that's good to hear. I guess in the same vein as facilities, that's like a whole beast that we need to address. And I can just speak to like personal experience in the classroom, but also just like a systemic issue. So when I was teaching, there were termites in my portable. I didn't even know who to go report that to, and I was afraid to talk to my administrator because I didn't want to be the person like causing trouble, right? So can someone speak to the process of like, if you're a student and you see something wrong with a facility, or you're an employee and you see something wrong with your classroom, what are the steps that you can take to get those issues addressed?
Ms. Chepkowski, if you can provide some info on that.
Sure. So they can report it to the school and they submit a work order.
Right, but who would a teacher even report that to at the school? Would it be their AP?
And I can, as a past principal, usually the teacher would provide that information to their assistant principal, whoever their supervising person is, and then that goes up the ladder. Usually a school may have a clerical assistant or somebody to input that work order, but for what I'm hearing from the group, it's just the follow through of the work orders are our largest concern. So we'll dive into that to see what the issues are. I know I've had some conversation with some folks in the room who provide some assistance to help us figure out how we're managing our work order system. So we're going to dive into that to see what our gaps are so we can address that accordingly.
Right, and I mean, if I'm a teacher, I submit that to my assistant principal. How do I know that that's been submitted as a work order, you know? So, I mean, I think one recommendation I might have, and again, I'm not a facilities expert, so you can take it or leave it, but having some sort of like, if you see something, say something online form that people can submit, you know, and that's just another added layer of accountability to address some of these facilities concerns. To just pick out, like Mr. Alston did, some concerning things that I see in the report. Boys' locker room at BA has exposed electrical outlets. Boys' locker home building 2, right? So those kinds of things, like and to another point that was being made before, there should really be like a regular cadence, because it shouldn't just be up to employees or students to report things. Our PPO should have a regular cadence of inspecting properties. So that's, and I will just say, schools and their facilities create a self-fulfilling prophecy for our students, right? If a child goes to a school or a teacher goes to a classroom and there's, you know, some, like we said earlier, someone said earlier, we're putting a bucket out because the roof is leaking. That tells students and it tells our employees how much we value them. And it is at certain schools, and it is not at certain schools. And I mean, it's been like that for obviously a very, very long time. And I really appreciate you, Mr. Superintendent, committing to coming back to us with an action plan. I had one last question, because again, it seemed like there were different standards at different schools that I worked at in terms of consequences for not wearing an ID, since this was brought up. So what can someone speak to in our policy and in the code of conduct what the consequences are for students not displaying their IDs?
Ms. Washington, can you elaborate if we have a policy around student IDs?
Yes, currently in our policy, it's part of dress code. The student ID is part of dress code, so it would follow the consequences for dress code.
So I mean, I think what we've heard today and my experience in the past is that the consequences for that are not consistent. And we've heard consistency brought up multiple times during the presentation today. So I would leave that up to the superintendent to address.
Yes, and honestly, I want to take a different angle first before exercising discipline, and that's informing students and parents and being very overt about the reason why students need to wear IDs. I guarantee if I walk around the campus and ask a kid who doesn't have an ID, they probably don't understand the reason why they need to wear an ID. So really educating our parents, really educating our students for the reason why they should have an ID and how it makes it easy for all the other components we're trying to do with leveraging technology for checking in to school and utilizing it in the cafeteria, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll take that angle first, and then we can start talking about consequences.
I really appreciate you saying that, because it's also what we heard from the committee, right? So I appreciate you, taking that feedback and being proactive. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
No need to phone.
What happened? Oh, I can go ahead? Okay, thank you so much. So, thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. Hepburn. There are many of the concerns I've heard today seems to be based upon disparity, right? And so we need to ensure that there is equity in all aspects of our school system, right? So, and I certainly concur with Board Member Alston. Safety is priority, so we need to look at those issues, right? But there were concerns about technology, and whereby some schools were allowing students to take home laptop computers and others were not. That is directly tied to learning outcome, right? Because if you have students with economic hardship and so on without access to computers to be able to do their work and so on and so forth, it impacts their learning outcome, not just in classwork, in summative assessment, formative assessment, all of these things get impacted. So I would like for that to be a priority as well, that we look at the schools that are not allowing students to take the computers home, and that we sort of look deeply into that to ensure that there's equity in that process. Also, there was a mention here that there are some schools without a certified media specialist. Dr. Hepburn, is that a practice, or is that something that as a district we can look into to resolve that? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Can you repeat? Is certified what specialist?
Certified media specialist.
Okay, yes. So that is something I've been inquiring about. our methodology around what we expect in the media center and the shift from media specialists and the autonomy that schools have had in the past about how they utilize that position if they cash it in and purchase something else and hire a media clerk. So that's something that we're diving into to figure out if monetarily if we can require that all schools have a media specialist versus a media clerk or whoever else they have in the media center. So that's something that we're actually diving into right now.
Okay. And also there was some concern in terms of standard of service. The diversity committee made mention here that in order to assess equity, that they're seeking, I guess, greater access to student achievement, data retention and graduation rate and so on, broken down by demographics for the schools that they're visiting. So I don't know if prior to visiting a school, if that information could be provided, or is it being provided, because the concern is mentioned here. So if you could speak to that.
So I don't know if that request has been provided, but we certainly have the data. As we saw in the presentation, I think February 14th around, or the 12th, for the academic workshop, which we displayed all type of data, including that data specifically. So we can certainly get that per school and have that ready, because that's the data we review. That's the data I want to see when I walk, before I walk schools, before we actually see what we inspect what we expect in the school to make sure it's coming to fruition.
Okay, so could our diversity chair, prior to visiting these schools, provide the district with a list of the schools they intend to visit and then have this data provided to them? Is that what you're looking for? Okay, you can't provide it. Okay, so you want the information after?
So let's do this. You and I work together, figure out what type of data you need.
Okay.
We have a great research and an assessment team that creates dashboards, so it'll be easy to use a drop-down menu, choose a school, and figure out what type of information you need. Yep.
Okay, great. So the other concern I have is in equity in terms of discipline, and Board Member Alston spoke on it as well, in terms of the disparity in how certain kids are disciplined, referrals, and so on given. I'd like for us to look deeper into that and to ensure that that process is equitable, that we're looking at each school and looking at the data to see the discipline data and see if there's disparity. And if there is, that we seek to have action plans in terms of staff development, sensitivity training, and whatever is necessary, so that doesn't continue to occur.
Noted, and I can comment to say we're actually diving into that work right now, to the point where we have specific heat maps that makes it easier for schools to interpret where they are versus all the other schools to actually identify any discrepancies in how they're actually administering discipline in their school. So that's something that's on a top of my list to address. Also, I want to comment about the one-to-one devices. I met with Dr. Phillips upon my start the school year to review if we're one-to-one and how our schools are utilizing the technology, or if they're sending it home, because that's what I'm used to as a parent, one-to-one. So as a result of that, many schools weren't sending those devices home. We're actually in the middle of a initiative that we started mid-spring to have our DNF schools and some of our priority schools send devices home with students to extend those learning opportunities in the home. And the reason for that is to prove the concept for the rest of the principals. So as we come into this upcoming school year, working with IT to make sure that we are truly one-to-one, we can replace lost and broken devices, so that we can start pushing an initiative to make sure more of our students can take these devices home and extend those learning opportunities beyond our school walls.
Okay, I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn, because it sounds like, in fact, I remember when we had this report last year, a lot of these concerns are very similar, and I'm just hoping that this doesn't continue to seem to fall on deaf ears, and that we'll take action. So as you create your action plan to address these 9 conditions under the CCC settlement agreement, I hope within your action plan you can expedite the process and come back to us to tell us what's doable, what's not, and why not, and give us a time frame to get the doables done in order of priority, such as safety, as mentioned before, and so on. And that you, I am hoping, well, that you'll be able to, because I meet with you every month, that you'll be able to include this in our meeting and with the other board members to give an update as to the action plan, and hopefully bring this back in some sort of a summative report to inform the public on actions that will be taken to remedy some of these issues and to comply with these recommendations from the Diversity Committee. So thank you so much, and thank you all for coming. I appreciate you. I know that it's hard work, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Fogenholy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to say thank you to you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do, all your time. You know, I think the fight for equity in our districts are tough, right? I, for one, when we see our school names, and I want you all to know this as board members, when we see our school names and they're listed and we see these issues, to me it's embarrassing, right? That's like the biggest feeling. And the same way our community feels somewhat left behind as board members, we always fight, like, feel the same way. Because we see the auditoriums, we see the football fields, we see the hallways, we smell, see the paint, right? And we see those complaints, and I've always said this before, it shouldn't take a board member to come to a meeting and yell and keep asking for things to be done and feel like you're waiting in line. So I understand the issues, and I feel like when it comes to District 5, right, Parkway, preaching those things, right? You come in and sort of trying to explain, and we're all one Broward County, but it becomes difficult at times for us to explain what we're going through in our specific districts, and people from across town may not understand that, right? Our countywide board members understand, but for me to try to explain what's going on in Collins, Ms. Hickson, you could show the shirt today. You see, there it is. You know what I mean? Proud. But it's that's right, 65th anniversary. That's right. But we fight for that and try to explain that, right, and try to get that. I, for one, still believe that we should get on a bus, publicly notice it, and go do school visits together, just like they are. Because can you imagine you guys doing your work and not seeing the school and somebody explain it to you? No, trust me, it smelled bad. Okay. Until you experience that and see what our kids have to go through, right? See what they're doing on a daily basis. Our teachers sitting in a classroom all day with termites. Like, that's unacceptable. So, you know, appreciate all you do. And we were talking about this. I want to ask this real quick for the committee because we talk about staff, and I know we talked about change orders, different things like that. Do you guys have any recommendations or ideas of how you would want to see us address that as a diversity committee? There you go. He's been waiting for his turn to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Fogenholy. My name is Tom Vasquez, and I would like to address that question and maybe dovetail off Mrs. Leonardi's comments on facilities and the issues we're experiencing. Before I get into that, just want to, just so you know where I'm coming from, I do have an extensive background in business practices, and upon which one of those pillars has to do with logistics. So as your diversity committee, and if you haven't spent time throughout my career, a lot of boards, I've sat on that side of the room as well. The team you have here, Caliber. Spend some time with them. Because you know what happens often when you're on that side, it's just the nature of the business. You kind of lose a little perspective. Sometimes the critique will be you kind of lost your way. People like these keep you grounded. They're kind of like boots on the ground version of what's going on. So I would recommend from a professional standpoint, a little bit of experience, spend some time with them. That being said, what I would like to do, and this is targeted mostly for you, Dr. Hepburn, and the board members, just to raise your awareness to some conversations that have happened with the Diversity Committee and key staff here, your staff and your team, which is Caliber as well, PPNO and various leaders there. We had some sidebar conversations that I think will offer some hope to some of the challenges we're having. I think based on the conversation we have, I think they're going to be setting off in the right direction. So what were some of those conversations? Well, and again, before I dive into some of the details, if you're looking, especially as a board member, if you know the importance of facilities on education, this is going to matter. If you're looking for budget savings, what the diversity committee is about to offer you is going to matter. And of course, if you want to build trust again, what the diversity committee is going to say to you here is going to matter. Here's what you have in place right now. Obviously, we know that the flows of work orders are such that we'll call it inefficient. All right? We could explain to you why, and that's because there's a breakdown in language, systems language. The proper term is called taxonomy. Certain systems speak a certain way, and it's not intuitive to the person the teacher talking to whoever's designated at the school to speak the right language, to kick the system in the right direction to do X. So there's a lot of time and inefficiency that it happens there. But it creates a bottleneck. Furthermore, because the systems that you have in place aren't what I would call, or in the business world, we'll call streamlined, where they actually interact. I'm speaking specifically how you put your work orders in, to all the way out the door through the process to actually an RFP. They're not really aligned. So that would require, and consequently, the funding streams. So when I hear safety, that's probably a different bucket than just paint, okay? This is why taxonomy reviews are very important, so we can align the right funding streams. With this funding streams, you're also going to get aligned authorities. Now, what we shared with your team is that the problems that we're experiencing here at Broward are not uncommon. I've seen this personally and professionally. Large organizations get into these issues every now and again. So the hope is that it can be fixed. How do you fix these type of things? Well, it's basically 3 principles. Decentralized decision making, okay? You have to empower those at the lowest echelon, like the diversity committee keeps bringing up, the ones on the ground, empower them to act. Right now, they don't. They don't have what was brought up over here. In the technical terms, and your staff is well aware of this, it's called total asset visibility. They don't have it. So they wouldn't know where their work order is. Those type of things. Aligning the systems and language, like we talked about, good taxonomy review is the second principle. And lastly, updating just bringing the district up to just basic business, what's going on in contemporary business standards, stuff like basic training. A lot of the techs don't have the basic training they need. You have no Lean Six Sigma type of training and personnel, which for this size organization, I would say is, we want to look at that. So those are those type of things that happen. But that being said, I'm just sharing that because those conversations happen with the staff, and hopefully that answers your question. That's where the bottleneck is occurring, why it's occurring, and I know that they're on a good path now. It'll be good to see what the plan is going to be here in the future.
Understood. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the answer. I thought he was going to say get it answered as soon as possible, but that does also good. Now, I do have a question, and I think it'd go for Mr. Bradford back there, because I know we were talking about maybe creating a portal, having a way that we can have work orders, people can enter it in, different problems. We do work with Maximo. Wouldn't that allow for that to be done? Like, don't we have that available in that program somehow?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Superintendent. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. We are working now when it comes to Maximo to re-implement the tool. We have the tool in our environment now, but we see that we can take advantage of some properties or functions that we haven't taken advantage of in the past. So we're in the process of implementing it now, and we'll be able to take advantage of it moving forward. So it'll be beneficial to the schools as well as us on the administrative side of the house as well. So we're in the process of that re-implementation as we speak.
Understood. Thank you. And I understand the chain of command, right? But I do believe if a staff member or someone is doing that to place a work order to say there's an issue, to have somewhere to go and report that issue. Yes, we have, and then also I know we were talking about the ID badges, right? Something we deal with. I was on a school visit recently. All the kids were holding them. And it was Miss Teresa, correct? Miss Williams, yes. So Miss Williams was talking about she knew a song. Do you want to share that with us, or? You don't? Okay. So maybe you could teach that and send the notes to everyone. But no, thank you so much for what you guys do. Thank you all for being here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. And I've got to say, for as long as I've been here, I've never seen a more comprehensive look. And kudos to every single one of you and everybody that came before, still coming, and those to come tomorrow. The fight is not going away. and neither are these people, and hopefully we're not either. So I appreciate that. A few things I wanted to touch on. If you don't name it, measure it, you're going to forget it. And I'm just going to say 2 words: evergreen report. We had that thing locked. We were moving along, 110, I may be off by 1 or 2, recommendations for our ESC population. We were ticking and ticking and ticking and ticking, and then everybody felt, not me, that it didn't need to be a monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly, and it just went away. And I can tell you, because I think, I don't want to misspeak, but I think we're in the process of having another evergreen report. No, we should be, because it's time. So just saying, I think if we look at it again, but when we stopped naming it, measuring it, and making time for discussion, it went away, and you don't want that. Secondly, ADA compliance. That shouldn't be something that you have to fight so hard for. I think one of the saddest things I've ever had to witness was I had a student at one of my high schools who was in a wheelchair, and the elevator was constantly out. So to his detriment and humiliation, he had to be picked up to go up the stairs, right? He spoke at his school. He spoke in the community. Contacted Ellen and me. Ellen's my assistant, and I went out and made time and sat with him. It shouldn't have taken a board member to have to go out there to do that. And even with me pushing and my colleagues pushing as well, it still took the better part of the year. And do you know what the saddest statement was from that young man? He said, I know it's probably not going to get done before I graduate, but I'm doing it for those who come after me. And I think that is such a powerful statement. And I just get, even now, I still get chills from that. That's wrong on so many levels. But I gotta tell you, very proud. It shouldn't be that hard. And thank goodness for people who don't give up and continue to reach out to their teachers, their community members, their pastors, their school board member. Grab me wherever I am. You do. I'm a Publix. Come on over. You know, that's kind of what you need to be. And speaking of grabbing people where they're at, PTA moms. Several of my PTA moms in District 7, rightly so, very upset about playgrounds, rightly so, and looking as to when there's going to be a needs assessment. I've been asking, as well as my colleagues, when we're going to have that workshop, and Dr. Hepburn's going to let us know that. And but these moms said, you know what, we're going to work together, and we can't do an entire district of schools, but we can do the elementary schools in District 7. So they did their mom network. You know what? One's a speech language pathologist. So when she went to school X, she took pictures, wrote it up. I mean, it's not a perfect assessment, but I can tell you who's got sand, whose playgrounds are cordoned off with looks like crime tape that you can't use. Those are happening. And these moms are just amazing to do that. But I'm very happy to hear that facilities will be including that, because once again, if you don't name it, not going to get done. What's the other part? There's many recommendations in here. Heartbreaking observations that I wish I could say have not been around, but they've been around, and it's our job to make sure that they do not stay around. And whatever we have to do, and I know I always hear from my elder community, I'm one of them now, in my area, and they say, we're tired, but we're never giving up. You know, so if anybody can hear that, please know they're not giving up, and we're not giving up, because we still put our kids first, and let's put our kids first and the facility. It's shameful, and it stops. And I have immense respect for everyone in this room. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know it's getting late and everybody wants to leave, but I just want to say a few words. Thank you for putting together. That's the best report I've seen. It's really very, very thorough and very impressive. It shows your passion. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for even just coming here. I mean, it's so great to see your commitment, your confidence in coming here and saying, we count. We want to make a difference. Listen to us. We're here. See us. So, and you're doing all the right things. One of the things, oh, by the way, I did want to show you that I made all kinds of notes of follow-ups on your, the packet that you gave me. What I did want to say is it seems to me that sometimes you encounter difficulties in getting documents or things you need. What about in the future, wherever you encounter that problem, wherever school that is, put a bullet list together and then send an email to whoever's district that in, and also copy Dr. Zeman and Ms. Hickson on that large ones, and we can hopefully help you with that. So you're not just running around frustrated. So, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be helping, especially when you encounter difficulty. So I'm glad you came, and I look forward to helping. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadef, are you on the line?
Yes. Thank you for the robust presentation. I want to speak to the Maximo comment. I am extremely frustrated with the lack of implementation of Maximo. I just feel like there's excuses of why it's not being implemented with fidelity. And Dr. Hepburn, I just hope that you take control of this and see where the breakdowns are and why we are not fully implementing Maximo. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I echo your concerns, Mrs. Al-Hadef, on Maximo. Each board member actually was given a presentation about a year and a half ago or so on Maximo and how it would be implemented, and I just don't think that we've gotten all the way to the point, because there should be a way where a principal or someone at the school can look in Maximo and see where the work order is, when they can expect someone to come out. And I know there's a bottleneck, as you mentioned, of work orders, but we have paid a lot of money to try to use technology to mainstream that. So I echo that. Just a couple of things. I think we also put in our DEFP about playgrounds. So if through Dr. Hepburn, if you could have staff speak to what it is in the DEFP that we have for playgrounds.
Mr. Bukowski, speaking, or Ms. Marte, who's ever the most appropriate. Okay. All right, if we can provide a follow-up on that item.
Okay, because I know that we did address playgrounds, and there's a plan on when we were going to upgrade playgrounds through the DEFP. So we've heard a lot about playgrounds, and I agree with you. I've been to a lot of places. So we need to maybe circle back and see what it is that we've already put into place. We talked about assessing playgrounds, but there was also something specific, like in the next 5 years, how we would go in and do something. Go ahead.
A little help, and I apologize, I just don't remember that right now, Mrs. Hickson.
That's
I know
okay.
Replacement of playgrounds is scheduled in the DEFP in addition to significant resources for repairs, but also the board at last week's board meeting approved funding and two items, one for repairs and one for replacement, with significant dollars attached to them. So I'll get you a follow-up, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just knew that we've heard and over, and we've seen it, so I know that we addressed it. just want to speak really quickly to the IDs, because I agree with you. It's a simple enough thing to do. And if people don't like when you say it, but I say to them, you know, how do we identify kids if there's an issue? And people had to wait hours to know if something happened to their student because they didn't have IDs. So it's very important. But you know, I've gone to every school in the district, and I appreciate your visits because I don't do the same exact thing, but I go. And it really is about the administration. And there are places where you go and the principal sees someone walk by and she's like, "Where's your ID?" So I think it's a lot about training the administration and making them understand why it's so important, and not just because of what I said, but also easily to identify that you're supposed to be here, or you know, if you're not supposed to be here, and to have those conversations. So along with the other items that you've had, I think really just circling back with administrators and reminding them that you know, people say, well, it's so silly to make them have a big consequence for an ID, and we'll get back into the disparity of why people get, and then they charge them an extra $5 because that was happening a lot at the school, and then they racked up an obligation for hundreds of dollars because they just couldn't seem to keep the ID. But they don't lose their cell phone. So if they can keep it around their neck, you know, we just have to find ways to be more positive about it. And the last thing I'd like to ask, since we've all said this, is Dr. Hepburn, when can we expect to see the plan as a response to the recommendations that are on the report today?
Give me a couple of weeks.
Okay, so I guess that's my point. Do you want to bring it back at a school board meeting as an item? Do you want to bring it back at a workshop?
I can bring it back as a superintendent's report.
Okay,
Yep.
So June by the latest?
I think June the latest.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you again, everybody, for coming today. We appreciate your time. And with that, I think we have gone over all the items. Do any of my colleagues have anything that they want to share? Dr. Holness?
I just want to say hi to Piper High School. We're in Piper. And also my mug here is Discovery Elementary. So well represented District 5.
Thank you. And I'll just say congratulations to both the South area. Mr. Fogenholy and I were there last Monday, and then yesterday, Dr. Holness and I were there for the Scholar Athletes in the North area. They received a lot of scholarships and things of that nature, and I'm going to give a special shout out to my Gabby, Gabby Caro. She's the first female wrestling state champion in the state of Florida. And just as a little side note, she's never met Chris, but for whatever reason, she really was drawn to him. And she won her first state championship as a 125-pound wrestler, and that's what Chris wrestled his entire wrestling career. But she holds up a little Chris Hickson sign at every award ceremony that she ever goes to, and she was a recipient of Female of the Year. And Dillard had the other female Athlete of the Year, and she was undefeated in her cross country, right? It was cross country, and she held the record at her school. So congratulations to everyone, but girl power. So thank you so much for coming, and have a great, I'm sorry, Mrs. Rupert, sorry.
You all pick it up, that's okay. I never really do this, but since it was, you know, I think it would make us feel really happy to hear it. Kendall Stevenson from Lions Creek Middle is being recognized for her acts of compassion and kindness towards another student who needed extra help due to a physical challenge. Matthew Diaz from Coconut Creek Elementary School is being recognized for being brave by standing up to 2 students who were demeaning another student. Alicia Zanforlin and Bianca Piera, Tradewinds Elementary. They took a new student who didn't speak English under their wings to provide support. As time went on, they realized that the student had limited clothing and essentials, so they gathered the needed items and gifted them to her new friend. And lastly, but not least, Mila, and I'm sorry if I don't say your name correctly, last name, Chargolaf from Winston Park Elementary School. She raised 21% of the school's American Heart Association Kids Heart Challenge fundraiser goal by encouraging her family to participate. We've got great kids doing great things in our district, so shout out to them.
Great way to end the meeting. Thank you so very much. Everybody have a great night.